Villain Mastermind Reincarnation in a Fantasy Game World. Volume 2, by Yuuki Ryu, translated by Dark Knight, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. In the legend of the Seven Heroes 1, a series of incidents unfolded in the imperial capital as the story progressed. A certain noble died under mysterious circumstances. A royal guard, having lost his sanity, bared his fangs at the third prince. The prince was abducted, and the knight who had supposedly taken him was found brutally slain. Regardless of faction, attacks continued without end, and in a matter of moments, the once glorious imperial capital of Liamel plunged into chaos. Some claimed it was an invasion by a foreign nation. Some roared that it was the wrath of the supreme god, but that wasn't the case. No one had expected that all of this was a declaration of war by a single noble. All the commotion, beyond what common sense could comprehend, had been orchestrated by a man consumed by vengeance. However, that future would never come to pass, because the existence of one man, Ren Ashton, had drastically altered the fate of the mastermind behind the turmoil, the leader of the royalist faction, Marquis Ignat. Section: Yuppieheim. Among the coastal cities within the Liamel Empire, it was the grandest. With its majestic and elegant appearance, it had long been called the White Crown and was praised as the City of Water. Built along an almost circular coastline, the city was particularly famous for its enormous port. It was a picturesque town, beloved by generations of emperors, where houses of white brick stood in neat rows. Gondoliers steering boats through the numerous canals were a popular sight for visitors. The city lay about a month's journey by horseback from Colossal and roughly 2 weeks from the imperial capital. As a crucial hub for Liamel's maritime trade, the noble overseeing Yuppieheim had to be highly capable, a keen strategist who would show no weakness to neighboring nations. Because of that, many nobles feared him. The Lord of Yuppieheim, Ulisses Ignat, a strikingly handsome man with lustrous black hair that shone with a deep blue sheen, and a young noble at just 35 years of age. "Ah, Edgar," he called out to his butler, who had only just returned from Colossal. The setting was the garden of his grand mansion, an estate fittingly described as a small castle located at the heart of Yuppieheim. "Yes, my lord. I have just returned," Edgar responded. It had been nearly 2 months since he last set foot in Yuppieheim. That spring, he had traveled to Colossal under his lord's orders, in response to the reckless actions of Viscount Given. Marquis Ignat had extended his aid to Baron Colossal, to whom he owed a great debt. In the end, thanks to the exceptional efforts of Ren and Lysia, the incident was brought to a close. Now, after some time had passed, Edgar had finally returned to his lord's side. "I'm relieved to see you're well, my lord." "Of course I am. Besides, it's a fine day today, isn't it? I was just thinking of stirring up some trouble for the hero faction while I'm at it," Ulysses said cheerfully as he glanced at a seating area in the garden. He took a seat, motioning for Edgar to do the same. However, for a servant to sit beside his master was unthinkable. "My apologies, but I am merely a butler." "How cold of you. Well then, shall I stand instead? That would make us equals, wouldn't it?" But of course, Edgar could not allow his master to stand. In the end, he relented and took a seat. "Tell me about what happened in Colossal." Edgar recounted the events in detail. From the civil official who had been working under Viscount Given to the first trial and the final verdict. He continued, describing how Baron Colossal had nearly been taken to the imperial capital and how Ren and Lysia had returned just in time. Finally, he told Ulysses of the two's remarkable achievements. "I see, so he was truly an exceptional boy." "There is no doubt, even compared to the children of the Earhart family." "Ha, I'm sure even you, my lord, would agree that Len Ashton is worth more than gold itself." Hearing this, Ulysses broke into a carefree smile. "That was a good story. Thanks to you, I feel like my irritation toward His Majesty has lessened a little." "My lord, if I may." "Don't say it, I already know. His Majesty refused to provide the materials because of the royal family's interests. He understood the reasoning, but that didn't mean he had to accept it. Fiona's unique constitution played a role in that matter as well. It wasn't something that could be easily resolved, I know that. But still, sometimes I wonder, what would I have done if Fiona had lost her life? That is, I might have staged a coup." assassinated the third prince, the heir apparent, and wished for the downfall of Liamel. Haha, don't look at me like that. Edgar's expression twisted with tension as he listened. Every word his master spoke was far too perilous. Under normal circumstances, such thoughts were unthinkable, but this was only according to common sense. Edgar knew that Ulysses, the man seated before him, was someone who could overturn such norms. Fortunately, however, Fiona's condition could only be controlled with the materials from the She-Fulfen. Exactly. That's why I'd like to maintain a good relationship with the Colossal family. Oh, not the Ashton family. Technically, both. But you see, dealing with nobles is such a hassle. If I were to extend my hand to the Ashton family now, I'd be no better than that foolish Viscount. My apologies. Ulysses waved it off with a cheerful tone. Will you reach out to them? Edgar's question carried a deeper meaning. Would his master attempt to bring the Colossal family into their faction? Baron Colossal is a proud man among the independent nobles, despite having no patrons. If you were to make a move, don't. That kind of crude maneuvering is the same as the heroic faction's tactics. The Baron is already being suspected of leaning toward the royalist faction, so if I acted carelessly, it would be like repaying kindness with betrayal. Ulysses let out a bitter chuckle and shrugged. At that moment, a voice called out to them, "Father." Soon after, a young lady appeared, carrying the scent of flowers with her. With the assistance of a maid, she walked toward them with unsteady steps. The necklace on her chest, a silver chain adorned with a jet-black gemstone, swayed with each motion. "Edgar, you're back." Her long, jet-black hair swayed like polished obsidian as she moved. As the spring breeze lifted her waist-length locks, the sunlight illuminated her delicate features, giving her an almost ethereal beauty, like a fairy or an angel. Her snow-white skin was flawless, and her refined facial features made her seem older than her actual age. In truth, she was 2 years older than Ren and Lysia. Fiona, please wait. Let me assist you." Edgar called out in alarm, but Fiona simply smiled bravely. "Don't worry about it. I need to push myself too." With determination in her steps, she made her way to the garden table. Still holding onto the maid's hand, she settled into a chair, taking a moment to steady her breath before lifting her gaze. "Welcome home, Edgar." Her proud, dignified lavender eyes met his. This young lady was none other than Fiona Ignat, the daughter of Ulisses Ignat, and the final boss of the legend of the 7 Heroes one. In the game, her death led Ulysses to despise Liamel, turning him into an enemy aligned with the Demon King's cult. But now, Fiona was alive. Because Ren had hunted the She-Fulfen, she had been spared from the fate of death. Still, she had not yet recovered enough to walk on her own. Even so, she devoted herself to rehabilitation every day, and those around her had witnessed her unwavering determination. "How was your journey to Colossal?" "It was a fruitful journey. However, Lady Fiona." Despite addressing her respectfully, Edgar dared to offer a firm suggestion. "As I have mentioned before, please refrain from speaking to us lower-ranked servants in such a manner." "Hee, but you already know, Edgar. I've always spoken this way because of my mother's influence." "Even so. No good, you'll just have to accept it." Though her tone was light-hearted and playful, a deep, unyielding resolve shone in Fiona's eyes. "Father, I would like to visit Colossal and express my gratitude to Ren Ashton personally." "I would too, but Baron Colossal has asked us to wait. With our differing factions, and considering my status as a marquis, it's complicated." "Then, what about a letter?" "That's a good idea, but for now, we should respect Baron Colossal's wishes. Be patient a little longer." "I see." Fiona lowered her gaze in disappointment. Ren had saved her life. She didn't want to cause trouble for his master, Baron Colossal. But still, she wanted to express her gratitude no matter what. Fiona looked up at the sky and offered a silent prayer to the high god Elfin. "Someday I will meet him and thank him properly, no matter what." Chapter 1, Life at Colossal. That spring, Baron Colossal's domain faced an unprecedented crisis. Viscount Given, who governed the neighboring territory on behalf of the Emperor, had targeted Baron Colossal as part of a factional struggle. The greatest damage was suffered by a village overseen by the Ashton family, located on the frontier. At the time, Baron Colossal's only daughter, the Saintess Lysia, happened to be in that village. As part of Viscount Given's scheme, Lysia was kidnapped. Her condition worsened due to her illness, and she came dangerously close to losing her life. However, against all odds, she survived. All thanks to the efforts of a boy named Ren Ashton. Thinking quickly and wielding his magic sword, Ren protected Lysia single-handedly. However, he paid a heavy price, sustaining serious injuries in the process. In gratitude for saving his daughter, Baron Colossal promised Ren a place to rest and recover at his manor. Thanks to that, Ren's body had finally made a full recovery. With the help of potions and healing artifacts, muscle deterioration had been kept to a minimum, and it had taken less than a few months for him to regain the ability to walk on his own. 2 months had passed since that incident. One day, "I think I'm all healed now." Sitting on the bed in the guest room of the manor, Ren murmured to himself. His dark brown hair, streaked with lighter shades, swayed in the breeze from the window. A smile spread across his androgynous, well-defined face. Satisfied, he rose from the bed and walked over to the window. Looking outside, he spotted Lysia diligently practicing her morning training. I need to keep my promise. During their time on the run after the spring attack, Ren had promised Lysia that they would cross swords again. Even though June had already arrived, and his birthday had passed without notice, a promise was a promise. After finishing dressing, Ren left the guest room and made his way down the now familiar corridor. Unlike his old home, the floors here were soft underfoot, likely due to the thick carpets covering them. Boy, a voice called out from behind him. Turning, Ren saw Weiss walking toward him from the other end of the corridor. As the captain of the Colossal family's knights, Weiss had a busy schedule, yet he had always made time to assist with Ren's rehabilitation. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Weiss asked. "As usual, I ate in my room. I was just about to go outside for some exercise." "Exercise, you say? If I stay out of shape, I might embarrass myself." Weiss raised an eyebrow in curiosity, but soon noticed Ren glancing out the window and realized what he meant. "You're going to spar with the young lady, I take it? Don't push yourself too hard. That's what the master said as well." "I'll be fine. I'm doing this because I want to, and I don't want to keep Lady Lysia waiting any longer." Ren had watched Lysia train every morning. From his guest room window, he had a clear view of the practice yard where she went through her daily training regimen. Each day, their eyes would meet, and they would wave to each other. "We made a promise. Once we returned safely, we'd have another match." And today was no different. As soon as Lysia noticed him, she beamed and waved at him from the training yard. When Ren stepped outside and approached the yard, Lysia broke into a light run toward him. The white training outfit she wore fluttered slightly in the breeze. That outfit was one she had left behind in the Ashton household, but by some miracle, it had survived the fire. When Ren's parents had visited Colossal recently, they had returned it to her. Dressed in that very outfit, Lysia was now rushing toward Ren, only to stop abruptly, hesitating. Puzzled, Ren watched as she backed away slightly and grabbed a towel from a nearby bench. She then proceeded to wipe away her sweat. It was an endearing sight, and the knights who had been training with her exchanged amused smiles. She doesn't need to be so self-conscious. Ren let out a small chuckle and took a deep breath of the fresh outdoor air. The manor's garden was lush and green, and simply taking a deep breath was refreshing. "Ren," Lysia finished wiping her sweat and jogged over. Her hair, shimmering like pure silver interwoven with amethyst, had regained its silky luster, so different from when they were on the run. The delicate features of her face now carried a hint of maturity, shaped by her past experiences. Bathed in the morning sunlight, she smiled at Ren with an angelic radiance. "Are you sure you're okay? You're not overexerting yourself." "I'm fine. You've seen me running around these past few days, haven't you?" "Why, yeah, but still." Pouting slightly, Lysia pursed her lips in protest. "I was just worried about you, that's all." "So what brings you outside? Going for a walk?" "Not quite. I was thinking of getting some exercise." "Exercise like what?" "Well, I figured I should get back into handling a sword if I want to spar with you again." Ren stepped past the dumbfounded Lysia and made his way across the training grounds. In one corner of the garden stood a rack holding several practice swords. After scanning them, Ren selected one that best matched his physique. "Wait, you really mean it? You're actually going to spar with me?" "Of course. I made a promise, didn't I? But I need to get my bearings first. Otherwise, I'll probably lose too easily." I think you're already plenty capable, though." You're not rushing me into it, are you? Of course not. I was just stating the obvious. Hearing Lysia's words, the nearby knights exchanged bewildered glances. Did the young lady just say that without a hint of frustration? Even Weiss acknowledged his skill, didn't he? Now I'm really curious. Like Lysia, the knights were also eager to see Ren wield a sword. They wanted to witness firsthand just how skilled the rumored Ren Ashton truly was. As they whispered among themselves, Ren firmly gripped the practice sword for the first time in a while. Something felt off. The sensation in his hands wasn't quite the same as when he wielded a wooden magic sword or an iron magic sword. Well, I guess that's to be expected. Deciding not to dwell on it, Ren rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. On his exposed arm rested the familiar bracelet used to summon his magic sword. Wait, how do you still have that bracelet? My parents got me a similar one. I see. Of course, that was a lie. But if he didn't say something like that, he wouldn't be able to wear it openly. As for the dagger Lysia had promised to give him, it turned out that nothing resembling it had been found in the mansion's storage. So now, she was determined to find another one and present it to him soon. All right, just a little bit. Ren put some distance between himself and Lysia before giving the practice sword a few test swings. The grip still felt slightly foreign, but his movements themselves hadn't changed much. Looks like I really have recovered. He took a stance, imagining an opponent in front of him. Visualizing a she-wolfen, he added some footwork and skillfully moved his sword through the air. A sharp slicing sound cut through the training grounds. The vibrant green grass beneath his feet swayed from the gusts stirred by his swings. Impressive, Weiss murmured in admiration. The knights, realizing that Ren was even more formidable than expected, fell silent as they watched him intently. Lysia, meanwhile, clasped her hands behind her back and observed with an amused smile. I haven't dulled as much as I thought. While many stood astonished, Ren gradually increased the speed of his swings. His strikes grew sharper, radiating a pressure that the others could feel on their skin. Ren, how are you feeling? Once he had finished his warm-up, Lysia called out to him. Not much different from before I collapsed. I'm not at my peak yet, but I can move just fine. That's good, maybe my holy magic helped a little then. While Ren was bedridden, Lysia had frequently visited his room, earnestly using holy magic on him. Combined with potions and other treatments, it had significantly sped up his recovery. And there's also the physical enhancement, small effect helping me. Satisfied with how well his body responded, Ren turned to Lysia and asked, if you don't mind keeping it light, would you like to have a match? Oh, but please go easy on me. I'm still not fully back to my usual self. While Lysia stood speechless, Weiss intervened. Boy, isn't it too soon for that? I'll be fine, I promise to take it easy. Ren reassured him and prepared to face Lysia. Half excited, half surprised, she let out a small chuckle. Are you sure you're up for this? Yes, Ren answered without hesitation. All right then, but let's call it a light exercise, not a proper match. Got it. Lysia's unexpectedly calm response made Ren scratch his cheek awkwardly. Got it. I'll be in your care. Lysia watched as Ren took his stance with the practice sword, only to realize something. His presence now carried a pressure far greater than before. He had grown stronger. I think I should be the one saying, go easy on me. Feeling the overwhelming aura he exuded, Lysia couldn't help but smile. Section. That evening, several people gathered in the mansion's hall to discuss the sparring match from earlier in the day. That was incredible. I never expected him to be that strong. It makes sense when you think about it. He's not only defeated a she-wolfen, but also a mana eater. The knights praised Ren's skill, but let's not forget Lord Ren's character. And did you see it? The young lady may have been frustrated after her loss, but more than that, she looked at him with pride. We shouldn't overlook how well they complement each other. The servants continued speaking. As mentioned in the conversation, Lysia had been swiftly defeated by Ren. Though she had grown stronger after spending a winter in training, Ren had also become much stronger after his battle with Yelkwuk. That being the case, Lord Weiss, one of the knights, speaking on behalf of everyone, said to Weiss, we would like Ren Dono to remain in this mansion. Lord Weiss, all of us servants feel the same way. I understand how you feel, but the boy has said he intends to return to the village. As much as it's a shame to let such a promising talent leave the mansion, as the head of the household, Lord Ashton's wishes align with the boy's decision. The knights and servants let out a collective sigh. Since Lazard, who despised arbitrary authority, had made this decision, everyone felt that no matter how much they pleaded, he would not relent. Everyone thought the same. Section. Meanwhile, in the guest room that Ren had been borrowing, Ren, who had been engrossed in a book at his desk, closed the book and turned his gaze to the azure orb sitting at the corner of his desk. The azure orb, one of the treasures amassed by the She-Fulfin, was the azure jewel of Sarakia. Ren recalled the description of the azure jewel of Sarakia from his days in the game. It seems that this is an egg. The surface, resembling a shell, is so hard that even the finest sword cannot scratch it. If you touch it, you will feel an overwhelming force. If you offer vast amounts of magical power and the horn of a great dragon, it might hatch. Once born, it will swear absolute loyalty to its master. The azure jewel of Sarakia was the rarest item dropped by the She-Fulfin, with an extremely low drop rate. It was said to contain a creature that had troubled the Demon King with its absolute powers of ice and darkness. The description of the item spurred many players to try and discover its use, but no one had ever figured it out. It was widely believed to be a mere item for selling. However, to Ren, it was no longer just a sellable item. Occasionally, the azure jewel of Sarakia would show strange reactions. For instance, when Ren was living in the Ashton's village, it seemed to tremble ever so slightly when he touched it. Even when Ren's parents visited the mansion after the spring turmoil and left the azure jewel of Sarakia behind, it reacted similarly. Whenever Ren touched the azure jewel of Sarakia, blue lightning, the same color as the swirling blue mist within, would burst forth with even greater intensity. Could it be that it's growing by absorbing my magical power? If the description of the azure jewel of Sarakia from the game was correct, there was a possibility that some kind of monster was about to hatch from it. If it truly swore absolute loyalty, Ren wasn't particularly afraid, but so who is this great dragon? Not only did Ren have no idea, but the real problem was how to obtain such a dragon's horn. If it could be hatched, it would undoubtedly give Ren a power that only he could possess in this world. But in reality, the identity of the great dragon was unclear, making the situation difficult. Besides, the idea of taking a horn from such a dragon was unthinkable. As Ren was speaking to the azure jewel of Sarakia, saying, "Stay still," suddenly he heard a knock and Lysia's voice from outside the room. "Ren, it's me." Ren released his hand from the azure jewel of Sarakia and replied, "Yes. I came to talk for a bit before bed. Ah, you're looking at that strange jewel again, aren't you?" Lysia, opening the door, peeked inside. Some time ago, when Ren had forgotten to put the azure jewel of Sarakia away and left it on his desk, Lysia had found it and asked, "What's this?" Ren had simply answered, "It's something dropped by She-Fulfin," and Lysia had nodded, saying, "I see." Since the azure jewel of Sarakia had a blue mist moving inside it, one might not think of it as a gem. But in this world, there were magic stones, and some of them displayed swirling magic power inside. Because of that, Lysia had mistakenly thought the azure jewel of Sarakia was some kind of magic stone or a gem. Lysia approached Ren and asked, "Sorry for coming so late. Were you about to go to bed?" "No, it's fine," Ren replied. Then, "Yes, if you don't mind, I'd be happy to keep you company." Hearing that, Lysia smiled happily and whispered, "Yay." She walked over to Ren's bed and sat down on the edge. After talking about the usual trivial matters, Lysia suddenly asked, Hey, Ren, how long will you stay in Colossal? Does this mean she wants me to leave soon?" "I don't think so." Ren interpreted her words as asking how many more times they could practice together. "I was thinking of practicing with you a few more times, Lady Lysia. How many would you like?" 1,000. "Excuse me. 1,000 will do for now." Even if they practiced once a day, that would be almost 3 years. In reality, daily practice would be impossible, so Ren had to be prepared for many more times than that. Lysia looked up at Ren with a somewhat nervous expression. Ren, gazing into her captivating eyes, almost nodded without thinking. "Well, you see, if we were to practice 1,000 times, it would be a long-term plan, wouldn't it? You can stay in this room. As for work, I think Ren should work as a knight in this mansion, since you're part of the Ashton family." "No, technically, I'm not a knight yet, just the son." "That's enough." "It's fine." Tonight, Lysia was unusually stubborn. All right, right? I won't ask for 1,000 times, but can't you stay a bit longer? After having completed one of their promised practice sessions, she was anxious that Ren might leave quickly. Ren's heart wavered at her persistent pleading, and he gave in. Then, I'll stay a little longer, I'll be in your care. It wasn't just one session anymore, but more than once. This was something Ren had promised. To justify it to himself, Ren silently told himself it was to keep his promise. Really? Lysia leaned forward from the bed and looked at Ren, eagerly. Though, we'll need to get permission from Lord Lazard too. Don't worry. Father said you can stay as long as you like. Well then, I'll take you up on that offer. It's a promise, okay? If you lie, I won't forgive you. Immediately, Lysia became cheerful again, taking a pillow and hugging it tightly in joy. My pillow, well, it's not mine, but... Oh, it's getting late, I should head back to my room. When they both checked the clock, it was already past midnight. Right, tomorrow I'm going shopping for the first time in a while. If you'd like, Ren, you can come with me. Me? But Lady Lysia has your own personal night, and Lord Weiss is also here. Tomorrow, Lord Weiss will be free and will come along with us. No, that's not what I meant. It's not like I'm asking you to be a bodyguard or anything. Her voice trailed off toward the end, and it became hard to hear, but it was still an invitation. I understand. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to come with you. Yay. Then I'll make sure not to oversleep, so I have to go to bed now. Good night, see you tomorrow. Waving her hand, Lysia left the room, of course, after placing the pillow down. Watching her leave, Ren opened the book he had left on his desk. It was one of the books he had borrowed from the mansion's library, The Holy Relics of the Seven Heroes, which he had been reading during his recovery. The holy relics mentioned in the title referred to the equipment used by the seven heroes. These were items that could actually be found in the legend of the seven heroes, and equipping them would greatly enhance a character's combat power. These were rare and precious items known as heroic gear among players. For Ren, this was all familiar information. He already knew where these items were hidden. However, the reason the book was interesting to him was because it revealed information that had not been uncovered in the Seven Heroes legend. The sword of Hero Ruin was shattered into several pieces, This referred to the Divine Sword, which had been postponed until the third volume of the Seven Heroes legend. Apparently, this Divine Sword no longer existed. After the Demon King was defeated, it was brought back to the homeland of Liamel, only to shatter and return to the earth. Come to think of it, if I find heroic gear and sell it, it could fetch quite a bit of money. Heroic gear could only be used by those who were descendants of the seven heroes. If Ren were to find one, his only option would be to sell it. However, selling it would probably bring trouble from the hero faction, so it was wise to avoid getting involved. Suddenly, Ren let out a big yawn before slowly turning his gaze toward the crystal on his bracelet. Since the battle with Yelkwuk, and through the experience gained in other battles, there were many areas where he had grown since the time of his escape. The magic sword summoning arts had become stronger by one level, and he could now summon 2 magic swords at once. Additionally, the next level promised a boost in physical abilities, medium. There were also things that piqued his curiosity. The experience needed to level up the magic sword summoning arts hadn't increased by much compared to before. However, it was clear that it was still more difficult than when he had struggled to accumulate 1,500 experience points before. The difficulty had increased. I have a feeling that, sooner or later, the difficulty will spike all at once. The way the required experience points for the next level up increased felt like the calm before a storm. If that time came, then so be it. For now, he would just enjoy the fact that the experience needed hadn't increased too much. Also, the experience gained from the magic sword summoning arts and the swords themselves felt different from before. Previously, when defeating monsters, the experience was gained at a 1:1 ratio. However, after the battle with Yelkwuk, it seemed that more of the experience went to the swords themselves than to the arts. Well, there haven't been many cases like this so far. Ren had previously wondered if the experience gained for the magic sword summoning arts and the sword itself would be the same after defeating the She-Fulfen. The answer seemed to be that there were cases where it wasn't the same. Since the Mana Eater was a monster summoned by Yelkwuk, it might not have been a regular monster. The unusually low amount of experience gained could be due to that. Even so, that magic sword, there's no doubt it's related to Lady Lysia's magic stone. It was when Yelquick risked his life to break the elf's seal and strengthen the Mana Eater. With death looming close, Ren collapsed next to Lysia and placed his hand over her chest. At that moment, the crystal on his bracelet began to glow, and he was able to summon a mysterious magic sword called. According to Lysia, who told him after the commotion, powerful saintesses are sometimes born with magic stones embedded in their bodies. Just as special magic swords can be created from the magic stones of unique monsters like the She-Fulfin, it seems that some saintesses also possess magic stones with special significance. Ren Riley dismissed this as an overly fantastical theory, even in a world of fantasy. If possible, he'd like to investigate it further, but he couldn't very well ask Lysia to let him place his hand near the magic stone on her chest or back for the sake of research. He also had to be cautious about the possibility that drawing power from Lysia's magic stone could put her in danger. Moreover, Ren could only absorb the power of a magic stone from a monster he had defeated. So, even though he had carried Lysia on his back during their escape, he realized nothing had happened after all. I'll just sleep. In the end, Ren realized he had no way of confirming his suspicions and decided to give up. He closed the book, placed it back on the desk, and turned off the lights in the room. Section. The next morning, in a clothing store that exuded an air of luxury from the shop's exterior to its interior. Your conduct that day was truly admirable. It's already become the talk of the townspeople, said the shop owner. Many of the residents had witnessed Ren and Lysia's arrival in Colossal after their escape. Seeing Ren's embarrassed expression, both Lysia and Weiss, who were accompanying him, smiled. By the way, Lady Saintess, what brings you here today? I want some clothes for him. Could you pick out a few for me? Understood. I'll take his measurements first. Without realizing it, the conversation had moved forward, and Ren quickly glanced at Lysia in panic. Why me? Well, most of the clothes from your mansion were burned, weren't they? Yeah, they burned, but that doesn't mean. It's fine. I just want to give them to you. Lysia turned her head in a huff and began browsing the store. Ren, looking up at the second floor from the open atrium, saw that the first floor was filled with men's clothing and the second floor had women's clothing. However, Lysia wasn't heading to the second floor. She was instead looking at the men's items. Meanwhile, the shop owner began taking Ren's measurements. Lord Weiss, please help. I feel bad about receiving such expensive gifts. Don't worry. It's probably from the young lady's own pocket money, so there's no need to hold back. The rich, polished wood of the dark brown flooring exuded a sense of luxury. The glass display cases, without a single smudge, held jewelry and leather goods, all clearly high-end items. Besides, the young lady isn't one to be greedy. What I'm saying is, most of her pocket money has just been accumulating because she hasn't spent it. Ren started to respond, but hesitated. He didn't want to be rude, and he didn't want to trample on Lysia's kind intentions. Measurements are done, the shopkeeper announced, and Lysia returned from her browsing. Hey Ren, what kind of clothes do you like? I like normal clothes. He had given such a vague answer without thinking, and Lysia didn't laugh or scold him. She just nodded. I see. You don't like flashy things, and prefer something easy to move in. How did you know? Well, I'm not sure either, but it just felt like that. Lysia then took Ren's hand and began looking around the store with him. Lady Lysia, come on, let's take a look over there. At this point, Ren realized that he and Lysia were the only customers in the store. It was completely private. Perhaps that's why Lysia, unusually for her, was laughing happily in her natural state. Next, let's look at this. Oh, I think this would suit you too. No, that's too flashy. Don't decide until you try it on. There's a fitting room over there. In the end, Ren was gently pushed toward the fitting room by Lysia. She eagerly waited for him in front of the door to the fitting room, her excitement evident. Eventually, when the door opened, this isn't something you'd wear on a regular day, is it? Ren emerged wearing a stylish suit, one that looked like it could be worn to a party. It definitely wasn't something for everyday wear. Weiss and the shopkeeper both agreed on that, but Lysia, her voice full of joy, said, "It suits you. Could you have the suit made to fit him?" Of course. The shopkeeper nodded without any objections. Lady Lysia, when would I ever wear this? Ren, bewildered, tried to voice his objection, but the result remained unchanged. Someday, you wouldn't want to be without a suit for those occasions, would you? In the end, Ren ended up receiving 3 sets of clothes, including one for everyday wear. I'll have to give her something in return. The problem now was how to come up with the funds. He was unsure what to do. However, this issue would soon be resolved, although Ren couldn't imagine how or why. He stood there, arms crossed, pondering the situation. While watching Ren, Weiss, who was smiling, casually looked towards the entrance of the store. There, a knight from the Colossal family had arrived. "Shopkeeper, I apologize, but I need you to guide these two," the knight said. Weiss left the scene and approached the knight. The knight was out of breath and took several seconds before speaking. Actually, after hearing the knight's story, Weiss crossed his arms and thought for a moment. So, they're expected to arrive around the evening. Yes, that's what we've been told. Then I'll stick to the plan and leave around midday. I understand the urgency of returning to prepare, but the young lady seems to be enjoying herself. It's difficult to say we must leave. I understand. I will relay the message to the head of the household as requested. Section. When they returned to the mansion as planned in the afternoon, the usual maid greeted Ren and Lysia. "Welcome back. The young lady, the head of the household, has called for you regarding the guest. She is waiting in the office." Understood. Yun, could you help me search the library for the book Ren was reading the other day? He wants to find the continuation of the story. Yes, of course. Leave it to me. Yun, a maid who had been by Lysia's side since she was young, smiled brightly, reminiscent of Myril, a pure and adorable girl like a flower blooming in the plains. She was still only 18 years old. Since Yun had often been near Lysia, Ren had spoken to her many times before. "Lord Ren, this way please." Ren walked towards the library with Yun. "Did you find a dress you liked today?" "That would be all Lady Lysia's choice." "Huh, how do you know about my clothes, Yun?" "Last night, the young lady was happily telling me about today's plans." She must have told her. Apparently, it would take some time for the clothes Ren had bought to arrive. "What kind of clothes did you buy?" "2 casual outfits and 1 formal set. It feels a bit much to receive a formal outfit when I haven't even had the chance to wear it yet." "Oh, but with the formal wear, there's the young lady's birthday party in the summer, so how about wearing it then?" Since Ren wasn't sure if he'd still be there by summer, he couldn't readily agree, and just smiled, evading the question. Yun seemed to have understood and smiled sadly without pressing the matter further. "By the way, I heard guests are arriving this evening." Ren changed the topic. "Yes, they arrived earlier than expected." Ren thought about the guests as they walked but concluded, "Well, it's not really my business." He was only staying as a guest due to special circumstances. In the afternoon, he planned to quietly read the book he borrowed from the library. As the evening approached, the mansion became lively, and he saw Lazard and others going to greet the guests from the window. The guests were a group of knights dressed in fine knight uniforms. One knight, exuding the presence of a leader, was seen speaking with Lazard. Lysia stood quietly nearby. A royal knight order. This referred to the general term for knight orders affiliated with the empire. Even though there were multiple knight orders under the name of royal knights, it essentially meant the national military. Unlike knights like Weiss who served noble families, these knights belonged to different orders. Ren tilted his head, wondering why a royal knight order would be visiting. However, he quickly turned his gaze away from the window, as there was no sense of hostility from the guests or Lazard's group, so he didn't think it was like the situation with the late Viscount Given. This book is interesting. The continuation of the novel he had picked up earlier intrigued him. Thinking about borrowing the next volume, Ren stood up and left the room, but he quickly reconsidered. He didn't want to be a nuisance while the royal knights were inside. "Oh, what's this, boy?" He met Weiss, who had just returned inside. "I was thinking of going to look for the continuation of the book I borrowed from the library, but since I didn't want to be in the way of the guests, I was on my way back to my room." "Really, always so considerate for someone your age, but Weiss began thinking about something, and Ren wondered what was going on. Then Weiss surprised him with a suggestion. "Since you're here, why not come along? The guests are going to look at the young lady's sword. If you'd like, I thought it might be nice to have them look at your sword as well." Ren let out a weak voice. Since he was going to be taught by Weiss, he found it surprising to be invited by a royal knight. Weiss seemed to sense this, and, in a different tone, continued. How about watching how the young lady is being trained? Perhaps you could learn something as well. Oh, if that's the case, then it would be a shame not to join. It turned out that Lazard had arranged the plans to help Lysia improve her swordsmanship. The royal knights had come from a nearby expedition, and their leader had agreed to stop by. Did someone famous from the royal knights come? The one leading them is a person of notable skill, yes. I've heard they follow the holy sword style. Have you heard of it? Yes, I remember the founder of that style was the hero, Ruin. It's a sword style many knights learn. That's right. Knights typically learned basic swordsmanship and then chose a style that suited them. The holy sword style was one that many preferred. It was widely spread by Hero Ruin, and knights from all factions tended to study it. This information, of course, came from the Seven Heroes legend. The holy sword style was a versatile technique. There were many factions in the world, and knights from any of these could master swordsmanship and learn techniques that used magic as a cost. This could serve as an alternative for those who didn't have inherent skills, granting them a form of acquired power. I remember the moves from the game, but there's no way I could just copy the techniques like that. While heading to the garden, Weiss spoke. I only learned the Empire's swordsmanship, you know. I wasn't really suited for the holy sword style, so I focused on Empire swordsmanship. That's fine. The Empire swordsmanship is a defensive style, which will benefit Lord Lazard. The Imperial swordsmanship discussed earlier is the fundamental sword style learned by knights. It is highly versatile and, as Ren mentioned, focuses on defense. Therefore, for those who are to be protected, it is a reliable technique. If you don't mind, I can teach you the Imperial swordsmanship next time, said Weiss. Really? That would be a great help, Ren replied eagerly. Ha ha, if you're that happy, it looks like it will be worth teaching you. As Ren expressed his joy, Weiss couldn't help but smile. Now that I think about it, in the legend of the Seven Heroes, the holy maiden Lysia was a powerful practitioner of sacred sword techniques. The feature of sacred sword techniques is their all-around capability. They can handle both offense and defense, as well as support, and if you have the skills, they can be utilized effectively. It's no surprise that Lysia, with her white holy maiden skill, became incredibly strong after mastering it, but there were still swordsmen who were stronger than her. Swordsmen are ranked by the power they possess. Lysia stood at the rank of Sword Saint, one below the highest rank among the many sword techniques. The highest rank in any style is called the Sword King, and there are only 5 of them in the world, even when combining all the schools. The Sword Kings are ranked by the war gods, and this ranking system is called the Sword King ranking. To learn about the 5 Sword Kings, one can visit the war gods' temples scattered around the world. There, stone tablets are kept, inscribed with the names of the 5 Sword Kings. These stone tablets are not written by anyone, but are automatically updated with the names of the strongest swordsmen at any given time. The mechanism behind how the names of Sword Kings are recorded has never been explained. And since the tablets are not magical tools, they are referred to as holy relics. Lord Weiss, have you ever thought about learning other sword styles? There are some, for example, the heavy sword techniques. Ah, I see, I understand now. It seems you already know about this. As you know, heavy sword techniques can only be mastered by those with innate talent for it. That's why there are so few practitioners, and I was no exception. Weiss chuckled, and Ren gave a dry smile at his side. Heavy sword techniques, huh? The founder of the heavy sword technique was Liamal's ancestor, the Lion King. In the legend of the 7 heroes, it was a sword technique used by those from the royal faction, specifically for facing enemies. The sword technique is distinct from skills, meaning it couldn't be learned in a second playthrough. Its power, both offensive and defensive, was brutal, boasting overwhelming strength. However, it was never available to learn in the story, which saddened players in 2 ways. I hate that this memory is coming back. The practitioners of heavy sword techniques were already incredibly strong, but they also used combat skills that lowered their stats, not temporarily, but permanently. The most extreme of these abilities was an unavoidable, almost instant kill damage, making heavy sword techniques a privilege reserved for bosses. So, sacred sword techniques were all-around fighting skills, while heavy sword techniques were often referred to as those of experts in combat. Section In the garden, Lysia was already receiving instruction from the commander of the Knights of the Realm. A few knights from the Knights of the Realm and the Knights of the Colossal family were also present. Ren. At the break, Lysia noticed Ren and immediately wiped the sweat from her brow before running over to him and taking his hand. Hey, Ren, why don't you join us and get some training too? No, I'll just watch, Ren replied. However, the commander of the knights, who had been listening to their conversation from a distance, called out to them. If you wish, please join the Holy Maiden for some training. It felt impolite to decline after being invited like that, so Ren walked over to join Lysia and the commander. I've heard from the Holy Maiden. You are said to be even stronger than her and possess talent that Lord Weiss recognizes, the commander said. Of course, Ren responded with a wry smile, saying, that's not true. But the commander seemed deeply interested in Ren, continuing with a smile. You seem to be a very promising knight. And no, that's not the case, Ren said, quickly humbling himself. Before he could say more, the commander spoke again without hesitation. First, I'd like to see your skills in action. Unable to refuse, Ren decided to accept the offer and receive some guidance from the commander. He took up a training sword, and Lysia stepped back. Let's start with some light strikes. Ren, not wanting to overthink it, swung his sword with ease. As usual, he began by warming up his body, swinging the sword several times, preparing himself to learn from the commander. The other knights watching the scene fell silent. Unlike with Lysia, as they watched Ren's sword strikes, they found themselves gradually captivated. Soon, the commander also adopted a solemn expression and said, Let's see your swordsmanship in a real sparring match. Yes, I'll borrow your chest for the fight, Ren replied. However, the commander did not strike Ren himself. Instead, he focused on defense, offering only light counterattacks. Without that, there would be too much of a skill gap between them. The sound of the training swords clashing was dull, unlike the sharper clang of real swords. As expected of the commander of the Knights of the Realm. But Ren's sword strikes, far beyond his age, gathered everyone's attention. The pressure from his strikes even made the grass around them sway. Despite the difference in physical strength, the commander couldn't find an opening, with Ren's polished techniques filling the gap. Still, Ren began to find enjoyment in the sparring, feeling thrilled at the thought of what kind of swordplay would work against the commander. But then, suddenly, the commander put some distance between himself and Ren and spoke. You should fight in a way that's true to yourself. There's no need to imitate our swordsmanship. Ren realized that, perhaps unconsciously, he had been focusing too much on sacred sword techniques. Before coming to this courtyard, he had recalled the sacred sword techniques from the game and wondered if mimicking their movements would trigger the same effects. True to myself, there's no need to hold back against me. Move in whatever way feels natural to you. If the commander was telling him to stop, that was part of the training too. Ren adjusted his mindset. From a young age, he had learned from Roy, honed his skills in the forest, and grown even stronger through his battle with Yelkwek. Now he gripped his sword tightly, ready to showcase the techniques he had cultivated. All right then. The air around Ren changed in an instant. It was as if a monstrous presence had suddenly emerged. I see, I had my suspicions, but... The commander's eyes sharpened, and his aura surged in response to Ren's shift. And for good reason. Rather than being caught off guard, the commander had nearly been taken down. My apologies. Faced with the overwhelming intensity of Ren's attacks, so different from before, the commander put more strength into his sword and brought it down with greater force. He was attempting to break through Ren's defense. Impossible, he blocked it. Ren had raised his sword horizontally to guard against the strike. Despite facing the full strength of a grown man, he did not buckle. Seeing this, the commander gave a firm nod. Just as I thought. Then, in an instant, the pressure emanating from him disappeared, and he sheathed his sword. May I ask your name? Oh, my apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Ren Ashton. At Ren's response, the commander exhaled slowly and stepped closer. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't believe sacred sword techniques suit you. Ren blinked in surprise. Why? Ren is so strong. Lysia suddenly raised her voice in protest. The shift from her usual calm, eager demeanor caught the commander slightly off guard. As the Holy Maiden says, he is indeed strong. My subordinates and I all recognize that. However, this is a matter of compatibility. Lysia was speechless, and the commander continued. His natural disposition makes it clear. Holy maiden, do you recall how I told Ren to move freely? Yes. I said that because I suspected he had ingrained habits from his father's teachings. I wanted to see if that was the case. But it wasn't. That habit, his way of fighting, is far too aggressive and relentless. And yet, that is undeniably his true nature. In the long run, his inherent temperament will only become a hindrance if he tries to learn sacred sword techniques. While minor habits could be corrected with training, in Ren's case, the commander saw little hope of that being effective. In fact, forcing him to change would likely make his swordsmanship worse. Rather than forcing a poor fit, it was better to leave things as they were. That was the reasoning behind the commander's words. Many adventurers also wield reckless, aggressive sword styles, but theirs are born out of necessity. Ren's, however, is something entirely different. Just like a person's natural appearance, Ren's way of fighting had been part of him since birth. Forcibly changing it would be difficult, if not impossible. Therefore, even if Ren were to learn sacred sword techniques, I cannot guarantee he would ever master their battle arts. Learning them might help him understand their weaknesses, which could be useful against opponents who wielded them. But the time invested would not be worth the results. If that's the case, it'd be better to learn a different style from the start. Ren accepted the outcome without feeling particularly discouraged. I understand. In that case, would it be possible for you to teach me more fundamental sword techniques instead? Of course, I would be honored to instruct a promising young swordsman like yourself. Ren had already moved on. But Lysia, as well as Weiss and the knights and servants of House Colossal, seemed to struggle with the conclusion. Lysia voiced their thoughts. Ren, why are you so calm about this? It is what it is. Since I have the chance, I'd like to improve my fundamentals. Of course, he would make sure not to get in the way of Lysia's training. Fortunately, the commander adjusted the lesson so that Ren could participate as well, making it a productive session for both of them. That evening, after training had ended, the commander spoke with one of his knights. Commander, being too aggressive doesn't mean he can't learn sacred sword techniques. Why did you say that? The commander wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at Ren and Lysia's retreating figures as they headed inside. Because I realized it while crossing swords with him. The knight watched the commander carefully. That boy likely has a talent for a different kind of swordsmanship. It was too early to say for certain, but the commander did not want to interfere with that latent potential. Hearing this, the knight could only tilt his head in confusion. Section. That night, after finishing her bath, Lysia visited Ren's guest room. She sat on the edge of his bed, idly swinging her feet. Are you really okay with how today's training went? What do you mean? You seemed perfectly fine with it, but you noticed, didn't you? I was getting irritated toward the end. Oh, what makes you think that? Lysia's eyes widened slightly as if caught off guard. But then, as if it had never happened, she quickly put on her usual confident expression. It didn't last long, though. When you're annoyed, you tend to fidget with your hair. Wait, really. Just kidding, but judging by your reaction, I guess I was right. Lysia, still sitting on the bed, looked up at Ren, who wore a triumphant smirk. Ren sat on a chair beside the desk when he noticed her staring at him with a sulky look. You're mean. She said it in such an adorable way that Ren couldn't help but smile wryly. But it doesn't make any sense. It's like they're saying you have no talent at all. Whether it's implied or not, the meaning is more or less the same. Then why are you? If you're asking why I'm so calm about it, it's because some things just aren't meant to be. Honestly, I feel relieved. Since they pointed it out now, I didn't have to waste time figuring it out on my own. The way he put it might have been a bit blunt, but it was true. He had been spared the effort of investing in something that wouldn't bear fruit. Anyway, Lady Lysia. Ren straightened his posture and looked directly at her. Meeting his gaze head-on, she looked a little flustered before responding. What is it? Why are you suddenly so serious? Don't worry about me. Next time, focus more on your own training. It won't do you any good if you're distracted. MMH. She looks dissatisfied, but there was no doubt that she had taken today's lesson to heart. She had been surprised when the commander told Ren that holy sword techniques didn't suit him, but afterward, she had earnestly absorbed the instruction. She had listened attentively, taking the lessons seriously while maintaining proper decorum with the knights, proving her dedication. Hearing that holy sword techniques don't suit you, it made me think a little. Lysia paused before continuing. After the training, I was given some lessons from Weiss too. She gave a small, wry smile. The commander pointed out something about my technique as well. He said it's not as pronounced as with you, but he noticed something that concerned him. Ren tilted his head. Lysia was supposed to have the potential to master holy sword techniques and reach the rank of sword saint. Yet her next words surprised him. He said my swordplay has a similar quirk to yours. A quirk? Yes. I've spent a lot of time studying your swordplay so I could defeat you. Your movements, your swings, I've thought about them over and over again while I trained. Does that mean? She nodded, her smile tinged with amusement. In my effort to surpass you, I've unconsciously picked up some of your habits. It seems like my technique has started to resemble yours. Her habits were still within a correctable range, but she couldn't help but feel conflicted about it. I don't want to fix them. It feels like they're telling me my goal, defeating you, was wrong all along, and I don't want to accept that. She spoke with firm resolve, her determination unwavering. That's why, please, just focus on your own. It's fine. Like you said, there are other sword styles besides the holy sword techniques. There's no need to be fixated on just one, right? Maybe there's another school that suits me even better. That was true, holy sword techniques weren't the only path to strength, but Ren knew. Lysia had the talent to master them and rise to the rank of sword saint, yet her mind was made up. How about you, Ren? If someone told you to forget everything your father taught you because it wasn't useful, could you just accept it? That would be difficult. He understood the logic behind it. It was meant to help him grow. But knowing that didn't mean he could simply discard his past efforts. It felt like they were telling him all his training had been for nothing. Lysia caught on to his thoughts and smiled knowingly. It's the same thing. But I'm just the son of a rural knight. You're the saint. It's different for you, you have expectations to meet. I'm not obligated to follow any strict path. My father told me to learn what I want and find my own ideal way forward. And my late mother, too, I want her to see the path I choose for myself. Ren couldn't find the words to refute her. She had a point. Her family's philosophy wasn't flawed, and as just the son of a knight, it wasn't his place to interfere. Besides, Lysia is Lysia. She's not just a character from a game. Realizing he had let himself fall into that mindset, he scolded himself inwardly. For me, fixing my bad habits while learning would be difficult and a waste of time. So wouldn't it be better to start with a style that suits me from the beginning? Seeing her smile at him, Ren felt a pang of regret for influencing her swordsmanship. As an apology for rubbing off on you, I'll help you find the sword style that suits you best. You mean our sword style, don't you? Section, far from Colossal, in the Marquisate of Ignat, deep within Eupheim. Despite the late hour and the encroaching darkness, Fiona stood in the garden alongside a single attendant. Kaya. Fiona let out a small cry as she practiced walking on her own, relying on the servant in front of her for support. When she lost her balance and nearly fell, the servant hurriedly caught her. The necklace she always wore swung wildly from the sudden motion. I am sorry, my legs just gave out. My lady, perhaps we should stop for today. Fiona, drenched in sweat, bit her lip in frustration. No, I can't. I'm already so far behind others my age, I have to work several times harder to catch up. Before she was cured of her illness, Fiona had spent most of her days confined to bed. She had endured constant pain surging through her body and relentless headaches, struggling just to stay alive. There had hardly been a single day when she could even walk around her room. As a result, her muscles had become frail and weak. Lately, Fiona had been devoting herself to rehabilitation and building her strength. My lady. Just a little more, I promise I'll stop before I hurt myself. With those determined words, Fiona resumed walking. Her gaze was fixed ahead, on a terrace chair placed just 10 mel away. But to Fiona, those mere 10 mel felt impossibly far. So close and yet. Each trembling step forward was an ordeal beyond words. How far had I managed to go? Curious, she glanced back, only to find she had moved just 2 mel from where she had nearly fallen. She stared in stunned silence for a moment, but refused to give up. She forced her body forward, clenching her teeth and dripping with sweat. Step by step, she pushed onward with everything she had. If I can't even do this much? Another step. Then I'll never be able to stand on my own feet and thank Lord Ren. This past spring, Fiona had been saved because of him. One day, she wanted to stand before Ren on her own and express her gratitude. There were so many words she wished to say to the one who had freed her from the painful world she had known until now. Look, I'm almost there. Fiona spoke with a wavering yet determined voice, forcing a smile. The servant beside her hesitated for a moment, but then, moved by her resolve, called out in encouragement. You're almost there, my lady. The young noblewoman was taking minutes, tens of minutes, to cover a distance they could walk in mere seconds. And yet her perseverance left them speechless. Finally, Fiona reached her goal. With a soft plop, she sank into the chair and looked up at the servant, her face beaming with an unclouded smile. It took way too long, but I did it. She was still catching her breath, yet her voice was filled with quiet pride. You were splendid, my lady. Calling that splendid is a little embarrassing when it was just a few steps. As she rested, the cool night breeze played with her hair. Its jewel-like sheen shimmered faintly, though a few strands clung to the back of her neck, damp with sweat. If I keep trying like this, and keep drinking my potion every day, do you think I'll be able to walk on my own soon? I have no doubt. By autumn, not only will you be walking on your own, but you'll likely be able to start more intensive exercises as well. Encouraged by the servant's words, Fiona nodded. Just then, a new figure approached, Ulisses Ignat. I saw you from my office, he said as he stepped into the garden. Walking over to where Fiona sat, he thanked the servant who had been assisting her, then knelt before her. With one knee on the soft grass, he met her gaze directly. You did well, Fiona. As he spoke, he reached into the pocket of his jacket. And for your hard work, I have a letter for you. It's from the Imperial Officer Academy. For me, could it be the results of the first exam I took last month? Yes, I believe so. At the end of May, Fiona had traveled to the Imperial capital to take the entrance exam for the Imperial Officer Academy's prestigious special scholarship class. At the time, she had arrived at the examination hall in a wheelchair, assisted by a servant. She had hoped that, by the next exam, she would be able to walk there on her own. But first, everything depended on the results of the first exam. As she opened the envelope her father had handed her, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Father, I passed. That's wonderful, though I never had any doubts. W.I. Well, wouldn't you agree? Marquis Ignat turned to the servant standing nearby, seeking confirmation. Of course. Even when your health was at its worst, you devoted yourself to your studies while bedridden. Exactly. Honestly, the only thing I was ever concerned about was the final exam. Goodness, I was so anxious about whether I had passed or not. Fiona pouted slightly in mild protest, and Marquis Ignat chuckled. 6 months ago, he never would have imagined seeing his daughter like this. Reaching out, he gently took Fiona's hand in his. Take it one step at a time. If you push yourself too hard and get injured before you can thank Ren Ashton, it will all be for nothing. I know that already. Geez. Fiona's slightly indignant voice rang out through the night garden. Chapter 2, Ren's New Goal. The royal knights who had visited Colossal departed the town the following morning, but not before offering one last round of sword instruction. That afternoon, a report just came in from your village, Lazard said as he called Ren to his office. There's also a letter from your parents. You should read it. Thank you. In short, the letter reported that the village's recovery was going smoothly, and life there was gradually becoming more prosperous compared to before. The funds from selling the materials of the Shefolfen had played a role in that improvement. When Ren's parents had visited Colossal, he had insisted that all the money be used for the village's restoration. Although they had initially refused, saying, that money belongs to you, Ren, he had reasoned, I'm a member of the Ashton family too, so this is the right thing to do. In the end, his parents had been persuaded and reluctantly agreed. The village isn't completely back on its feet yet, so leave the rest to us and the Baron. It wasn't a phrase meant to push him away. Myril and I will do our best. We'll hurry and rebuild the village so that we can live together again. Of course, if you've come to like Colossal, you can always stay there too. Roy and Myril also repeatedly apologized for their helplessness. Considering the chaos that had unfolded in the spring, their concerns were perfectly reasonable. It was obvious that staying in Colossal was safer and better for Ren's future. As parents, their words were only natural. Roy had always respected Ren's independence, but he was still a father. He couldn't help but wish for his son's safety. Ren, too, had thoughts of his own. If my presence could bring danger, then maybe I shouldn't return to the village. Viscount Given harbored an unusual obsession with him. If Ren hadn't been there, things might never have escalated the way they had. It was a painful realization, but thinking of his family and the villagers helped him suppress that feeling. So Ren, what do you want to do from here? Lazard's voice pulled him from his thoughts. You're free to stay in Colossal until you inherit your family's title. You're also welcome to serve as a knight here. I see. If something's on your mind, go ahead and say it. Lazard's voice was calm and gentle, carrying the weight of a man with a broad perspective. Ren regretted that he hadn't been able to completely hide his emotions. But at this point, there was no use keeping silent. After hearing him out, Lazard let out a heavy sigh. So that's what's been troubling you, Lazard said, and continued. I actually spoke with Roy about this before. He's worried that with your talent, you might be targeted again. If it were just monsters, that would be one thing. But when nobility is involved, it gets much more complicated. That's why he asked me to take you in as a knight in Colossal. It had happened when Ren's parents visited Colossal. I answered him based on what I believe is best for you. If you choose to stay in Colossal, I'll do everything in my power to protect you. At the same time, I'll send new knights to your village and make arrangements for the Ashton family's future if you don't have any siblings. Your name is far more well-known than before. That much is cert. However, since the House of Colossal is rumored to be connected to Marquis Ignat, there may be fewer people willing to move against you openly. But that's no guarantee. I understand. Right now, it seems like you're prioritizing your parents and the villagers over yourself. I think so too. This is just my personal opinion, but I don't think you need to rush into any decisions about the future. Stay in Colossal until you find the answer you're looking for. For now, just take it slow until the village is fully rebuilt. Lazard's words were considerate of Ren's feelings. I wish I could become strong enough to handle everything myself someday, but that's probably too much to ask from the son of a mere knight. Ren scratched his cheek, half joking, but Lazard didn't laugh. Instead, he looked him straight in the eye and said, It's not impossible. All you have to do is become someone even the greatest nobles find unreasonable to oppose. The only way I can think of doing that is by marrying into the royal family and gaining authority. That would be difficult in its own way. But that's not what I meant. Before Ren could voice his confusion, Lazard spoke. A declaration, sudden and unexpected. Become a Sword King. Ren felt as though something had gripped his heart at those words. Sword King, wait, Lord Lazard, you mean that? That's right, the 5 greatest swordsmen in the world. No, I mean Sword King. As you know, the 5 Sword King are not bound to any nation. They act of their own volition. One of them does serve the Emperor, but only because she chooses to. According to the legend of the 7 heroes, there was a single Sword King strong enough to challenge one of those legendary figures. That person was the very same woman Lazard had just mentioned, the Sword King who served the Emperor. But even in the game, she was an opponent that could only be defeated if the protagonists had reached their absolute limit, and even then, only with a bit of luck. And even then, it said she's holding back significantly. Still, if Ren wanted to master the way of the sword, it might be a more realistic goal than marrying into the royal family. But simply wanting to become a Sword King wasn't enough. It's rare to see you so flustered, Ren. Regardless, I see no harm in honing your skills, don't you agree? Well, I suppose so. That's why there's no need to rush your decision for the future. Which led naturally to Lazard's next words. For now, at least until the village is fully restored, you should stay in Colossal. I would welcome it, and I'm sure Lysia would be pleased as well. For the moment, Ren had no reason to object to that. If it were possible, he'd love to become a Sword King. But that was easier said than done. You could train with Lysia under Weiss's guidance, or you could gain experience as a knight while looking toward the future. As for your living expenses, you needn't worry. I will take full responsibility for your care. That's very generous of you, but I don't want to just sit around. I'd like to find some kind of work. Well, you're as stubborn as your father. My father, sir. Yes, when I offered to supply magic tools to Ashton Village to aid in its recovery, he refused, saying that I had already done enough. Hearing that he resembled his father filled Ren with a quiet sense of pride. Lazard, noticing his expression, offered a suggestion. If you're determined to work, I have something in mind. A task similar to what you did in your village. You mean hunting monsters? Precisely. You understand the dangers that arise when their numbers grow unchecked. I've been meaning to conduct a survey of the local monster population. The job would involve observing and documenting the monsters in the area, compiling regular reports, and eliminating them as necessary. Naturally, Ren would be compensated. And more than that, this was a request from Lazard himself. There was no reason to decline. In addition, if you want to take on requests from the Adventurers Guild while you're out, I have no objections. That last part caught Ren's attention. As the son of a knight in service to House Colossal, he'd never considered earning money as an adventurer. If you have any concerns, I'm happy to address them. I suppose. I'm wondering if it's really acceptable for someone from the Ashton family to work as an adventurer. And how would taxation be handled? This is a personal request from me, so your family name is irrelevant. As for taxes, as long as you sell the materials through the guild, the appropriate amount will be deducted automatically. You're free to use the rest as you see fit. This was all new information to Ren, and he found it quite intriguing. For instance, you could use your earnings to buy magic tools and send them to your village. Would that really be okay? So long as the transaction goes through the guild, I have no reason to interfere. In a way, this was like working away from home to send money back. Knowing that his parents and the villagers would be happy with the arrangement only fueled Ren's determination. And since it was a direct request from Lazard, he didn't feel the need to hold back. I just turned 11 recently. Would the Adventurers Guild even accept me? There's no issue. While it's rare to see children in the guild here, it's not unheard of. Many take on simple tasks, like finding lost pets or retrieving dropped items, to earn pocket money. I'll spend some time in this town, experience different things, maybe then, I'll figure out what I should do. A newfound resolve took shape within Ren's heart. For the record, both Roy and Myril have already given their permission. When they visited the estate, they laughed, saying that if you chose to stay in Colossal, you'd eventually end up at the guild. Ren wasn't sure whether to be impressed or exasperated by his parents' foresight. That said, both Myril and I had our concerns. It is dangerous, after all. But Roy said, if my son, who's stronger than I am, decides to do it, I have no right to stop him. Haha, that sounds just like my father. Ren couldn't help but smile at how true that was. In the end, Myril and I agreed on the condition that if you ever act recklessly, I will use my authority to bring you back to the estate. Lazard had framed it as a request of his own, so that he could keep a close eye on Ren. But it's funny, father says it's dangerous, yet he still allows me to fight monsters. I wondered about that as well, but after hearing Roy's reasoning, I understood. Ren had already taken down both the She-Fulfin and the Mana Eater. Even so, Roy believed noble power was an entirely different matter. He feared noble influence more than monsters. But because Ren had been battling monsters since childhood, Roy was confident that his son wouldn't act recklessly. So as long as I don't do anything foolish, I'm free to take on work outside the town. That's right. Officially, you're not an apprentice knight. You're merely someone I've personally employed, a free agent who hunts monsters on the side. I think I understand now. In that case, I'll head to the Adventurers Guild right away. I'll arrange for someone to accompany you. There's no need. I know where it is from the map. I'll be fine on my own. In that case, take this with you. Lazard pulled out his coin pouch and handed Ren 2 silver coins. This is 20,000 G, registering for monster-related work costs, 15,000 G. Use the rest to get yourself a good meal. Ren hesitated for a moment, but Lazard was the type to insist until his offer was accepted. And since the registration fee was unavoidable, in that case, I'll gratefully accept. For once, Ren chose to accept the goodwill extended to him. Section. The city of Colossal was built along the natural incline of the terrain, its roads spiraling up toward the top or forming zigzagging switchbacks. From the Colossal estate at the summit, one could take in a full view of the city below. The Adventurers Guild was located not far beyond the city gates, positioned for ease of access and the transport of goods. Ren set foot in this area for the first time in a long while, recalling the previous commotion. Along the way, some locals who remembered his face greeted him, and a stall owner even gave him a fruit resembling an apple. Engaging in friendly exchanges with the townspeople, he eventually arrived at the Adventurers Guild. This is the place. He took in the guild's exterior. At first glance, it was an old wooden building that had clearly seen many years. The people entering and exiting the guild were all dressed in fantasy-like attire, leather armor, oddly angular bone gear, and some carrying staffs. Among them were those with appearances that differed slightly from ordinary humans. These individuals were collectively referred to as outlanders. Elves like Yelkwuk fell into this category, as did those with beast-like features or reptilian traits. With the guild bustling with such people, Ren placed his hand on the door and slowly pushed it open. A dull creak echoed through the wooden door, revealing the scene inside. The interior of the Adventurers Guild featured dark brown solid wood flooring, while white cloth adorned the walls. The ceiling was also made of the same solid wood, with a ceiling fan, seemingly powered by a magical device, spinning above. One wall was covered with a massive bulletin board. There was even a tavern inside, an atmosphere that stirred the adventurous spirit within Ren. "They're all staring at me." The adventurers inside all turned their gazes toward Ren in unison. A woman dressed like a mage, a burly man, and even some outlanders. Even the receptionist at the counter was looking at him. "Hey, isn't that?" All right, don't stare so rudely." "But you were staring too." Ren overheard murmurs among the adventurers, but ignored them as he walked past them to the reception counter. "I'd like to register." His practiced tone came naturally, as he had gone through this process multiple times in the Legend of the Seven Heroes. "Understood. However, are you certain about this?" "Huh? Certain about what?" "My apologies. What did Baron Colossal have to say about this?" "It's fine, I just got his permission earlier." The Adventurers Guild was a neutral organization with branches all over the world, meaning it usually didn't interfere with the affairs of nations or nobility. However, due to the impact of the previous incident, the receptionist couldn't help but ask. "Here's the registration fee. I can read and write, so I don't need an explanation. Are you absolutely sure this is your first time registering?" "Yes, it is." I see. You just seemed so accustomed to the process that I had to ask." Her question was understandable, and she wasn't wrong. But Ren paid it no mind and simply filled out the required information on the paper she handed him. "So, this is also a magical device." That was one of the reasons why the registration fee wasn't cheap. The guild shared information across all its branches, using special paper to record and manage adventurer data. This system was made possible by a magical device developed by one of the seven heroes. That particular hero was said to be a genius magic tool craftsman, and there was even a tale about the guild commissioning the device's development. "Here you go." Once he was done writing, Ren turned the paper around and handed it to the receptionist so she could see it easily. And with that, the process was complete. Finally, Ren received a card the size of a playing card. Checking it, he saw his name and the words G rank written on it. As for the conditions for rank advancement, I've read about them in books. I also know about the fee for reissuing a lost guild card, and that it can only be reissued at a guild branch where my record is stored. Slipping the card into his pocket, Ren stepped away from the counter. Since he was here, he decided to check the information posted on the wall. Looking over the monster reports, he noted that powerful monsters were rare in the Colossal territory. Even D-rank monsters were listed only a few times, and even then, they were usually located near the borders of other territories or too far away to be considered part of Colossal's jurisdiction. Oh, among those D-rank monster reports, a separate listing caught his eye. It was a report posted at the edge of the board. "Oh, the hero himself is interested in that one." A voice called out to Ren in a friendly tone. Turning around, he saw a young, gallant adventurer standing there, accompanied by a wolfman who appeared to be his companion. "Hero. Yeah, I'm talking about you. That exchange with that foolish Viscount was brilliant." Unlike the first man, the wolfman had a much calmer demeanor. "We were curious about the famous boy everyone was talking about. And since we saw you checking out something interesting, we decided to say hi." "That's right, but you should probably steer clear of that one." "Yeah, it's a D-rank monster, but since it doesn't pose a threat to people unless provoked, it's been left alone. However, if you do engage it, its counterattacks are just as powerful as its rank suggests. Listening to the two men, Ren nodded knowingly. A steel-eating gargoyle, huh? Ordinarily, gargoyles were considered monster-shaped statues. In this world, however, they were large humanoid monsters with stone bodies and bat-like wings, resembling a fusion of a bat and a dragon. Most gargoyles were carnivorous, but occasionally some were born with a diet consisting of metal. In ancient times, they were named steel-eating gargoyles after their habit of consuming human-made weapons. However, they didn't just eat refined steel, they also consumed naturally occurring ores. The steel-eating part of their name was merely a relic of their historical naming. More notably, they were known for their exceptionally tough bodies and incredible speed in flight. This one is a special variant. The experience points and skill proficiency gained from defeating it would be substantial. Its materials were also highly valuable, and there was even a chance of obtaining a new magic sword. There was no way Ren could ignore such an opportunity. That said, he would have to wait until things settled down first. But if I'm going to fight it, I should get Lord Lazard's permission first. As Ren left the guild, he decided to write a letter to his parents to inform them about his plans. Section. For now, he couldn't tell Lysia about the task Lazard had given him. He had also decided to keep the guild matter a secret for a little longer, at least until things settled down. Otherwise, Lysia would undoubtedly insist, "I'm coming with you." Perhaps it was because Ren was preoccupied with these thoughts. When he returned to the mansion, Lysia tilted her head, sensing something different about him. She placed her hands on his cheeks, gently turning his face toward her. "Are you hiding something from me?" "Oh," your eyes wavered just now. Her keen intuition was terrifying. "And no, not really." I see. Then I must have been imagining things." Feeling relieved, Ren chuckled wryly, realizing he might not be able to keep it a secret for long. A few days after Lysia gave him a suspicious look, she left the mansion for work related to House Colossal. And then, the day of Ren's first job finally arrived. That morning, Lazard had told him, "You'll be back late tonight. I look forward to seeing what results you bring." Chapter 3, An Unexpectedly Profitable Job. If you travel for 3 hours in the opposite direction of the hills where Yelkwik was fought, you'll reach a vast forest. As its name, Eastern Forest, suggests, it lies to the east of town, making it easy to locate. Walking through the dense thicket of trees, Ren suddenly realized something. Now that I think about it, this isn't my first time here. Even if this was his first time seeing it in person, he already knew about the monsters inhabiting this area. That was, of course, assuming they were the same as in the game. All right. With a lively step forward, Ren noticed something peeking at him from behind a tree. Focusing his gaze, he saw a beast resembling a rabbit. However, unlike an ordinary rabbit, it had 3 eyes and twice as many limbs. It was an F-rank monster called a Mitsum, Kiki. The Mitsum was more agile than a little boar. Kicking off the ground, it lunged at Ren in an instant, but there was no way Ren wouldn't react in time. After all, it was only 1 rank above a little boar. Summoning his iron magic sword, Ren calmly faced his opponent. Kree. With a light thrust, the tip of his iron magic sword pierced the Mitsum's neck. A slight sense of anticlimax, a rush of exhilaration, and, above all, relief. Relief that he still held an overwhelming advantage in battle against monsters. As the Mitsum collapsed lifelessly, Ren approached and summoned his wood magic sword. With a simple flick, vines sprouted from it, binding the corpse. He slung it over his shoulder. Whoa, this is really convenient. Holding the iron magic sword in his right hand and the freshly summoned wood magic sword at his waist, Ren marveled at his progress. His battle with Yelkwik had allowed him to grow stronger, enabling him to summon 2 magic swords simultaneously. While he had considered summoning the iron magic sword alongside the plunderer's magic sword, he prioritized utility today. His gaze shifted to the crystal on his bracelet. His proficiency was increasing, little by little. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, he suddenly detected the quiet sound of breathing from behind cover. Without making a sound, he honed his senses in that direction. Jaya! Before the lurking monster could react, Ren dashed forward in the blink of an eye and swung his iron magic sword. The second Mitsum, just about to pounce, perished instantly. It was after a late lunch. Having hunted several more Mitsum, Ren leveled up his iron magic sword. However, Wood Magic Sword LV, 2. 1001,000. Iron Magic Sword LV, 2. 02500. Something felt off. Unlike the Iron Magic Sword, which had leveled up normally, the Wood Magic Sword had reached its experience cap, what was essentially a counter stop, yet it hadn't leveled up. Surely this wasn't its limit. If it was, the display should have changed to something like 00, similar to when he first acquired Magic Sword Summoning. In that case, there must be a condition to level it up. Since he couldn't immediately discern the requirement, he would have to experiment further. Not to mention, the amount of proficiency required for the Iron Magic Sword's next level was absurd. That difficulty likely reflected its versatility and power, but even so, the sheer number made Ren's face stiffen. Section. He hadn't planned to hunt so much, yet by the time he returned to town in the evening, he was carrying quite a few monsters. 8 Mitsum and 2 earthworms, The earthworm was an E-rank monster. It was a massive burrowing creature that Yelkwik had also used. Unlike the Mitsum, it was too large to carry, so Ren was dragging it along as he made his way back. Since he didn't want to dirty the main road, he walked alongside it. Occasionally, passing adventurers shot him bewildered looks. Understandable. After all, it wasn't every day a young boy hauled 10 monsters by himself. Am I even allowed to bring these in as is? As he approached the gates of Colossal, Lord Lazard informed us that you had begun operating outside the town, but quite the haul for your first day. The gatekeeper knight remarked in astonishment. Do other adventurers not usually hunt like this? Most go after smaller monsters. As you can imagine, transportation is a hassle. Even if they do hunt, they usually dismantle the monsters on site or only take the most valuable materials. Ren let out a wry chuckle, thinking he should probably do the same. Especially with earthworms. Even though they're only E-rank, their nature makes them difficult to hunt. That's why their shells fetch a good price. They're highly useful, but few people bother hunting them. Hearing that, Ren felt genuinely pleased. While his main reason for venturing outside town was to investigate monsters, earning money was also an important factor. I'm heading to the guild now. Can I take these in as they are? Yes, it should be fine. Their bodily fluids have already dried, so there shouldn't be an issue, but... The knight hesitated before continuing. Did you really bring all of these back by yourself? Yes. I don't have a party, so I dragged them all the way from the forest. It seemed the knight had been worried about whether Ren could manage such a load on his own. Given that he had walked all the way to the gate by himself, it should have been obvious he could carry them alone, but the knight still seemed skeptical. Our hero might be even more incredible than we imagined. Ren walked ahead, smiling to himself. Man, I'm glad the guild is close to the gate. It was likely positioned there for convenience when transporting monster materials. As he arrived at the guild, carrying his haul, he found himself drawing quite a bit of attention. Whoa, that's insane. 2 adventurers he had spoken with the previous day appeared beside him, staring in shock. The wolfman of the pair gave Ren some advice. When you bring in a haul like this, you're supposed to take it directly to the guild's delivery entrance. If you have more than they can handle, you can request an assessment outside. I see. Thanks for letting me know. Ren had assumed the process would be the same as in the game and had tried to get it over with quickly. But this was the real world now. He should have taken the time to listen properly. Regretting his impatience, he thanked them and carried the monsters to the designated area. Waiting for him was a guild receptionist who looked utterly stunned. Would you like to sell all of these? Yes, please. He informed them that he had already removed the magic stones and then watched as the guild staff began their assessment. Before he knew it, a crowd had gathered. Ren was well known among the town's residents as the hero of the Colossal family, but for the first time, he found himself wondering if this was really okay. Maybe I should have kept a low profile, like in those light novels, to avoid raising death flags. But thinking about it rationally, hiding or not probably wouldn't change anything. At least within the Colossal domain, his name was already widespread. If he had wanted to stay out of the spotlight, he would have had to start back when he defeated the Seawolf. But if he hadn't fought then, the village would have been in danger. Abandoning his family and hometown had never been an option. Besides, he had never set a goal of avoiding attention in the first place, and there was no clear connection between standing out and triggering a tragic fate. I just want to live in peace. The last thing I want is for the Emperor to order my execution. He still remembered thinking that from the moment he was born into this world. More than anything, his goal had always been to live an honest and proper life, different from the fate of Ren Ashton in the game. There was no need to justify himself to anyone, he was simply reaffirming his own resolve. In the end, hunting like this wouldn't necessarily lead him down the same path as the game's conclusion. Ren's ultimate goal was to avoid a future where he would end up killing both Lysia and the Academy headmaster. The reason was simple: if he killed those two, the Emperor would issue a decree for his execution. But Lysia was now an inseparable part of his life. Having once risked his own life to protect her, he could no longer simply turn his back on her and pretend she didn't exist. On top of that, he'd recently realized that he himself might become the spark that ignites future conflicts, making it clear that simply withdrawing to the village was no longer a viable option. Doing so might lead to an unforeseen disaster, just like with Viscount Given's schemes. What's the right answer here anyway? He had also considered the possibility that standing out too much could drag him into the conflicts between nobles. However, the moment he took down the She-Fulfen perfectly, that concern became meaningless. Even if he chose to live quietly, the world wouldn't turn a blind eye to his existence. Not that everything about it was unwelcome. Even if they were from different factions, having a connection with someone as influential as Marquis Ignat meant that other nobles wouldn't be able to act against him so easily. If I start thinking about whether this protection might cause new problems, then I really won't know what the right answer is anymore. He still wasn't sure what was right or wrong. However, he had no regrets about taking up this work as an adventurer for the sake of his hometown and family. "You're all set. The appraisal is complete." A voice called out to him, bringing Ren's attention back to the guild receptionist. "This is the total after deducting all necessary fees. Is everything in order?" As she spoke, the receptionist pulled a sheet of paper from her pocket and quickly wrote down a number. "Oh, I made more than I expected." Back in his gaming days, he had only ever sold certain materials, so this was his first time selling an entire monster. The number written on the sheet was 600,000 G. Previously, Weiss had mentioned that a commoner's daily wage was around 10,000 G, meaning Ren had just earned 60 times that amount. The reason for this is that earthworms are difficult to hunt, so their materials are priced higher than other creatures of the same rank. Even after deducting the handling fees, their base value is 250,000 G. On the other hand, Mitsum are easier to hunt, so they sell for 12,000 G each. That still didn't quite add up to 600,000 G, but apparently there had been someone specifically looking to buy earthworm materials, so they had paid a little extra. That sounds good to me. With that, Ren followed the receptionist inside the guild. At the counter, he received 6 gold coins, each worth 100,000 G, and signed a document confirming the transaction. For reference, the currency exchange worked as follows. 1 gold coin equals 100,000 G. 1 silver coin equals 10,000 G. 1 copper coin equals 1,000 G. 1 iron coin equals 100 G. After pocketing the 6 gold coins, Ren left the guild, attracting the attention of the adventurers around him. As he walked, the coins in his pocket clinked together, prompting him to sigh. I should probably buy a wallet. The first place that came to mind was the shop he had visited with Lysia the other day. Standing outside the store, Ren hesitated to enter. He had cleaned up as best he could, but he still felt out of place in such an elegant establishment. "Sir Ren, is that you?" The shopkeeper had just stepped outside and called out to him. "If you'd like, please come inside." The man had clearly noticed Ren's hesitation, but made no mention of it, instead extending a warm invitation. Despite sensing his consideration, Ren hesitated. However, the shopkeeper kept smiling and urged him to come in multiple times, leaving him unsure of what to do. "I was actually planning to come back another day after freshening up a bit." "No need to worry about that. You are Sir Ren, after all, and besides, we have no other customers at the moment." With that, the shopkeeper placed a closed sign outside the store. "If you would, please do me the honor of accepting my invitation." Ren was touched by the man's kindness, and deciding to take him up on the offer, stepped inside the shop. After explaining that he had been entrusted with work by Lazard and had also registered as an adventurer, Ren told the shopkeeper that he now had more opportunities to fight monsters. He also mentioned, somewhat offhandedly, that he had yet to tell Lysia about this. So, I'd like to buy a wallet. In that case, I would recommend something sturdy. We have several options available. Please feel free to browse. Following the shopkeeper's guidance, Ren approached the section where the wallets were displayed. The quality was undeniable. The leather was finely tanned, and the stitching was precise. These weren't just stylish, they were built to last. They were clearly expensive, but Ren checked his funds to see if he could afford them. Whoa, they're pricey, but I can still manage. Cold sweat trickled down his neck, but he felt relieved. However, he hesitated to splurge so extravagantly all at once, unable to bring himself to say, "I'll take this one." As he wavered between choices, his gaze drifted toward an area that hadn't been there on the first floor last time, one that displayed women's clothing. There, he spotted dresses that seemed perfect for a girl like Lysia. That one would probably look great on her. Recalling how Lysia had gifted him clothing before, his feet instinctively carried him toward the dresses. In an instant, he completely forgot about buying a wallet. Now, a new objective occupied his mind. What caught his eye was a simple yet elegant white dress. It was understated, but exuded an air of refinement, something Lysia would undoubtedly look beautiful in. If you wish, we can tailor it specifically for the young lady. It was easy to see why Ren would be interested in such an outfit. Realizing his thoughts had been read, he decided there was no point in hiding it and asked without embarrassment. Would that be possible even without her present? Yes, of course. We handle all of the young ladies' tailoring here, so you can rest assured. I'll take that dress then. He wasn't sure if Lysia would like it, but he wanted to give it to her as a token of appreciation. Understood. Please come this way. The shopkeeper gestured toward the counter, and the two of them walked over. By the way, how much will it be? For this one, including the tailoring fee, the total comes to about this much. The shopkeeper wrote down the price on a slip of paper and showed it to Ren. His first ever gift turned out to be quite expensive, but strangely enough, the cost didn't bother him at all when he thought about giving it to Lysia. Once it's ready, I'll have it delivered to the estate. What about the wallet? That's right, he had originally come to the store to buy a wallet. It's getting late, so I'll come back another time after freshening up a bit. In the end, he didn't buy a wallet, but he was satisfied knowing he could properly thank her. Perhaps because of that, his steps felt lighter on the way home that evening. Section. About a month had passed since his initial investigation. Lately, with Lysia staying at the estate and Ren willingly helping out with the household tasks, he hadn't been able to visit the eastern forest as much. And even when he did, it was mostly for surveys. He hadn't had a chance to fight any monsters in a while. Sir Ren, this is for you. One morning, Yun, one of the maids, handed Ren a letter. It had been delivered by a knight who had just returned to Colossal from the Ashton village. It was a letter from his parents. Ren thanked Yun, then sat down at a table in the drawing room and opened the envelope. Roy and the others were incredibly grateful for the magic tools Ren had sent them. He had sent several tools to serve as streetlights, brightening the village's roads. Thanks to them, even the elderly villagers were finding it easier to get around at night. His parents had also written about how much they cared for him and urged him not to overexert himself. If I can keep sending money home like this, maybe this kind of life isn't so bad, kind of like a training journey. With that thought, Ren quickened his pace and headed for Lazard's office. Lazard welcomed him in and sat down in one of the chairs, gesturing for Ren to take the other. Sounds like you've received some good news. Yeah, my parents and the villagers were really happy about the magic tools I sent them. That's good to hear. Has it helped ease the worries you had before? Yeah, I plan to broaden my horizons while doing things I couldn't in the village. As long as the possibility remained that he could become the cause of some kind of conflict, he intended to stay away from the village to avoid bringing trouble to it. But that didn't mean he couldn't support it from afar. That's why I was thinking of renting a house. I can earn my own money now, after all. Renting a house by yourself won't be easy. Lazard stated this as if it were obvious. How old are you? And your parents aren't nearby, correct? Most landlords would be hesitant to rent under such conditions. He's right. There was no way he'd be able to rent a house in his current situation. If he had lost his parents, it might have been a different story, but that wasn't the case for him. Moreover, since he had strong ties to the Colossal family, most commoners in the area would be too intimidated to rent to him. Unlike other regions, there weren't many people in this town who sought prestige through connections with nobility. That's why I have a proposal for you. According to Lazard, there was an old annex behind the estate that had been used by the servants until a few years ago. Since they had all relocated to a different building, it was currently vacant. It hasn't been touched in a while, so it's probably dusty, but with a bit of cleaning, it should be just as livable as this main estate. It may be old, but the household magic tools are still there, and the living quarters have been refurbished, so they should be in good condition. I can really live there. Of course. If you're willing, I'd like you to take on the role of caretaker for the annex as well. Your tasks would be simple, regular cleaning, and trimming the garden's weeds. If they ever decided to repurpose the annex, it would be difficult to do so in its current state of neglect. They hadn't assigned anyone to manage it before for security reasons. There was apparently a passage connecting it to the main estate, so they had left its upkeep to whichever servants or knights had time to spare. This almost sounds like it was prepared for me in advance. I figured you'd be too hesitant to accept it otherwise. Besides, since it's the annex, the servants will still be able to check in on you easily. It's something that genuinely needs attention, so if you're willing to take the job, I'd appreciate it. What do you think? Ren could tell from Lazard's tone that he wasn't just saying this out of consideration for him. As Ren's guardian, Lazard still wanted to keep him close whenever possible. And for Ren, who wanted a certain degree of independence, this arrangement worked out quite well. You can go check out the annex whenever you like. Just start whenever it's convenient for you. In that case, I'll start preparing to move in bit by bit today. After exchanging parting words with Lazard, Ren left the office. Ren returned to the guest room where he had been staying since spring and began packing his few belongings. Even though his parents had sent over some of his things from the village, he never owned much to begin with. But the azure jewel of Sarakia was an exception. He carefully placed it in a wooden box, making sure it wouldn't break. Just as he stepped out of the room with the box in his arms, he nearly bumped into Lysia, who had come looking for him. "Ren, what's going on all of a sudden?" She tilted her head slightly, eyes flicking to the wooden box he was carrying. "I was thinking of getting a head start on my move." "Move? Who's moving?" "Who else? I am." "What?" Lysia froze. It was as if she had been left stranded in the coldest place on Earth for days. Where are you going?" Panic filled her voice as she took a step closer, eyes wide with worry. She clung to Ren's arm, her grip tight, as if she was afraid he would slip away. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at him, her voice trembling. "It's just, I've been relying on you all for too long. That doesn't matter. You can keep staying in this room." "I can't. I'm still a member of the Ashton family. I serve you and your family, Lysia." That doesn't matter. Please just stay." Tears spilled from Lysia's eyes. By now, several maids and knights had gathered nearby, observing the scene in silence, but none of them stepped in. "Figures." Sighing, Ren turned to one of the maids standing close by, Yun. "Excuse me. Could you show me the way to the annex?" Yun clapped her hands together lightly. "I had a feeling this would happen." "Oh, what gave it away?" "Your age, your actions up until now, and the fact that the master had been considering having someone manage the annex. Given all that, I assumed this is where things were headed." Ren let out a wry chuckle at how accurately she had predicted everything. Meanwhile, Lysia wiped her tears and looked up at him in shock. "W8, what do you mean? You weren't planning to return to the village?" "No, actually." Ren began explaining to Lysia how he had ended up moving out. He told her how his initial worries had led him to decide to stay in Colossal at least until the village's restoration was complete. Then, he mentioned the work Lazard had asked him to do outside the town. "This is the first I'm hearing of any of this." Ren had never lied about anything, but he had hesitated to bring it up sooner, caught off guard by Lysia's reaction. She gave him a pointed, narrow-eyed stare. "Sorry, I was planning to tell you once everything was settled." "Oh, really?" Without another word, Lysia took Ren's hand and pulled him along. Yun, who had been watching the exchange, spoke up. "Well then, Lord Ren, I'll take my leave here." "Wait, what about the way to the annex?" Ren called after her, but Yun simply smiled and waved before walking away. And so, Ren let himself be led down the hall by Lysia. Up ahead, he spotted an old wooden door. Wait, is she? Lysia remained silent, but it seemed she was guiding him there. To confirm it, she reached for the aged door and pushed it open. Beyond it stretched a covered walkway leading outside, bathed in the morning sunlight. At the end of the passage stood the doors to the annex. Lysia extended her hand, and the doors swung open on their own. It seemed they were enchanted. The moment the doors parted, the grand interior of the annex came into view. Though undeniably impressive, the thick dust in the air was impossible to ignore. But Lysia paid it no mind. Sit here. She finally released Ren's hand and pointed at a wooden chair in the entrance hall. A round table sat between two chairs, and Lysia casually dusted off one before taking a seat. Ren placed his wooden box on the floor and sat down as well. Across from him, Lysia narrowed her eyes in quiet exasperation. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass ceiling, casting a glow on her delicate features. Everything. Everything. Traces of tears still clung to her cheeks as she muttered, full of dissatisfaction. I didn't know anything. I get it. I'm still just an immature little girl in your eyes. But you could have trusted me just a little. Lysia wasn't trying to be selfish. She wasn't upset that Ren had made his own decisions. She was simply hurt that he had acted without confiding in her at all. Just as a small misunderstanding was about to arise, a knock came at the door of the annex. Ren stood up to see who it was, but before he could reach it, the door opened on its own, just as it had when Lysia had used it earlier. I thought it would be more convenient to bring this here, so I took the liberty of delivering it. This is for you, Lord Ren. The visitor was none other than Yun, one of the servants. We'll need to register your mana with this door later as well. So that means only registered individuals can open it. Yes, it's much safer that way. After finishing her explanation, Yun turned her gaze to Lysia, who was still sulking in her chair. She gave a small, knowing smile before shifting her attention to Ren, offering him an encouraging look as she handed over the package she had brought. By the time Ren returned to the table where Lysia waited, Yun had disappeared without a trace. Did you buy something from that shop? Lysia seemed to recognize the emblem engraved on the wooden box. Ren also realized what it was the moment she mentioned that shop. Opening the box, he found exactly what he had expected, a simple yet elegant dress, carefully chosen for Lysia. If you'd like, please accept this. For me? Yes. I bought this on my way home after earning my first wages. Lysia blinked, stunned into silence once more. Ren held out the white dress to her, and as she unfolded it, she murmured in a small voice. It's really cute. If you don't like it, I can find something else. No, I'm not giving it back. If it pleases you, then I'm glad. Lysia clutched the dress tightly to her chest, burying the lower half of her face into its soft fabric. Her cheeks gradually flushed as she looked up at Ren, her eyes shimmering. That's unfair. Though her tone carried a hint of complaint, her voice betrayed no real discontent. If anything, she seemed rather pleased. Apologies, I didn't intend to make amends with a gift. That's not what I meant. It's just everything happened so suddenly, and I wasn't ready for it. Then, as if in a desperate attempt to save face, she added, and it's not like I've forgiven you yet, okay? Her words were meant to sound indignant, but the joy in her voice and the softening of her expression were impossible to hide. Section. In July, the Imperial Officer Academy in the capital would hold its second special admissions exam. Having completed the exam, Fiona returned to Ufheim aboard a magic vessel. Now she sat in the garden, enjoying breakfast while conversing with Ulysses. It's just as I've heard. Summer really is hot. Until this spring, Fiona had lived in a temperature-controlled room due to her frail health. As a result, she had never experienced the seasonal extremes of summer heat or winter cold. Is it too much for you? I'm fine. Even just sitting here and feeling myself break into a sweat, it's kind of exciting. For Fiona, even the simplest sensations that others took for granted felt fresh and new. This heat, too, made her feel truly alive. I'm sorry. Marquis Ignat suddenly spoke up. If I had handled the paperwork sooner, you wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of the first and second exams. No, father. It was because of my own weak body to begin with, so please don't worry about it. It was about the letter of recommendation that Viscount Given had once promised Ren. For the Imperial Officer Academy's special admission class, having a recommendation letter would exempt applicants from the initial round of exams. Of course, that didn't mean all exams were waived, but it was a significant advantage. However, Marquis Ignat hadn't had the time to prepare such a letter. Until this spring, he had been entirely focused on finding a cure for Fiona's illness, and in the end, he had barely managed to submit her application in time. Besides, father, starting from the third exam all of a sudden would have been much more nerve-wracking. Taking part from the first exam actually helped me stay calm. That may be true, but wasn't it a burden on you? Not at all. For someone like me, who spent most of my life bedridden, every moment is precious. That was precisely why she could smile now. Being able to experience so many new things, it's truly, truly fun. Unlike before, when she had to endure constant pain, Fiona's smile now was one of genuine happiness. Seeing that, Ulysses couldn't help but soften his expression. In that case, we should prepare your uniform soon. Father, the results of the second exam haven't even been announced yet, and you're already preparing for my acceptance. Marquis Ignat always put Fiona first, but he wasn't preparing the uniform just out of sentiment. I have no doubt that you'll pass, Fiona, but there's another reason we need to prepare early. If they waited until after the final exam to order the uniform, it would be too late. The final exam was held at the beginning of the new year, but the acceptance results wouldn't be announced until early February. For nobles especially, winter through spring is a busy season filled with social events. The Ignat household was no exception. If Fiona's health remained stable, she would likely attend several parties alongside her father, Ulysses. Nobility had many obligations, so it was always best to make arrangements in advance when possible. Though Fiona felt uncertain about whether she would make it to the final exam, let alone pass it. Understood, I'll leave the uniform preparations to you, father. Ever since Ren had saved her life, she had vowed to do her best in everything she pursued. If she hesitated now, then what had all her determination been for? I'll inform the servants later. With that, Marquis Ignat finished his breakfast first and rose from his seat. I should get to work now. Take your time and enjoy your morning, Fiona. After hearing her response, he left the garden. Now alone, Fiona leisurely finished her breakfast before sipping on her tea and exhaling softly. She gazed up at the clear blue sky, deep in thought. I wonder if Lord Ren will take the entrance exam for the Imperial Officer Academy, too. From what she had heard from Edgar, Ren's strength and aptitude were exceptional, more than enough to secure a place in the special admission class. If he did enroll, then perhaps they would study at the same academy. As she murmured this thought to herself, she tried to imagine what kind of person he was. Since she had never seen his face, it was difficult to picture him. Instead, she envisioned Ren dressed in the Academy's special admission uniform. But because she didn't know his face or physique, the image that formed in her mind was naturally blurred and indistinct. Chapter 4, Steel-Eating Gargoyle and the New Magic Sword. One day, Ren had a dream. The dream was of a nostalgic scene from the Legend of the Seven Heroes. It was one of the events in the Legend of the Seven Heroes too. A giant monster appeared off the coast of the harbor in the imperial capital. The reason for its appearance was linked to those who wished for the revival of the Demon King. After the battle ended, the player was shown a shocking event. Cronoa Highland, called the greatest mage in the world. She was pierced through the chest by Ren Ashton's sword in the imperial capital Grand Temple. The player, upon seeing this, was equally shocked and had a certain question. Cronoa was, in the game, one of the absolute strongest characters, rivaling the Sword King. How could Ren Ashton, of all people, have defeated such a character, the Academy's headmaster? Given there were no traces of a battle within the Grand Temple, it was likely that Ren Ashton had taken actions resembling an assassination. That was the only conclusion the players could draw. Naturally, the answer was never made clear. Ren Ashton never spoke of his motives and, without revealing anything, left the protagonist's side. He would occasionally appear before the protagonists, but strangely, he only offered advice and never spoke of anything else. There was only one feeling of discomfort that the player could understand. Cronoa, who had said she would fight alongside the protagonists, never even went to the harbor, and, for some reason, was facing Ren Ashton at the Grand Temple. Of course, Ren, who was currently dreaming, also didn't know the answer. Because he didn't know, he knew he had to make sure that future would never come to pass. Ugh. Ren, waking up, couldn't help but utter the words first. The dream had been far too disturbing. When he sat up in bed, the weight of his mood made him feel like he might even go back to sleep. However, the thought of possibly seeing the continuation of that dream kept him from doing so. He thought it might not be bad to stay awake as a form of self-discipline, but today, he felt he wanted to pass on that. Ren opened the curtains and bathed in the morning sun to dispel his heavy mood. "I'll try my best." Ren slapped his cheek hard and forced himself to get energized before leaving the room. The room he used in the old mansion was not too far from the entrance, a room neither too small nor too large. He had moved the minimum necessary furniture into the room, and for meals, he cooked his own food using the kitchen in the old mansion. He wasn't very experienced with cooking, so he could only make simple dishes, but so far, it hadn't been an issue. Ren cooked one of his usual simple meals and filled his stomach. By the time he finished eating, the gloomy feeling from when he first woke up had vanished. Afterward, he received swordsmanship training from Weiss before heading to the guild with a steady pace. Since Ren was the manager of the old mansion, he cleaned it without anyone's help. Lysia had tried to offer her help, surprising the servants, but Ren, as usual, refused, puffing up her cheek in protest. Because he had prioritized that task, it had been a few days since he had gone to the Adventurers Guild. Before he knew it, summer had fully arrived. Taking a deep breath, he let the morning air, characteristic of summer, fill his lungs, and he felt his mind become more alert. "From here, I can see all the way to the horizon." That was due to the terrain of Colossal. As the town sloped toward the center, Ren's home in the old mansion provided a good view of the outskirts of Colossal. "Hey, good morning. Aren't you the hero? You're full of energy this early in the morning." On his way, he was greeted by the vendors and townspeople at the stalls as he made his way to the Adventurers Guild. Ren had hoped to hear some interesting news at the guild, but there was nothing on the bulletin board. It was the usual, familiar bulletin board. He thought it would be another normal day, investigating some matter and hunting on the side. Suddenly, his stomach made a pitiful noise. Was breakfast not enough? His body, still in its growth phase, was craving nourishment. If anyone had heard it, it would have been embarrassing, but luckily, there was no one next to him. That's a cute sound. Just as he was heading to a seat to eat, a woman's voice came from behind him. Turning toward the voice, he saw someone sitting at a nearby table facing him. I've never seen this person before. Ren had been coming to this Adventurers Guild for a while, so he thought he recognized most of the adventurers in the area. However, this person was unfamiliar. In fact, he couldn't even see her face. She wore a pure white robe, with a hood pulled down so low that her face was hidden, only her mouth faintly visible. The only other feature he could make out was a hint of golden hair that resembled silk. Her voice also sounded modified, probably altered with some kind of magical tool. "Come over here. If you'd like, would you like to have a meal with me?" The woman beckoned Ren over. "Ugh. Of course I'll treat you, so don't hesitate." Perhaps she thought Ren didn't have any money. That was a reasonable assumption, given that someone like him, a young adventurer, would probably be at the guild only to do simple jobs to help with his finances. "I'm fine, I have money with me," Ren replied. I see. "Yes, but it seems there aren't many open seats, so would it be all right if I sit with you?" Seeing her nod, Ren moved away from the bulletin board and sat down next to her. Ren, with practiced ease, called over a staff member to place their order. The woman in the robe, upon seeing this, had her mouth faintly peek from beneath her hood in surprise. "You're a regular here, huh? No wonder you seem so mature and experienced." "I'm probably just getting older." You even sound so grown-up, huh?" As they were talking, the woman's food arrived before Ren's. She didn't touch it until Ren's meal arrived, and only then did she finally reach for her dish. "Sorry, I shouldn't have kept you waiting, especially since we just met." "No, it's fine. I just wanted to wait, so don't worry about it." As Ren dug into his meal, he wondered why the woman had shown interest in him. "Why did you decide to talk to me?" I guess it was just a feeling. If I had to say, I heard your stomach make a cute sound, and I wondered what kind of person you were, so I ended up talking to you. So, after talking to me, what did you think of me? I was thinking about how I'd kidnap you. Ren froze in shock at the unexpected words. With a clink, he dropped his fork onto his plate. The woman let out a delighted laugh. Ahahaha, I was just joking. If I really did that, the knights would catch me. Why yeah, I figured. Deciding not to probe too deeply, Ren chose to continue eating in silence. He didn't want to be thrown off balance again by another strange remark. On the other hand, the woman seemed to eat very little and quickly finished her small portion of food. She then stared at Ren with an amused look. What's so fun about this? Ren tried not to pay attention to her, but it was hard not to, and his awareness of her couldn't help but drift slightly toward her. The woman noticed this. If you're curious about me, do you want to come to the imperial capital with me? Surprised, Ren looked straight at her and without hesitation replied, I absolutely won't go. Awa, it hurts when you answer that quickly. By the way, you're from the imperial capital, right? Yep. I had some business there. It was a long trip with a magic ship and a shared carriage. Ah, right, there's no magic ship terminal in Colossal. But it was fun. These kinds of trips aren't so bad. She said that and suddenly stood up. Reluctantly, she turned her back to Ren and began walking toward the Adventurers Guild's exit. Her face remained hidden beneath her hood the entire time, and Ren never heard her voice either. I actually wanted to talk more, but I have business to attend to, so I have to go. She looked back one last time. I'd be happy if we could meet again. Yes, if we have the chance. Memo. When that happens, make sure to tell me about your mysterious power. With those cryptic words, she left with light steps. Ren dropped his fork onto his plate once again. Go why? The woman had mentioned your mysterious power. It was only natural that Ren would think she was referring to the magic sword summoning arts. He hastily stood up and tried to chase after her. When he stepped outside the Adventurers Guild and looked around, there was no sign of the woman in the robe. Why? Ren, surprised, voiced his frustration, drawing the attention of several adventurers passing by. After returning inside the guild and continuing his meal, Ren heard a familiar voice. Yo! It was his werewolf companion, who he had spoken with many times before. The man casually greeted Ren and then sat across from him, laughing. Are you heading to the East Forest again today? Yes, that's the plan. Then how about joining us today? Some of the younger guys are going deep into the forest, and the guild asked us to hunt nearby in case something happens. It wasn't quite a bodyguard request, but more of an offer to lend a hand if anything came up. The guild staff probably shared this casually with the man, who had no major plans, and he nodded. However, Ren had a job to investigate the monster situation. When he mentioned this, the man shrugged and said, Guess that's fine. I'd love to go hunting with you if we get the chance. Yeah, me too. I'd love to learn a lot from you when that happens. Ha, I'll have to work hard so I'm ready for that. The man laughed heartily as he stood up. As he reached the entrance of the guild, he glanced at his werewolf companion and said, I'm off. Make sure you don't get hurt, hero. They exchanged words wishing each other safety and then left the guild. Ren continued with his meal, but his mind was still preoccupied with the woman. Who exactly was she? Section. By noon, Ren had forgotten the strange encounter from the morning and was fully absorbed in investigating and hunting in the forest. However, his magic sword still hadn't reached its maximum level. He was curious about the conditions to reach the next level, but with no leads, he continued hunting, hoping that something would change. All right. Just then, a sudden scream echoed through the air, followed by a sharp, high-pitched howl. The intense sound startled Ren, and birds perched on the trees scattered into the sky. He froze for a moment, then turned his gaze in the direction of the noise. Why would something like this happen so close to town? He recognized the howl and let go of the earthworm he had been carrying. It was clearly an abnormal occurrence, and Ren instinctively started moving toward the source of the sound. With a powerful push against the ground, he sprinted toward the direction of the cry, weaving through the trees like the wind. He cut through branches and leaves with his iron magic sword as he ran, not slowing down for even a moment. Soon, a strong, thick smell reached him, blood mixed in the air. It should have come from this area. He ran for several more minutes. What he found was a deep rift in the earth. The gap was wide, with tangled roots and a crumbling slope, making it difficult to climb back up once fallen. Ren noticed several people at the bottom of the rift, men and women, each bleeding. They're alive, but escaping from this rift would be near impossible without outside help, and they would soon die if not rescued. Ren decided to act quickly. With the power of the magic sword, saving them would be far from difficult. Oi, get up. Damn it, it's tough. The sounds of struggle and pain reached Ren's ears. Amidst the chasm in the earth, beyond the collapsed men and women, a familiar voice rang out. Hearing the voices of two men, Ren turned to look in their direction. There stood a werewolf and his partner, a young adventurer. Then, a shrill, metallic clang reached Ren's ears. As he laid eyes on the jet-black iron monster, a thought crossed his mind. I knew it, but even so, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, that monster was. Why is a steel-eating gargoyle in a place like this? Flapping its wings, the steel-eating gargoyle flew freely through the lowest depths of the chasm. Its entire body was made of metal, every part of it a lethal weapon. With its natural agility and formidable physique, it was in a league of its own compared to ordinary gargoyles. According to the wanted poster, it was supposed to be much farther away from Colossal. Yet, damn it, at this rate. The werewolf muttered under his breath. The two who had been fighting bore numerous wounds. The werewolf seemed to have lost strength in one arm, but his partner still had some fight left in him. The steel-eating gargoyle, using the roots sprawling along the rocky walls as footholds, darted around nimbly, exploiting an opening in the werewolf's defense. Hi! A feeble voice escaped the werewolf's lips. The black iron arm came crashing down upon him. You bastard! Just before the blow could land, the werewolf's partner leapt between them. He raised his shield to block the attack, but the gargoyle's arm pierced through it, striking his shoulder with crushing force. Gah! The impact sent the man flying, slamming him against the rocky wall, where he slumped unconscious. The werewolf, now alone, glared fiercely at the steel-eating gargoyle. The gargoyle lunged toward him, raising its black iron arm. Kateg! In that instant, Ren stepped in between them. The werewolf's eyes widened in shock at Ren's sudden appearance. Hero. Now's not the time to be surprised. Hurry and get out of here. The ground beneath Ren's feet cracked and crumbled. Even as he withstood the gargoyle's immense power with his iron magic sword, he didn't give an inch. Instead, he repelled the gargoyle's body with sheer force. Kururu. With an eerie cry, the steel-eating gargoyle kicked off the wall, halting its momentum. The air burned against Ren's cheek as a bead of sweat trickled down. Tell me one thing, why is that thing here? I don't know, maybe it moved from its previous lair. The werewolf and his partner had come here only to check on the young adventurers, mining underground resources within the chasm. Ren recalled their conversation from that morning. I see. The underground resources they were mining must contain minerals that serve as food for the steel-eating gargoyle. That must be why it was here. Can you evacuate your partner and the fallen adventurers? Why, yeah, if you can distract that thing, I'll carry them up in a few trips. The hostility emanating from the steel-eating gargoyle was intensifying with each passing moment. It was wary of Ren, hesitating to attack recklessly. I owe you one. The moment the werewolf moved, the steel-eating gargoyle took flight once more. Ren had anticipated this and immediately sprang into action, intercepting the gargoyle before it could strike at the werewolf's back. He swung his iron magic sword at the black iron arm, reaching for the werewolf. Kurua. Jadam, it's tough. Ren's iron magic sword boasted incredible sharpness. Ever since he had leveled up, he had begun to feel like there was nothing he couldn't cut. And yet, he couldn't sever the steel-eating gargoyle's arm. At most, he managed to chip and gouge it as if his sword had suffered a heavy notch. A trickle of dark red fluid dripped onto the blade. Kakek, Kurokaya. The steel-eating gargoyle flapped its wings, swiftly leaping into the air before diving toward Ren with a fierce swing of its black iron arm. Each time the wind pressure grazed his skin, a cold sweat ran down Ren's neck. One of its attacks narrowly clipped his thigh, tearing both his clothing and his flesh, sending a spray of blood into the air. Never forget. This isn't just any monster, but excessive caution could also be a mistake. Like the she-fulfin, the steel-eating gargoyle was a special D-rank variant. However, unlike the she-fulfin, it wasn't as much of a threat. While its defense was superior, the she-fulfin outclassed it in every other aspect. Facing it like this made that difference all too clear. Even among special D-rank variants, their strength wasn't uniform. And Ren was no longer the same as before. He had grown far stronger. Haya! Ren let out a roar and swung his magic sword with all his might. He used the wooden magic sword to summon roots that ensnared the gargoyle's black iron arm. A deep gash ran across his cheek, but while the pain was sharp, it wasn't enough to hinder his movements. Gaia G. The steel-eating gargoyle thrashed against its bindings, its metal-free eyes darting wildly. Ren leveled his iron magic sword straight ahead. Even as the gargoyle's arm occasionally grazed his body, it no longer inflicted deep wounds like before. Ren was gradually reading its movements and habits. That spot isn't so tough, is it? Seizing an opening, Ren drove his iron magic sword straight into the gargoyle. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, then. A jet of dark red fluid erupted from the gargoyle's eye. Howling in agony, it tore itself free from the bindings and retreated, clinging to the wall. But Ren's pursuit was relentless. The tip of his iron magic sword gleamed as he lunged forward. Kirua! Ignoring its deafening screech, Ren pressed on. The chasm's lowest depths were thick with damp air as the battle raged on. The scent of blood filled the air, heightening the tension. Then, amidst it all, Ren caught sight of the werewolf carrying his comrades to the surface. In just a few minutes, the werewolf returned to rescue the remaining young adventurers. "Hero, are you all right?" "Yes. Now hurry." The steel-eating gargoyle, now missing an eye, faced Ren with heightened caution. It was clear Ren held the advantage. As the battle continued, one by one, the rescue efforts progressed. For Ren, who was fully focused, time passed in the blink of an eye. By the time he realized it, the werewolf had already finished his task. "This one's the last. Hero, don't push yourself too hard." With the final person rescued, Ren turned his attention back to the steel-eating gargoyle before him. Should he finish it off or retreat for now? Just as he was weighing his options, a sound cut through the air from above. What was that just now? The moment hesitation crept in. "Jiwai-chech." A second one. This new steel-eating gargoyle was even larger than the first, its black iron body gleaming with a sinister sheen. For an instant, Ren was stunned. He quickly raised his magic sword above his head, bracing himself as the creature barreled toward him. The sheer force behind its dive was immense. Even taking that into account, its raw strength far surpassed that of the first one. A pair. The werewolf, climbing the wall, shouted in disbelief. There was no such report from the Adventurers Guild. Wait, don't tell me this happened recently. According to the information available, there had only been one steel-eating gargoyle. If the new arrival was a male, then the two must have become a pair just recently. Ren barely managed to deflect the attack as a thought crossed his mind. That roar earlier, it was calling for its mate. He had fought two mana eaters at once before. They were ranked D, so the situation should be similar. But this time, Lysia wasn't here. There was no buff from the Saint of White. The circumstances were entirely different from back then. Kakzala, Tiru Kakakak. The new steel-eating gargoyle, likely the male, licked the wounds of its injured mate. The air grew heavy, as if it were burning against his skin. From above, the werewolf called out, his voice trembling. "Hang on, I'll be right back with help." But Ren knew he couldn't rely on that. He had to figure out a way to turn this situation around on his own. "If I flee recklessly, the people I just helped could be targeted. In that case, I have no choice." He had no grudge against the creatures, but he had no intention of dying here either. The best course of action was to take down the wounded one first and reduce the fight to a one-on-one. If I had the time, I'd have liked to try using the plunderer's magic sword. But now wasn't the time for that. He readied his iron magic sword. At the same moment, both steel-eating gargoyles leapt into motion. Their coordination was seamless. They darted in all directions, left, right, front, back, even above, striking from every possible blind spot with their iron limbs. SHFF. SHHH. Damn, they're fast, but... Their speed was impressive, but not beyond what he could handle. The she-fulfin had been far more dangerous. Compared to that, these two were manageable. He didn't have to take a direct hit, he could dodge. Thinking back to the final attack of Yelkwuk, Ren reminded himself, "This much isn't enough to scare me." Sorry." The whispered apology was directed at the creatures, and the fate they now faced. Both had their own circumstances, but Ren had no intention of losing. "This ends now." As one of the steel-eating gargoyles lunged, Ren slashed across its chest multiple times in passing. Its tough iron body was beginning to expose the flesh beneath, that vulnerable spot. Ren, moving fluidly through the battle, saw his opening and, Raza! With a powerful thrust, the tip of his iron magic sword pierced the steel-eating gargoyle's chest. He felt the sensation of flesh being torn, and then the sound of a magic stone shattering. The magic absorbed by Ren's bracelet pulsed faintly. Cursed Sword, Level 1, 02. It creates a barrier of magical energy. As its level increases, the barrier's strength and range expand. A sword that functions like a shield, it was an odd concept, but Ren only gave his bracelet a brief glance before deciding not to overthink it. As he stood there, the first steel-eater gargoyle collapsed onto the ground. Behind him, the second one, enraged, closed in. At the same moment, the wooden cursed sword vanished from Ren's hand. Kraagh. Blinded by fury, the remaining steel-eater gargoyle clawed at the walls and floor of the fissure, kicking up a dense cloud of dust like a thick fog. Then, with its massive black arms, it ripped chunks of rock from the walls and hurled them at Ren. Using the dust cloud as cover, it launched a relentless assault, trying to pierce through him. Hirodona, the werewolf adventurer, still in the process of escorting the survivors to safety, had no clear view of the battle unfolding in the depths of the underground chasm. What the hell is happening down there? The chaotic situation pushed Ren toward a decision. With his vision obscured and his enemy attacking from blind spots with overwhelming strength, there was no hesitation. The steel-eater gargoyle had closed in completely, its massive arms swinging down on Ren's unprotected back. In another second, in an instant, it would run him through. The gargoyle was already certain of its victory. At that moment, Ren, without thinking, visualized the shield cursed sword in his mind. He could have dodged the attack, but something about this new sword called to him, like he was meant to use it. As if responding to his will, the shield cursed sword materialized, seamlessly replacing the wooden one. So this is the shield cursed sword. The blade appeared in midair, its majestic form distinct from any other magic sword he had wielded. Its jade-green surface was adorned with intricate glowing patterns, and as Ren gripped its hilt, those markings pulsed with an ethereal blue light. As the gargoyle's arm bore down on him, Ren instinctively raised the shield cursed sword. A golden, translucent barrier manifested between them, large enough to shield his upper body. The steel-eater gargoyle slammed its arm into the barrier multiple times, but it only managed to leave the faintest of cracks. As long as Ren held the shield cursed sword aloft, the barrier showed no signs of disappearing. But he suspected that, much like summoning a magic sword, it consumed mana. If the barrier shattered, he would need to resummon it at the cost of more magic power. Meanwhile, the werewolf adventurer had just started descending back into the chasm, but as he did, he was taken aback by the sudden silence below. Ren, however, paid no attention to him. His mind was solely focused on the shield magic sword and ending this battle. This thing is amazing. He felt a surge of confidence. Even if this sword failed, he was certain he had another way to counterattack. Then, with a downward swing of the shield magic sword, the golden barrier shattered, scattering in a dazzling display like diamond dust reflecting the sunlight. At that moment, Ren turned and unleashed a relentless series of strikes with the iron cursed sword, and finally, he whispered an apology. Sorry. Ducking beneath the gargoyle's massive arm, he struck at its exposed chest. Just like with the first one, layers of metal were stripped away, revealing the softer flesh beneath. Seizing the opening, Ren drove his sword deep into the monster's core. Gah! A deafening crash echoed through the chasm as the second steel-eater gargoyle collapsed. Ren exhaled, exhausted. It's finally over. Though fighting these creatures had been easier than facing the she-wolfen, it had still been grueling. One moment of carelessness, and he could have been the one lying on the ground. If he had taken a direct hit from the gargoyle's arm, it would have ripped him apart. Unbelievable, hero don't know you. The werewolf, finally reaching the bottom, was stunned. Ren, now drained, had already dismissed his swords. Only the iron cursed sword remained, and even that was no longer in his grip. Taking another deep breath, Ren let himself fall back onto the ground, arms spread wide. Maybe I really am getting stronger. He raised a hand toward the sky, staring at his palm as he muttered those words. Section. At the gates of Colossal, 2 steel-eater gargoyle corpses lay in the open, their presence impossible to ignore. As Ren listened to the gasps of passers-by, he spoke with one of the gate knights. Ren Dono. The knight gripped Ren's shoulders tightly, making him jump. Did you truly accomplish this alone? Well, I kind of stole the spotlight. Meaning you had assistance? Not exactly, but it's hard to explain. Ren hesitated to take full credit. After all, the first gargoyle had been engaged by a group of younger adventurers, the werewolf and his partner before he had stepped in. Nonsense. Both were your achievements. The werewolf adventurer approached, speaking up. Hearing this, the knight's eyes widened. I knew it. We barely landed any meaningful hits. So in the end, both kills belonged to Hero Dono. The werewolf then added, I've already reported to the guild. The other monsters you defeated have been transported as well, so be sure to collect your reward. The adventurers you saved refused to take any of it, saying they didn't deserve a share. Not only that, but they insisted that the payment for the resources retrieved from the fissure should go to Ren as a token of gratitude. When Ren tried to refuse, the werewolf shook his head. Take it, you saved their lives. With that, he left. The knight next to Ren nodded in agreement. Adventurers repay their debts. If they didn't, their reputations would suffer. Since you saved them, there's no reason to refuse. Besides, you could use the money to buy new magic tools for the Ashton village. You're right, I'll accept it. Still, going back to the old mansion is going to be a pain. Considering his position, it wouldn't be surprising if he was reprimanded for taking on such a dangerous foe without consulting anyone. That said, he had a reason. Investigating monsters was part of the job Lazard had asked him to do. Ignoring them wouldn't have sat right with him. If he had ignored the situation back there, and if, by any chance, someone came to believe that the Colossal family had abandoned the adventurers, that was what concerned him, even if adventurers were free to live as they pleased. As he pondered this, a staff member from the Adventurers Guild approached, speaking in astonishment. The steel-eating gargoyles would undoubtedly fetch an unprecedented sum for the Colossal Adventurers Guild, and as a result, the appraisal would take some time. The staff member informed Ren that they would later contact the Colossal estate with the results. Not wanting to linger in the commotion, Ren quietly left the vicinity of the castle gate. Along the way, many people stopped him to offer grand words of praise and congratulations, which made him feel rather self-conscious. However, as he neared the Colossal estate, the fervor gradually subsided. Once things settled, he couldn't help but chuckle at how much heavier his body felt than usual. The shield magic sword. His impression after using it was that while it was highly effective and easy to wield, it consumed an enormous amount of mana in return. After reaffirming this, Ren suddenly thought of something and glanced at his bracelet. Let's see how things are looking. A wealth of proficiency points had been accumulated, yet he let out a wry smile. Compared to the numbers he had gained from defeating the Yelkwuk and Mana Eater, the amount obtained from the steel-eating gargoyles was disproportionately high. It was no wonder, given their reputation as monsters that granted a significant amount of experience. Not to mention, there had been 2 of them. Still, the undeniable fact remained, he had grown stronger, and he had even unraveled a few lingering mysteries. It seems that magic swords obtained from unique individuals only gain proficiency from the magic stones of their own kind. Checking the newly acquired shield magic sword's proficiency, this was the conclusion he arrived at. As for whether unique magic stones from a different species could still provide proficiency, his observations of the Plunderer magic sword suggested otherwise. Meanwhile, the wood magic sword was still maxed out. At this point, all he could do was hope that raising the level of his magic sword summoning would grant some new benefits. Name: Ren Ashton. Job: heir of the Ashton family, eldest son. Magic sword summoning. LV 1 0/0. Magic sword summoning art. LV 3 1055/2000. Skill: gaining proficiency by using the summoned magic sword. Level 1, able to summon 1 magic sword. Level 2. While the bracelet is summoned, gains a small boost to physical abilities. Level 3, can summon 2 magic swords. Level 4, gain the effect of physical ability up, medium while summoning the bracelet. Level 5. Unknown. Acquired magic swords. Wooden magic sword. LV 2. 1000/1000. Allows for attacks equivalent to basic level natural magic. The level increases, the attack's effective range expands. Iron Magic Sword. LV 2. 814/2500. The sharpness increases as the level increases. Plunderer Magic Sword. LV 1. 0/3. There is a certain chance that an item will be randomly stolen from the target. Shield Magic Sword New. LV 1. 1/2. Deploys a magic barrier, improves durability and expands the area of effect with level. Section. So, the problem is how to explain all of this to Lady Lysia. Ultimately, it all came down to how he would explain today's events to Lysia. Did something happen with me? For some reason, her voice reached his ears just then. Slowly turning toward the source, Ren spotted Lysia standing by the roadside, accompanied by Yun. Several female knights, presumably her escorts, stood nearby as well. Now that he thought about it, they were already close to the estate. His expression stiffened, and his feet instinctively took a step back from Lysia. Hey, what about me? Oh, well, see. But Lysia closed that one-step gap. Behind her, Yun gave him a knowing smile and mouthed the words, "Just give up." Section. As soon as they returned to the estate, Ren wasn't taken to the main building to report to Lazard. Instead, he was led straight to the old mansion, practically dragged there by Lysia. Once they reached the sofa in the entrance hall, she told him to sit. Then, she took a seat right beside him. Good. It looks like you didn't suffer any major injuries. Lysia activated her holy magic, gently healing the scratches on Ren's cheek and easing his fatigue. A soft light and warmth seeped into his body. I thought you'd be mad at me. Why would I be? You accomplished something incredible. Didn't you think you'd be praised instead? Whether it was incredible or not aside, I did fight on my own accord. That's true. But thanks to your bravery, many lives were saved. That's something to be proud of. Lysia understood Ren's position. After all, it was her father who had entrusted him with this work. Even so. But when I think about how dangerous it was, I feel like I should at least scold you a little. She giggled as she spoke, and Ren could only agree. You're absolutely right. I was really worried about you, you know. Pouting her lips, Lysia sulked, but her cheeks were slightly flushed, making her look more adorable than upset. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let's eat together at the main house tonight. Lazard would surely want to speak with Ren as well. Following Lysia's lead, Ren rose from his seat and walked alongside her. As they passed through the old mansion's doors and stepped onto the corridor leading to the main building. To apologize for worrying you, is there anything I can do for you? In that case, would you accompany me on my next trip? The sudden request made Ren tilt his head in curiosity. I have plans to visit several villages, like when we went to your hometown. Understood, I'll go with you. He surprised himself with how quickly he answered. But at this point, traveling with Lysia hardly felt unusual. Besides, considering how much he had worried her this time, he felt he should at least go along with her request. However, Lysia simply laughed and said, I was joking. You don't need to apologize. It's true that I was worried, but more than that, I should be praising your courage. Being praised and apologizing are two separate things, though. I forgot, sometimes you're even more stubborn than I am. She regretted joking about the trip. Of course, she wouldn't mind traveling with him, but dragging Ren into unrelated matters wasn't something she wanted. Honestly, I'm curious myself. I think it'll be a valuable experience, so I'd like to go. Really? You're not just saying that. Lady Lysia, do I look like I'm lying to you? No, you don't. Stopping in her tracks, Lysia met Ren's gaze and immediately knew he was sincere. But still, nope. I can't make that decision on my own. Ren shrugged as if to say it can't be helped but. Then I'll just ask Lord Lazard later. Personal interest aside, increasing the combat strength around Lysia was never a bad idea. Not even half a year had passed since the incident in spring, and Ren wasn't about to let his guard down. Section. Meanwhile, at the main house. This arrived. It's from the villages near the Balder Mountains. From the knights. In Lazard's office, Weiss handed him a letter. Several knights, like Roy Ashton, were responsible for overseeing villages under Clausel's domain. This particular letter had been jointly sent by the knights stationed around the Balder Mountains. After reading it, Lazard spoke in a low voice. We should prepare more firewood and magic tools for this winter than ever before. Did they mention something? According to the knights, temperatures near the Balder Mountains are already dropping lower than usual. That means this winter will be especially harsh, just like before. Then we must also prepare for heavy snowfall. Exactly. We need to start making preparations now to prevent any deaths from the cold. Weiss nodded in agreement with Lazard's assessment. Then Lazard shifted topics. By the way, Weiss, what do you make of the steel-eating gargoyles? According to the Adventurers Guild staff, they likely flew here in search of food. Apparently, both of them were rather thin. Additionally, there were no signs that they had been manipulated. There were no traces of charm magic or any skills that might indicate the influence of a monster tamer. If I recall correctly, the price of a certain mineral recently dropped, didn't it? Yes, it's possible that the adventurers in the gargoyles' previous habitat overmined underground resources without any foresight. Good grief, even if we wanted to file a complaint, it wouldn't be easy. If those adventurers had broken any laws, that would be one thing. But hunting monsters and mining minerals weren't crimes, so there was little to be said. That aside, turning his thoughts back to Ren, who was on his way to the main house, I was shocked when I first heard that Ren had no talent for holy sword arts. But considering his recent achievements and growth speed, perhaps he has an aptitude for strong sword techniques instead. That would be ideal. Ren had first-hand experience from his past life, though that wasn't quite the right way to put it. Back in his gaming days, he had learned all too well just how formidable those techniques were. If he could wield them himself, he'd definitely be interested. However, strong sword techniques were only attainable by a select few with the right talent. It wouldn't be easy to master. Chapter 5. An Unexpected Reunion. Ren was traveling on horseback along the highway, having taken a long-overdue trip far from the town of Colossal. His objective was to visit the neighboring villages that Lysia had mentioned, a duty of the Colossal barony. The expedition had come to fruition because Ren had directly appealed to accompany them to Lazard that night. It's already past noon. They had left Colossal early in the morning, and more than 6 hours had passed since then. The scenery around them had changed drastically, now consisting of vast plains stretching on both sides of the highway. It was a tranquil sight. Merchants had tied their horses to the roadside, and adventurers were resting on the ground nearby. Following their lead, the Colossal party decided to tether their horses and take a break. Ren dismounted his horse and asked, "You've ended up getting attached to me, huh? Are you sure about that?" The horse let out a short, contented neigh in response. This was the same horse that Ren and Lysia had ridden during their escape. It had originally been one of the pair pulling Yelkwick's carriage. "Looks like you've been accepted as its master," Lysia said as she approached with a smile. "I'm happy about that, but doesn't it have any loyalty to Yelkwick?" "I doubt it. Apparently, it started lounging around at our estate right from the start." "How is that so?" "Yeah, it's that man we're talking about after all. He probably wasn't very kind to it. Yun, who takes care of the feeding, told me that its coat became noticeably shinier after arriving at our place." That seemed to confirm Lysia's assumption. The horse hadn't been well cared for before. Feeling sympathetic, Ren stroked its neck. The horse let out another pleased snort. "This one's like Weiss's horse. It has monster blood in it. It'll grow much bigger." "Wait, does that mean it's still a foal?" "Of course, look at Weiss's horse. It should grow at least as big as that one." Urged by Lysia, Ren turned his gaze to Weiss's steed. Its powerful limbs were intimidating, and it was noticeably larger than the horses the other knights rode. That said, Ren's horse wasn't lacking in potential either. Its dark chestnut coat gleamed like fine silk, and though still young, its sturdy frame promised an impressive future. Horses with monster blood stay in their prime longer and live longer lives. Then we'll be together for a long time. That's right, so make sure to give it a name. Lazard had already told him the horse was his, so there was no issue. The two continued their conversation as they rested, but it was soon interrupted by Yun, who had accompanied them as Lysia's attendant. "Milady, Sir Weiss is calling for you." After Lysia stepped away, Yun turned to Ren. "Ren, may I have a word?" Her tone was quieter than usual, almost like a whisper. "I've heard that you'll be staying in Colossal for the time being." "Yeah, I plan to." "I'm glad." The young lady was quite happy when she heard. She even shared her excitement with me, saying you might attend the party. "A party?" "Yes, as others may have mentioned before, it's Milady's birthday party." "Oh, Now that she mentioned it, Lysia's birthday was in summer. Since July was already nearing its end, the party would be held next month. I'll prepare a gift as soon as we return to Colossal. Speaking of gifts, he had just recently given her a white dress. She had looked even more adorable in it than he had expected. That aside, he needed to come up with another present. I should start thinking about it now. As Ren nodded to himself, Yun watched him with a quiet smile. Section. They arrived at the knight's residence in the village, their destination for the day. Unlike the burned-down Ashton estate, this residence was brand new, with a clean and well-maintained interior. That evening, after borrowing a guest room, Ren was visited by Lysia. Having finished her discussions with the knight overseeing the village, she had come to spend some time with him. She led him to the table in the room and spread out a rolled-up parchment she had brought. It was a map of the colossal territory. We're here in this village. Tomorrow, we'll be heading down this road. Lysia ran her finger along the map, tracing their route for Ren. This is the Baldur Mountain Range. Yep, the same Baldur Mountain Range we passed near before. She was referring to their escape from Yelkwick's clutches when they had fled toward Colossal. Realizing they would be traveling so close to the mountain range, Ren stiffened slightly. Well, as long as Ignat hasn't done anything, it shouldn't be dangerous. Under normal circumstances, the Baldur Mountain Range wasn't particularly hazardous. He had already confirmed this before. The monsters there were, at best, Efrank, nothing to worry about. However, according to the legend of the Seven Heroes, Marquis Ignat had once driven the Baldur Mountain Range into chaos as part of his plan to destroy the Liamal Empire. To accomplish this, he had used a certain monster's magic stone. The Crimson Dragon Asvar, a dragon that once made the Baldur Mountains its domain in ancient times. Asvar was an ancient dragon that had lived for hundreds of years, possessing such great wisdom that it could even understand human speech. It was said to be proud and combative, always seeking strong opponents. However, one day, Asvar fell into the hands of the Demon King and lost its sanity. While waiting for challengers to arrive, Asvar was reduced to nothing more than a rampaging beast, until it was ultimately slain by the Seven Heroes. Its remains fell into a volcano that once existed in the Baldur Mountains, where they gradually dissolved over time. The volcano's internal environment changed due to the influence of Asvar's remains, eventually becoming dormant. However, the dragon's magic stone alone remained intact, lying deep within the mountain's depths. Ignat must have obtained information about that magic stone and used the lingering power of the Demon King to revitalize the surrounding area. The monsters inhabiting the Baldur Mountains grew stronger. As a result, what was once a relatively safe region where only F-rank or, at most, E-rank monsters appeared quickly transformed into a dangerous zone. I despise everything. The final battle of the legend of the Seven Heroes won played out in Ren's mind. Before the gaping crater of the dormant volcano in the Baldur Mountains, Marquis Ignat spoke to the protagonist's party. I have devoted my life to my homeland, only to be denied even a single moment of mercy and to lose Fiona. Before him, the descendants of the Seven Heroes readied their weapons. When the protagonist attempted to reason with him, Ignat scoffed and spread his arms like wings, continuing his speech. If Liamal refuses to acknowledge me, then I refuse to acknowledge you. I deny everything you stand for. Ulisses Ignat wielded both sword and magic as he stood in the protagonist's way. Meanwhile, the ritual to resurrect Asvar continued, heightening the player's sense of urgency. Very well. I will grant you the same fate as that third prince. As the battle progressed, Asvar's resurrection grew closer. Tension mounted as both the protagonist's party and Ignat refused to yield, each striving for their own goals, one to protect Liamal, the other to destroy it. Eventually, Fiona was I mistaken. Just before Asvar could be fully resurrected, the mighty Ulisses Ignat finally fell. However, the ritual had advanced too far to be halted. Yet the protagonist refused to give up, awakening the very power that proved their lineage as the descendant of the hero Ruin. At the last moment before Asvar's complete revival, the mighty red dragon was once again forced into slumber. As Ren was lost in thought, "Why did you suddenly go quiet?" Lysia shook his shoulder. When he looked at her, he saw her cheeks puffed up in a pout. "Ah, sorry, I was just thinking." "I don't mind. but I'm also curious about what you were about to say earlier. I was just thinking about that report Lord Lazard received. The one that said this winter might be extremely cold. If that's the case, the snow could be a real problem. Lysia laughed, not suspecting anything. You're thinking too far ahead. Oh, speaking of which, since you seem interested in the Balder Mountains, do you want to take a slight detour and check them out? There's nothing to worry about this time of year. Lysia assumed Ren would agree immediately. Let's not. Her eyes widened in surprise. Really? Normally you'd be all for it, saying, absolutely, let's go. Well, I think it's better to avoid the Balder Mountains. Even if the monsters aren't a threat, getting lost would be a real problem. Even if Ignat's daughter had survived and wasn't attempting to rebel, Ren still had no desire to go out of his way to visit the area. A wise man avoids danger, or was it does not approach it? Not that I'm a wise man, but if I go there and something happens, I'd rather not deal with it. Of course, if there were a compelling reason, it would be a different story. If someone needed rescuing, for instance, if it were for his family or for Lysia, he might reconsider. Just before he was called to dinner, something suddenly occurred to Ren. Wasn't there a hidden map in the Balder Mountains? It was a secret location accessible through a concealed entrance, filled with treasure chests containing valuable exchange items and special equipment. Additionally, it was the guaranteed spawn point of the steel-eating gargoyle. In other words, it was a place where he could conveniently strengthen his magic sword of the shield. But even so, the Balder Mountains. Hesitating, Ren couldn't find an immediate answer and decided to put the matter on hold. Section. The next village they visited was one that Ren and Lysia had unknowingly passed through during their escape. By this point, the scenery was indistinguishable from the countryside where Ren had been born. The Balder Mountains loomed nearby, visible even from the village. Lord Weiss, there's something I'd like to discuss. The knight overseeing the village wore a slightly troubled expression. According to him, for the past few days, the river near the village had been losing water, and as a result, the number of fish had also declined. This morning, I went upstream to check the situation. I found several fallen trees, blocking the water flow. Was there bad weather recently? A few days ago, we were hit by strong rain and wind. It's likely that the storm caused the trees to fall and block the river. The knight in charge of the village had tried to remove the fallen trees with the help of some young villagers, but they were too heavy to move. That's why he had come to ask for Weiss's assistance, along with the other knights. However, both Weiss and the knights were busy. They had just arrived in the village, and there were already numerous tasks that needed their attention. At that moment, Ren spoke up. If you'd like, I can go take care of it. I think I can handle some fallen trees, and from what I've heard, there's no need to worry about monsters. Indeed, even if some appear, they'll be nothing more than the kind you'd find in the eastern forest. The knight in charge of the village offered to guide Ren to the location, but he politely declined. How long does it take to walk there? For an adult, about 2 hours, but are you sure you'll be all right on your own? The knight's concern was understandable. Ren was still a boy, and it was hard to believe that he could accomplish what they had failed to do. Under normal circumstances, at least. Have no fear, this young man is none other than Ren Ashton himself. What? You mean the hero from the rumors? My deepest apologies for doubting you. So embarrassing. With that said, there's no need to worry. Though if it takes 2 hours on foot, wouldn't it be faster on horseback? It would, but the heavy rain and strong winds from the other day have left the path in poor condition. It's not suitable for horses. That meant Ren would need time to reach the location. Still, his physical abilities far surpassed those of an average adult, so it wasn't much of a concern. Weiss seemed to share the same thoughts, as he showed no particular signs of worry. All right, I'll head there right away. I understand. I'll guide you to the road leading upstream. Even as he prepared to depart, the village knight still looked apologetic. When he saw Ren off, he even bowed deeply in gratitude. Section. Ren traveled along the muddy path for over an hour. As he had been told, the road was difficult to walk on due to the scattered patches of soft, wet earth. Glancing at the river beside him, he wondered if he was getting close. Sure enough, a short while later, he spotted the blockage. One of the river's tributaries, which fed into the stream flowing through the village, was completely clogged with fallen trees. Between the logs, he could hear water trickling through the narrow gaps. Several fish, likely stranded as a result of the reduced water flow, flopped on the ground nearby. I should bring these back on my way home. The villagers relied on the fish as a vital food source. He didn't want them to go to waste. Surveying the scene, Ren sighed. Guess I better start moving them. He stepped closer to the river and began clearing the fallen trees one by one. At one point, water splashed onto his clothes, making him grimace. Regretting his carelessness, he muttered to himself, "You know, I think it'd be easier if you just used nature magic." Hearing a voice nearby, he turned his head. Standing there was the robed woman he had spoken to at the guild the other day. As always, her voice sounded artificially altered. "Why are you here?" "That's my line. I could have sworn you were in Colossal, and now here you are, playing in the river." "I have my reasons. And for the record, I'm not playing in the water." It was a proper job, after all. Still, standing there soaking wet, he didn't exactly look convincing. The woman, seemingly amused by his situation, chuckled softly. Raising a hand, she twirled her fingers through the air. "Can't have you catching a cold now." In the blink of an eye, Ren's clothes were dry. Not only that, but they were spotless, completely free of dirt and grime. "What was that?" "Heh heh heh, what you just witnessed was a magic spell that cleans clothes. Amazing, right?" "Right." Ren wasn't buying it. Clearly, it wasn't some niche spell designed solely for laundry. Still, he had never heard of a spell that could be used in such a way. Of course, in the legend of the 7 heroes, there was no need for cleaning magic, so it had no practical use. Does that mean there are other household spells I don't know about? The unexpected discovery piqued his interest, and he found himself smiling slightly. "Anyway, why are you here?" "I'm working. Despite how suspicious this outfit looks, my job is actually quite serious." "I see." Ren neither confirmed nor denied that she looks suspicious, so she knows she looks shady. But why would someone in a serious line of work need to disguise themselves? Keeping his guard up, he tilted his head slightly. However, the robed woman offered no further explanation. Her voice remained altered, and the deep hood she wore concealed her face entirely, aside from her mouth. Oddly enough, Ren couldn't seem to make out any other facial features. That robe, does it have some kind of concealment effect? Unable to find an answer, he fell silent, waiting for her to continue. Just then, "Ibrua!" A noise rang out. Ren and the woman turned in unison. A short distance away, partially obscured by fallen logs and trees, several monsters were watching them. Ren recognized them immediately, little boars. "Been a while since I've seen those." The storm probably destroyed their usual feeding grounds, leaving them without food, the woman noted. "That does seem likely." As soon as Ren finished speaking, she moved in front of him. She had positioned herself protectively, as if shielding him from danger. But before she could fully step forward, Ren was already a step ahead. Taking a defensive stance, he unsheathed his iron magic sword. Seeing this, the woman blinked in surprise. "W8, why are you standing in front of me?" "Well, I need to fight them, don't I?" Keeping his eyes on the little boars, Ren answered without turning around. "That's not what I meant. I mean, why are you acting like you're protecting me?" "I'm literally trying to protect you, so of course I would." "Huh." Even though the woman was undeniably suspicious, Ren's body had moved on its own. It was probably a habit he had developed from spending time with Lysia. That, and the idea of being protected by a complete stranger, didn't sit well with him. He wasn't entirely comfortable turning his back on her, so he quickly set about eliminating the little boars. From behind him, the woman continued murmuring in surprise. "I guess you really are that so-called hero." Her muttering didn't reach Ren's ears, and within moments, he had taken down the leaping little boars. Turning to the woman, he asked, "Did you say something?" "Yeah, I said you're adorable." "I have no idea what you mean by that." "If I told you, would you come with me to the imperial capital?" "No, absolutely not." "Sigh, what a shame." The robed woman sighed in genuine disappointment and started walking away. As she passed him, she casually purified the splattered blood on Ren's clothes. "I have to go now. My schedule is packed, but thanks to you, I had a bit of fun." She spoke as if it were a farewell. "Wait, I still have." There was still so much he wanted to ask her. She had hinted at his abilities back at the Adventurers Guild, and she had done so again just now. But just as his hand was about to reach her shoulder, "I have to head to the Balder Mountains now, so see you later." A warm wind suddenly swept between them, forcing Ren to shield his eyes for a brief moment. By the time he reopened them, the woman was gone. Even the fallen trees he had been working on clearing had mysteriously disappeared. Ren stood in place, contemplating the enigmatic woman, her various uses of magic. The way she referred to herself. Now that he had spoken with her again, he also recognized the friendly, almost affectionate way she spoke. Considering all that, Ren could only think of one person. No way. It couldn't be her, could it? But he found it hard to believe. Someone like her being out in a remote village like this? The thought that crossed his mind was of none other than Cronoa Highland, the head mistress of the Imperial Officer Academy. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed unlikely. She was an incredibly busy person. There was no reason for her to be here. Upon returning to the village, Ren decided to inform Lysia about the woman he had met upstream. Hearing that Ren had first encountered an unknown woman at the Adventurers Guild and then run into her again at the river, Lysia and Weiss began to deliberate. Since the woman had revealed herself to Ren directly, it was unlikely she had been following them. That meant this wasn't the same kind of incident as the attack on the Ashton family's village. Even so, given that it hadn't been long since the events of early spring, both Lysia and Weiss agreed to be cautious. As a precaution, we should cut our trip short and return to Colossal, Lysia decided. Chapter 6 Platinum Feather. A few days had passed since Ren returned to Colossal. That morning, he woke up in his room in the old mansion. As he approached the window to bask in the morning sunlight, his gaze drifted to the desk beside him, and the azure jewel of Sarakia resting on top of it. Even now, the orb's interior shimmered with a misty blue light, occasionally crackling with something akin to lightning. Feeling an inexplicable urge, Ren reached out toward it. Of course, there was no response. Yet, the swirling mist and flickering light within seemed to stir an acknowledgement. At the same time, he once again felt the peculiar sensation of his mana being drained. It's like you're absorbing mana, but hatching you isn't that simple. His voice carried a hint of regret. The orb trembled faintly in response, almost as if expressing sorrow. Ren withdrew his hand, just then. Lord Ren, it is I, Yun. A voice called to him from outside the room. After quickly tidying up his appearance, Ren stepped out to meet Yun. She apologized for disturbing him so early in the morning and informed him that a large shipment would be arriving at the Colossal estate in a few hours. Shipment? Oh, is it for Lady Lysia's birthday party? Your insight is most astute. Various supplies, including ingredients for the celebration, are to be delivered in bulk. We shall be moving them to the entrance hall of the old mansion. Understood, I'll help out too. With his morning duties settled, Ren parted ways with Yun for the time being and prepared himself more properly. Just as he finished changing, Yun returned with his breakfast in hand, having momentarily left the old mansion. Since she had gone through the trouble, Ren decided to accept her kindness for today. The shipment arrived at the Colossal estate before noon. While Ren was assisting with organizing the supplies, Lysia suddenly rushed into the old mansion's entrance hall, breathless. It was past midday, and most of the knights had gone off for a break. Did you see? Still panting, Lysia hurriedly met Ren's gaze. See what exactly? For example, something that looked like a weapon, wrapped up all tight. That was a rather specific question, with limited possible answers. As far as Ren could recall, he hadn't seen anything fitting that description. Did something she ordered get mixed in by mistake? But if it's a weapon, I don't see why she'd be so flustered. Just as he was mulling it over. There it is, Lysia exclaimed. It seemed the item she was looking for had indeed ended up here. While Ren's attention was elsewhere, she quickly snatched it up, clutching it to her chest and turning her back to him as if to shield it from view. Did you see it? She asked again. Though she was trying to hide it behind her, Ren caught a brief glimpse over her shoulder. It appeared to be a meticulously crafted white wooden box, securely wrapped. Deciding it was best to pretend otherwise, he simply replied, "No, I didn't get a good look." That's a relief. Well then, I just remembered something I need to do, so I'll see you later. Acting rather suspiciously, Lysia hurried off. Watching her leave, Ren murmured to himself, I don't have time to be worrying about Lady Lysia right now. He had something of his own to think about. As he continued helping with the supply transport, his mind was entirely occupied with one thought. A gift for Lysia. Something that would make Lady Lysia happy, I already gave her clothes before, so something different this time. What about accessories? A ring might be too suggestive, but an everyday accessory should be fine. After pondering for a while, Ren finally came up with an idea. A hair ornament might be nice. Something to complement Lysia's silky, beautiful hair. That said, he couldn't afford to choose something mediocre. As he deliberated on what kind of ornament would suit her, he happened to glance out the window. White hawks. A flock of white hawks soared through the sky. These magical creatures, known for their white feathers, had once appeared during his escape with Lysia. As he gazed at them, a certain item came to mind, bringing a faint smile to his lips. Section, however. Well, I guess that was a long shot. A few hours later, Ren was slumped over at the guild. After scouring the town's shops, the sky had turned a deep shade of crimson. The setting sun cast a warm glow through the window, illuminating the slight trace of urgency on his face. As he sat there, visibly discouraged, a werewolf man approached. "What's wrong? You look troubled. Need a hand with something." "Actually, I'm searching for a specific material, but it's quite difficult to obtain." "A material? Even a hero like you is having trouble finding it." Placing his last hope in this conversation, Ren voiced the name of the material he sought. "I'm looking for platinum feathers." This material, which shone like polished silver, had captivated many women. Though it was as valuable as a gemstone, it possessed no special properties. Platinum feathers? You mean the rare feathers sometimes grown by white hawks. You probably already know this, but those things are nearly impossible to get unless you're extremely lucky. Yeah, that's why I need to do my best to find one. I see, no wonder you're struggling. Occasionally, white hawks were born with an unusually high amount of magic power. Platinum feathers were the tail feathers of such rare individuals. However, if one of these special white hawks was slain, its platinum feathers would instantly revert to ordinary ones as the magic within them dissipated. Additionally, white hawks used their magic to flee from threats, which further accelerated the reversion process. Since it took years for a white hawk to regrow its platinum feathers, acquiring them was largely a matter of chance. The only generally known method of obtaining one was to find a feather that had naturally fallen off. At least, that was the common knowledge. Ren knew another way. First, the white hawk had to be full, ensuring its magic remained stable. Then, it needed to be put to sleep without noticing his presence. Only then could he carefully pluck a platinum feather. There was no need to take the creature's life. Back in the game, I remember encountering a white hawk and tossing it some food before putting it to sleep. The available methods were either using magic or a well-aimed physical strike to the head. Because white hawks were naturally difficult to hunt, this alternative method remained largely unknown. How about sending a request to the Imperial Capital's Merchant Guild? That would be the safest option. That would take too long. Lysia's birthday was less than a month away. Although Ren had made a fortune from the steel-eating gargoyle incident, he regretted not acting sooner. Thanks to that money, the entire village's living conditions have improved. Even wealth couldn't buy time. Then that means you'll have to find a white hawk yourself. But I have no idea where to even start looking. Finding one at all will be a huge challenge. I can't say anything about getting a platinum feather, but I do know a place where white hawk flocks pass through. Ren immediately leaned forward on the table. Really? Yeah. Here, let me show you on the map. The wolfman led Ren to a large map posted on the wall. According to him, a flock of white hawks passed through the eastern forest before noon. The location was several hours beyond the Great Rift in the land. I figured you'd already know about it, considering you've been exploring the area. Haha, there are still parts I haven't fully surveyed. While Ren had been commissioned by Lazard to investigate the region's monsters, he had yet to complete a comprehensive survey of the terrain and the creature's behaviors. I'd love to help you hunt, but I'm leaving town soon for a request. A request? Yeah, Baron Colossal sent a commission to the guild, delivering firewood and magic tools to various villages. Oh, right. I heard this winter is going to be especially cold. Yeah, based on my experience as an adventurer, it's going to be a rough one. The Baron made a wise decision to prepare early. If it was an important request to help people survive the cold, Ren couldn't afford to take up the wolfman's time. Ren thanked him again and gave a polite bow. I need to start searching tomorrow. As Ren mapped out his next steps, the wolfman silently observed him, his keen eyes searching for something in Ren's gaze. Section. Upon returning to the manor, Ren ran into Lysia in the hallway. Earlier that afternoon, she had been desperate to hide something from him, but now she seemed exhausted, her steps unsteady. Still, when she spotted Ren, she managed a weary smile. "Welcome home." "I'm home. Lysia, why do you look so exhausted? Did you do some sword training while I was away?" "No, I just overused my magic, so don't worry about it." Ren tilted his head at the unexpected response. "Was it for your holy magic training?" Lysia shook her head. "I was channeling my magic into a magic tool. Wait." She had answered without thinking, likely due to her fatigue. Though Ren didn't seem to notice, Lysia quickly snapped to attention, slapping her cheeks with both hands. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." With that, she quickly hurried away from Ren. He watched her go, concern flickering in his eyes as she continued to walk unsteadily. Section. The next morning, before sunrise, Ren arrived at the town gate. He greeted the knight on duty before setting off down the road. As he traveled, the morning sun gradually began to illuminate the surroundings. "All right, time to get to work." At his words, his horse let out a sharp neigh, Hihin. It had once belonged to Yelkwik, but now it was Ren's. He had named her Io simply because he liked the way it sounded. She was a mare. "Once I get my hands on a platinum feather, I'll have the shopkeeper who sold me that outfit crafted into something. I need to factor in the time that will take, so I have to get one as soon as possible." Io let out a soft whinny. "Hey, don't start eating grass on the roadside just because you don't understand what I'm saying." Ignoring Ren's words, Io contentedly munched on the roadside grass. "Well's whatever." Once she was satisfied, she resumed walking, so Ren decided not to press the matter any further. A few hours later, Ren arrived at his intended hunting ground, a place where whitehawks were known to pass through the sky. Towering trees surrounded him, their upper branches heavy with bright red fruit that resembled grapes. The fruit was sweet and flavorful enough for humans to enjoy, but since harvesting it wasn't particularly profitable, few people bothered to collect it. According to the werewolf, whitehawks loved the fruit. Even though flocks of them visited daily and feasted on it regularly, there was still more than enough to go around. This works out perfectly. That meant he wouldn't have to waste time feeding them. Now, all he had to do was conceal himself as naturally as possible using the power of his wooden magic sword. He had already masked his scent with an odor-neutralizing perfume he'd bought at the Adventurers Guild. The real problem is whether any of them will have platinum feathers. Just as he was thinking that, he spotted movement in the sky nearby. A flock of whitehawks, like drifting white clouds, came into view. They flew straight in his direction, landed on the branches, and immediately started pecking at the fruit. "Come on, there's gotta be one." He carefully examined each bird one by one. Back when he played the game, he had encountered hundreds of whitehawks before finally acquiring a single platinum feather. It was only natural that he wouldn't find one so easily now. If he couldn't get one after multiple tries, he'd have to give up and find another gift. The whitehawks constantly shifted positions. At first, he tried counting them, but he quickly lost track. One flock would finish feeding and take off, only for another to arrive and replace them. Even after scanning through dozens, then over 100, he still couldn't spot a platinum feather. Ren let out a wry chuckle. Maybe this was a long shot after all. But then, a sudden glint of light made him squint. It was sunlight reflecting off something. But there shouldn't have been anything reflective around. When he turned toward the source of the light, no way. There, feasting on fruit, was a whitehawk with a dazzling tail. There it is. His gaze locked onto the bird, its platinum feather gleaming in the sunlight. He had to get his hands on it, no matter what. Just as he was about to throw a stone at the whitehawk's head. One by one, the birds finished eating and took off into the sky. The whitehawk with the platinum feather followed suit, lifting its feet from the branch. He wasn't skilled at throwing, and if he missed, his chance would be gone forever. Wait. Realizing that a simple throw wouldn't cut it, he came up with another plan. Summoning the plunderer's magic sword, he equipped it on his fingers and kicked off the thick branch beneath him, launching himself into the air. Coo! The whitehawk he had targeted noticed the sound and started to turn toward him. But before it could fully turn around, Ren's arm moved first. A single swift motion sent a gust of wind brushing against the whitehawk's body. Squawk! Squawk! Coo! Cuckoo! The surrounding whitehawks erupted into a chorus of startled cries, flapping their wings in a frenzy to escape the sudden intruder. Ren watched them as he fell toward the ground, but he wasn't afraid of falling. He swung his wooden magic sword toward the earth, summoning roots and vines to cushion his landing. The vines stretched and gave slightly as they caught him, breaking his fall. That was when he felt something in his hands. Please, let it be that feather. A nervous hesitation gripped him. He was almost too afraid to look. It took him several long seconds before he finally mustered the courage to open his palm. The moment he did, a few feathers fluttered down onto his chest. Ha. His dry chuckle came from the tension that had parched his throat, but the smile on his face was pure elation. I might have just used up a lifetime's worth of luck. Platinum feathers were incredibly rare, and stealing one at random with the Plunderer magic sword was an almost impossible feat. Yet, against all odds, he had done it. Staring at the radiant platinum feathers resting against his chest, Ren trembled with a joy unlike anything he had ever felt before. Section. Several days passed after Ren had arranged to have the platinum feather crafted into an accessory at Lysia's favorite shop. Every night, he practiced party etiquette with Yun in the estate's kitchen, continuing his lessons until the night before the event. There won't be any guests from outside. Ren's surprised voice rang out as they chatted after the lesson. If we were hosting it in a town near the imperial capital, we would have invited some. But since Colossal is far from major cities and noble territories, it's difficult to hold a large-scale aristocratic gathering. Merchants who did business in Colossal would stop by to offer their greetings, but they typically visited during the day. By the time the birthday party began in the evening, all such formal guests would have already come and gone. So as long as you remember the basics, you don't need to be too formal. When Ren expressed his understanding and thanked her, Yun smiled before taking her leave. Stretching his slightly tense body, he let out a breath and followed her lead, stepping out of the kitchen. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "You're hiding something from me again." It was Lysia, muttering in dissatisfaction. Peeking around the corner, she watched Ren with narrowed, scrutinizing eyes. As Ren approached, she quickly withdrew from sight, but when he reached the corner, he found her leaning against the wall just ahead. "Oh my, Ren. What a coincidence." "A coincidence? You were just looking at me, weren't you?" "No, not at all." "I see." Ren found her obvious evasiveness amusing, but since she was playing dumb, he decided to let it go. "Say, why have you been going to the kitchen so often lately?" It seemed Lysia was simply curious about what he had been doing. Since he had no reason to keep it a secret, Ren told her honestly about his recent activities. "What? Then I should have been the one to teach you." Lysia pouted adorably, making Ren chuckle. "But you've been exhausted lately, haven't you? Something about overusing your magic power." "Well, that's true, but I start feeling a little better at night. Besides, even when I wanted to talk to you in the evenings, you were always in the old mansion." So that's why you were sneaking around watching me." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I wasn't sneaking around." She was sulking even more than usual today, which only made her look cuter. Her upturned gaze said it all, but there was also a faint loneliness in her eyes that Ren couldn't overlook. "Just to be sure, you're not pushing yourself too hard, are you?" "I'm fine. Since the party is tomorrow, I made sure to take it easy today." "That's a relief. But what exactly have you been doing that left you so drained every day?" Lysia hesitated for a moment before suddenly flashing a playful smile. "It's a secret, for now." "For now, so that means you'll tell me eventually." Maybe I will." With a cheerful laugh, Lysia invited Ren to have a late-night chat, just like old times. But Ren had a different idea. "Actually, since we're here, why don't I show you the results of my training?" What do you mean?" "Aside from basic etiquette, Yun also taught me how to brew tea. That said, I have absolutely no confidence that it'll be to your liking." "I'm happy you invited me, but I didn't expect you to say that so bluntly." Lysia let her true feelings slip at Ren's candid admission. "Well, to be honest, I've only been learning for a few days." I see. Well, I'm looking forward to it." With light steps, they headed to the kitchen together. As Lysia watched Ren prepare the tea, she eventually brought the cup to her lips. Then, with a small smile, she murmured, "It's good, but maybe just a little bitter." Section. The following day, just as Ren had heard, visitors from the surrounding areas arrived at the manor to celebrate. Throughout the day, Ren didn't see Lysia even once. He knew where she was, but with so many guests around, he hadn't had a chance to meet her. Before he knew it, the sun had begun to set, and the time for the party drew near. I never thought this day would come. The outfit Lysia had given him before summer. Ren finally had the chance to wear it. He slipped into the tailored jacket and stood before the full-length mirror in the old mansion. The black fabric featured a faint checkered pattern, and when paired with matching slacks, he looked almost like a noble's son. Tucking a thin, white wooden box containing his gift into his jacket's inner pocket, he was all set. It made his chest protrude slightly, but only if one looked closely. All right, time to go. As he stepped outside, the night sky was already beginning to take over. The warm glow spilling from the manor's windows created a beautifully enchanting scene. The unfamiliar leather shoes of his formal attire clacked softly against the ground as he made his way toward the main building. "You wear it well. That dignified look reminds me of the hero, Ruin." The voice came from Weiss, who spotted Ren upon his arrival. The knight standing beside him echoed similar remarks. "You all look quite different yourselves today." The knights were dressed in what appeared to be formal military-style uniforms. It seemed customary for them to don such attire for the occasion. Walking alongside Weiss and the others toward the grand hall, Ren suddenly heard, "By the way, every year, I present a gift as the knight's representative, while the head butler does the same for the servants. So that means I go before you, right? No, you'll be going after us." "Huh. Your gift is special, after all. It wouldn't feel right for us, mere retainers, to present ours before you." What is this guy talking about? Ren couldn't help but think that, despite the slight impoliteness of the thought. Normally, the master of the house presents his gift last. "I'd like you to go right before him." "Are you serious?" "Completely." A wave of nervousness washed over Ren, making his stomach feel uneasy. He instinctively placed a hand over his left chest. "I think I might be getting a stomachache. It's rare to see you looking so much like a boy." "Please don't misunderstand, I am still a boy." "Perhaps, but from the way you carry yourself, I sometimes forget your actual age." "Well, consider this your chance to remind yourself." Ren replied with a resigned tone, making everyone around him chuckle. Section. At the far end of the grand hall stood a large table, more extravagant than any other. It was surrounded by an array of colorful flowers and numerous gifts, creating a scene of pure opulence. When Lysia appeared, she seemed to glow in Ren's eyes. Her ethereal beauty, unchanged from before, now carried an air of nobility, like that of a true princess. Guided by her father, Lazard, she accepted the applause of those gathered with a dignified presence, all while wearing a delicate, radiant smile. Then her eyes met Ren's. "Does it suit me?" She formed the words with her lips. Ren replied the same way. "It suits you perfectly." Lysia smiled and mouthed back, "You look good too, Ren." Once she took her seat, the gathered guests each took a fresh glass in hand. Lazard addressed everyone, expressing his deep gratitude for their presence, especially to Ren, before raising his glass for a toast. After that, the head butler stepped forward to present a gift on behalf of the servants, followed by Weiss, representing the knights. "As a gift from all of us knights, I have arranged for a full set of training equipment from a shop in the imperial capital that served me well during my time as a royal guard." "Really? Thank you so much." Lysia's joy was unmistakable. Ren couldn't help but think that a noble lady being this thrilled over training equipment was quite rare. Wait, Royal Guard. The Royal Guard, an elite order at the very peak of Liamel's knights. Only those of general rank or higher surpassed them, with positions like captain of the Royal Guard or personal bodyguards to the royal family being among the few above them. But Ren had no time to dwell on his surprise. According to the plan, he was up next. Suppressing his rising nerves, he stepped forward and steadily approached Lysia, only to halt midway. Lazard, who was supposed to present his gift last, had already given his. "I apologize. This was unexpected for us as well," one of the knights beside Ren whispered. "Could it be that Lord Lazard thought I didn't prepare a gift?" "No, I believe he was certain that you had." "Look at him." Following the knight's words, Ren glanced over and saw Lazard smiling at him in secret. Well, whatever. Thinking that looking too nervous wouldn't be very manly, Ren gave his cheek a sharp slap to psych himself up. His footsteps echoed through the grand hall, and the lively chatter fell into a hush. Seeing Ren approaching, Lysia stepped forward as well, moving to the center of the hall. They stood face to face, sharing a bashful smile, neither of them speaking for several long seconds. "Happy birthday, also you look beautiful." At those words, Lysia tilted her head slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. "Thank you, that makes me happy." Her voice carried a warmth different from usual. A strange awkwardness settled between them, but then Ren took a deep breath and spoke. "Anyway, I have a gift for you as well. Is it really okay? I've caused you so much trouble." "I don't think that at all, so don't worry about it." Lysia hesitated, torn between feeling undeserving and the sheer joy of receiving a gift from Ren. Her heart pounded so loudly that she worried he might hear it. "Will you accept it?" "Of course." Ren silently prayed that she would like it. Slipping a hand into the inner pocket of his jacket, he grasped a neatly wrapped box. "Happy birthday." With those simple words, he handed her the present. Lysia brought the box to her chest, holding it gently in both hands. She gazed at it for a moment, then lifted her eyes to Ren, her gaze filled with emotion. "I hope you like it. You know, even if it were just this box, I think I'd treasure it more than any other gift. I appreciate the sentiment, but that might be a little unfair to the others." Lysia had been half joking, half serious. She simply wanted to ease Ren's nerves and express just how happy she was. The knights and servants chuckled, amused but not offended. Even Lazard watched on, eager to see what Ren had chosen. "I wonder what it is," Lysia murmured as she untied the ribbon. The moment she lifted the lid, the light from the chandelier caught the delicate ornament inside, a gleaming feather-shaped hairpiece. Lysia froze. She had never seen it before, yet she recognized it instantly. A single tear slid down her cheek, sparkling like a precious gemstone. "What am I supposed to do?" Wiping her tears with her fingertips, she whispered, "I'm so happy I could die." The drops of her joy clung to her pale fingers, shimmering in the light. "That would be a problem. Should I have gotten you something else instead?" Even as he joked, Ren felt relieved that she was happy. Perhaps he was just trying to hide his own embarrassment. "No way. You're never getting this back," she said with a playful pout, her lips curling into a radiant smile. In that moment, Lysia wasn't the saintly noblewoman known as Lysia Colossal. She was simply a girl, overjoyed by a gift from someone dear to her. The onlookers were more curious than ever about what Ren had given her. Yet no one interrupted, watching the scene unfold in quiet amusement. "Hey Ren, would you put it on for me?" With that single request, the situation shifted. Ren hesitated for a moment, unsure if it was appropriate to touch her hair in front of an audience. But it was her birthday, and she had asked him herself. Slowly, he retrieved the hairpiece from the box and reached for her hair. Lysia's locks were silky smooth, well cared for. There was no need to comb them, just gently place the ornament. As he did, the feather-shaped decoration gleamed under the chandelier's glow. That's. Lazard's eyes widened in shock. "Weiss, that's a platinum feather. How in the world did Ren get his hands on one?" I have no idea. Even in the capital, they're nearly impossible to find." While the room stirred in amazement, Lysia was oblivious to their reaction. Instead, she turned to Ren and asked softly, "Does it suit me?" "It does, very much." The gathered guests watched in awe as the ornament accentuated her beauty even further. It sat just behind her ear, catching the light with every movement she made. "Father, look, Ren gave me such a wonderful gift." It suits you well." Lazard was still reeling from the shock. Lysia, however, remained blissfully unaware, simply delighted by the compliment. She excitedly showed the ornament to the servants as well, and every time someone praised it, she turned to Ren with a dazzling smile. As Ren watched her happiness, Yun approached him. "I must say, I'm astonished. I never expected you to gift her a platinum feather. I was lucky enough to find one. Just happened to stumble across it in the forest." Yun couldn't tell if he was being serious or not. But given how rare platinum feathers were, luck was indeed the only way to obtain one. He didn't get a chance to question further, though, because Lysia had returned. "Yun, look, do you think it suits me?" "Of course, I don't think anything could suit you better, my lady." "Okay, that might be a bit much." I think so too." Ren, feeling embarrassed, turned away. He grabbed a glass of fruit water from the table and took a long sip, as if to cool down the warmth creeping up his face. The refreshing drink helped, if only a little. "Ren, is something wrong?" "It's nothing, so please don't worry about it." Seeing Ren's embarrassment, Yun smiled to himself and stepped in to help. Now then, my lady, we have all worked hard to prepare this feast, so please enjoy it to your heart's content. You're right. After all, they went through so much trouble to make all this delicious food. With that, the conversation naturally shifted to the meal, and Yun took it upon herself to bring dishes to the two of them. At times, they were joined by other servants and knights, sharing lighthearted chatter and laughter. At one point, Lezard questioned Ren about the platinum feather, but all Ren could say was that he had been lucky. Even though he knew how to obtain it, luck was still a major factor, so it wasn't exactly a lie. As the lively party continued, time passed in the blink of an eye, with the clock's hands making several full rotations. Just as the celebration was about to wind down, Lysia tugged gently on the hem of Ren's jacket. Would you mind giving me a little of your time after this? I don't mind, but what's the matter? Well, I was thinking that, if you're okay with it, I'd like to tell you why I ended up using so much magic. Lysia's voice was hesitant, uncharacteristically unsure. Ren had no reason to refuse. In fact, since it was her birthday, he wanted to grant as many of her wishes as possible. When he asked if staying up late would be okay, Lysia gave a short but firm response. I'll be fine. With that, she took his hand and led him out of the party venue. Ren didn't resist. As he followed her, he wondered where they were headed until they arrived at her room. Wait here for just a moment. Ren nodded and waited outside. A few minutes later, Lysia emerged, holding a small white wooden box close to her chest. Ren recognized it. It was one of the items that had been transported to the old mansion, along with the other supplies for her birthday party. But why had she gone to retrieve it? Without giving him time to ask, Lysia took his hand and guided him to a terrace outside the estate. The terrace was surrounded by neatly trimmed hedges, providing a secluded space where they could gaze at the star-filled sky without anyone intruding. I can't believe I got to spend my birthday like this. It feels like a dream, Lysia said softly as she sat down in one of the terrace chairs. Ren took a seat across from her, realizing that she likely just wanted some company. However, his gaze kept drifting toward the white wooden box on the table before him. She had gone out of her way to retrieve it, which meant it must be important. Earlier, I said I'd tell you why I was overusing my magic, right? Yes, and does it have something to do with this box? Lysia nodded. She kept her head lowered, her face flushed all the way down to her neck as she finally spoke. I know it took some time, but I chose this just for you, Ren. With that, she pushed the white wooden box toward him. From her words, it was clear that this was a gift from her to him. But Ren had no idea why she was giving him a present when it was her birthday. Just open it already. Lysia's face was still downcast, but she urged him on, her voice flustered yet insistent. With no reason to refuse, Ren reached for the wooden box, lifted the lid and... Inside was a dagger. Its pristine white sheath gleamed in the moonlight, adorned with delicate gold filigree shaped like laurel leaves. The weapon exuded a pure and elegant aura. Ren's mind flashed back to his battle against Yelkwuk. During that fight, he had lent Lysia his dagger. Somewhere along the way, it had gone missing. This is the dagger you promised to return to me, isn't it? Yes, the reason I've been using up all my magic lately is because I was preparing this. She paused before continuing. Go on. Draw it. Urged by Lysia, Ren obediently took the dagger in his hand and pulled it from its sheath. The moment he did, his breath caught. The blade was perfectly transparent, like a crystal polished to perfection. But that wasn't all. A radiant light surged within the blade, flickering like lightning sealed within its core. It's not just an ordinary dagger, it's a magic tool as well. The blade isn't made of metal, but a special material that can store magic power. Which means the flashes of light I see inside are... Yeah, I sealed my magic inside it, right up to the limit. If you strike with it, it should have an effect similar to holy magic. However, unlike the versatile and powerful holy magic Lysia wielded, the dagger's effect was minor. It would only release a faint trace of her magic upon impact. Because of that, weapons like this weren't considered part of a fighter's arsenal, but were instead meant to be carried as protective charms. That said, the blade was still sharp, and much like the dagger he had lost, the pommel could be used to start a fire when struck against stone. So, I thought it could be a good luck charm for you, Ren. Lysia finally lifted her gaze, her flushed cheeks and teary eyes locked onto him. This seems like a valuable item. Are you sure it's okay? Do you not want it? She asked in a trembling voice, her face still bright red. Her eyes, glossy with unshed tears, looked so fragile that it seemed like they might spill over at any moment. Realizing how inconsiderate his words had been, Ren quickly corrected himself. I'm sorry. No, I'm really happy. In fact, I was just imagining how cool it would look hanging from my waist. As he spoke, he returned the dagger to its sheath and placed it back in the wooden box. Lysia's expression softened, and she let out a small giggle. But why give it to me on your birthday? Because I wanted to celebrate your birthday too. Hi. That's why I couldn't wait until next year. I wanted to give it to you today. Ren's birthday was in the spring, but because of the Yelkwick incident, Lysia had never gotten the chance to celebrate it properly. That regret had stayed with her all this time. However, she had the dagger, the one she had promised to return to him, and so she decided to give it back today on her own birthday as a way of celebrating his. Ha. Why are you laughing? Flustered, Lysia leaned forward over the table, pouting at Ren, who was struggling to contain his laughter. Ren simply smiled. The usual composed and noble Lysia was nowhere to be seen. The girl before him now felt far more real, far closer. Sorry, I just found it funny, realizing that we were both nervous all day. What? Am I not allowed to be nervous? Of course you are. It's just, I guess we're more alike than I thought, and that made me laugh. I don't care anymore. It's not like I was nervous or anything. Embarrassed, Lysia flopped onto the table, kicking her legs back and forth in frustration. But then, something in Ren's words caught her off guard. From now on, I'll be counting on you. From now on. Still lying on the table, Lysia lifted her head slightly, staring at him with wide eyes. Tears welled up at the corners. Noticing them, Ren opened his mouth to ask what was wrong. But before he could, her tears started falling, rolling silently down her cheeks. That's a promise, okay? A promise? Wait, why are you crying? There wasn't a trace of sadness in her expression. If anything, she was brimming with joy. It's a secret, and since you laughed at me for being nervous, I definitely won't tell you. Lysia was happy. A year ago, Ren had tried to keep his distance from her. Yet now, he had told her, from now on. That simple phrase filled her heart with indescribable joy. But just like she said, this was a secret. It was partly payback for him laughing at her, and also because seeing him panic and try to console her made her want to indulge in his kindness just a little longer. Chapter 7. A beautiful woman comes to Marquis Ignat's mansion. Several months had passed since Lysia's birthday. As winter settled across most of the Liamel Empire, the city of Yuppieheim, known as the White Crown, was beginning to see its streets lined with bare trees, their branches dusted with the season's first snowfall. At the grand Ignat Marquisate estate, situated in the heart of Yuppieheim, a guest arrived. However, before they could enter, a knight standing at the front gate stopped them. My apologies, but do you have an appointment? The knight, who served Marquis Ignat, observed the visitor carefully. It was his duty to uphold the dignity of his master. If he were to be careless in his assessment, it would reflect poorly on the Marquis himself. Thus, the knight maintained a respectful demeanor, even though the visitor's face was obscured beneath a deeply hooded robe. Sorry about that. The guest hastily pulled back their hood, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty, one that possessed an almost fairy-like delicacy. Golden hair, more lustrous than silk, cascaded around their shoulders. The knight inhaled sharply. My deepest apologies, I did not realize it was you. It's fine. I was the one hiding my identity, so don't worry about it. I appreciate your generosity. Please come inside. My lord is currently in the middle of his duties, but the moment he hears you've arrived, I am certain he will make time to meet with you. With that, the knight escorted the visitor into the mansion. As they passed through the lavish halls, the sheer scale of the estate became apparent. It was grand enough to be compared to a small castle. Despite its size, Marquis Ignat had positioned his office near the entrance, ensuring that their walk would not be long. When they arrived before the study's door, a man was already waiting for them, Edgar. It has been some time. I saw you approaching earlier, so I took the liberty of preparing to receive you. With that, Edgar smoothly took over from the knight. He knocked on the study door, receiving an immediate response from within. Then, opening the door, he gestured for the guest to step inside. The first thing that came into view was the deep black carpet stretching across the entire floor. However, the silver-adorned furnishings prevented the space from feeling too dark. Instead, the room had a refined atmosphere, cool in tone, yet never garish. "Hello, Marquis Ignat." As soon as the guest entered, they greeted him. "It has been some time. I must say, I never expected the headmistress of the Imperial Officer Academy, Lady Cronoa herself, to pay me a visit." Marquis Ignat stepped away from his desk, positioned near the window, and addressed his guest. Cronoa offered a sheepish smile as she walked toward the sofa he motioned her to take. "Sorry for dropping in unannounced. Think nothing of it, you are always welcome here. Edgar, bring tea and something sweet." Actually, I'd like Edgar to stay here if that's okay." "Well, you heard her. Could you have the others handle the refreshments?" "As you wish. Please wait just a moment." Edgar exited the room, gave brief instructions to the staff, and returned in under a minute to stand behind his lord. "So then, what brings you here today? I had heard you left the capital on urgent business." "Oh, so you knew about that." "Of course, though I have no knowledge of the specifics." "Phew, that's a secret. A secret." "I thought as much. Well then, what is it you wish to discuss today?" "Oh right, I wanted to hear about Ren." Cronoa beamed as she made her request. However, upon hearing the name, both Ignat and Edgar's expressions momentarily stiffened. "May I ask something first?" What is it? Why do you want information on Ren Ashton?" Caught off guard by the serious tone, Cronoa hesitated. She had been about to say, "Because I've taken a liking to him," but under Ignat's stern gaze, she swallowed the words. "As you may know, very few people are aware of my daughter Fiona's illness. However, I shared that information with you because she had received aid from the Colossal family, and when I was searching for materials from the She-Fulfen, I sought your assistance as well." "Yeah, I wasn't able to help back then. Sorry about that." "There is no need to apologize. She-Fulfen are rare creatures to begin with. It was to be expected that none would be found. Besides, you provided us with an alternative magic tool. I cannot thank you enough for that." At this point, the conversation was briefly paused as the tea arrived. Both parties took a sip, allowing a moment of quiet to pass. "I owe a great debt to Ren Ashton, as well as to the Ashton and Colossal families. That is why I am reluctant to share any information without knowing your reasons for asking." In the heart of the great nation of Liamel, where political maneuvering was an art, Marquis Ignat stood as a noble who had continuously emerged victorious in countless power struggles. His gaze carried a pressure unlike brute force, one that made others instinctively hold their breath. However, Cronoa was also one of the select few, one of the truly powerful. If she so wished, she possessed the strength to reduce all of Ufheim to ashes. The tension that had begun to rise between the two dissipated the moment Cronoa gave in. Okay. It was my fault for keeping it a secret, so just calm down." With a hurried tone, she began recounting the first time she had met Ren. Then, she spoke with excitement about their reunion near the Baldur mountain range, where he had protected her. Marquis Ignat and Edgar, who had been listening, momentarily forgot their previous tension and were left speechless. "You know, aside from my father, I've never really had anyone protect me before. It was nice. It made me feel warm inside." At that moment, both Marquis Ignat and Edgar realized something. Cronoa wasn't seeking information about Ren Ashton for any ulterior motive. She was simply interested in him. Nothing more, nothing less. With a nod from his lord, Edgar began to speak. He recounted the miraculous events that had unfolded in Colossal, all brought about by Ren Ashton. For someone so adorable and strong, he's also incredibly intelligent. "Unfortunately," Edgar said regretfully, "I wasn't able to describe Lord Ren's appearance properly to my lady." Why's that?" "Because when I saw him, he was grievously injured. When Ren returned to Colossal after the battle against Yelkwuk, he was riding the same horse as Lysia, leaning on her for support." Edgar could still recall how Ren had spoken sharp and decisive words despite his weakened state. However, soon after, Ren had been isolated for recovery, leaving Edgar with only a brief glimpse of him. The three of them continued their conversation, engrossed in tales about Ren. By the time dusk began to settle over the sky outside, Cronoa finally rose from the sofa. I should get going. Why not stay the night? Fiona would be delighted. As much as I'd love to, I have to return to the Imperial capital by magic airship tonight. But I think I'll stop by and see Fiona first. She's probably fine now, but I'd like to check on her just in case. My lord, shall I escort Lady Cronoa? Edgar asked. Yes, I'll see to the preparations for her departure. With that, they all left the study. Edgar led Cronoa toward Fiona's quarters. Where is Fiona right now? She's in her room. She planned to study until evening today. Cronoa considered whether she might be disturbing Fiona's studies, but since she had the valid reason of checking on Fiona's health, she decided to go ahead. Before she could reach Fiona's room, however, Cronoa-sama. From down the hallway, Fiona came running toward her. As she hurried over, the necklace she always wore swayed against her chest. Stopping before Cronoa, Fiona greeted her with a graceful, "It's been a while." "It really has. You can run on your own now, huh?" Ahaha, the rehabilitation was tough, but with the potions Father prepared for me, I finally regained the ability to move properly. It must have been hard, huh? Yes, but it was fun, too. Even though it was tough, I didn't mind because I could feel myself improving every day. Deciding that standing around to talk wasn't ideal, Fiona gestured for Cronoa to follow her. "So, what brings you here today?" "Of course, I came to check on you, Fiona." "Oh, honestly, I'm really doing just fine. Besides, I heard you were enjoying a pleasant conversation with my father." Let's just say both were important. As Cronoa averted her gaze, Fiona chuckled. Together, the two headed toward Fiona's room. The last time Cronoa had visited, the room had been filled with magical tools and potions for treatment. Now, all of that was gone. In its place, the room had been decorated with furnishings that reflected Fiona's personal taste. Seeing this, Cronoa secretly felt a sense of joy. But then, what's that? Her gaze fell on a mannequin standing against the wall. It was dressed in the uniform of the Special Scholarship class at the Imperial Officer Academy. I know it might be a bit early, but I was told it's best to prepare ahead of time. It's not that I'm taking the entrance exam lightly, I promise. Haha, it's okay, I get it. You know, as the Academy's headmaster, I think I'd be the first to notice if something was off. Relieved by her response, Fiona let out a small sigh of relief. Cronoa stepped closer to the mannequin. "When I heard you were applying to my academy, I wanted to come to UFIM as soon as possible." However, with her position, Cronoa was always busy. Now that Fiona's health had stabilized, Marquis Ignat didn't want to impose on Cronoa by asking her to visit frequently. As a result, Cronoa hadn't been able to come by lately. "Have you tried on the uniform yet?" "Yes, since there were some minor adjustments needed, I've worn it a few times." Cronoa imagined Fiona, dressed in the academy uniform. "You'll look amazing in it." Speaking her thoughts aloud, Cronoa saw Fiona scratch her cheek in embarrassment. "But I still can't quite picture myself as a student." "Huh? Why not?" "Well, until this past spring, I was always confined to my room. Even though she could move like a normal person now, she had only spent a short time outside the estate. She had visited the Imperial Officer Academy a few times and seen students in uniform walking through the Imperial capital. However, when I see students laughing and chatting together, I can't help but wonder if I'll be able to make friends like that. The liveliness of the capital is almost overwhelming. You'll be fine. I know better than anyone how wonderful you are, Fiona." And then Cronoa had a thought. "Hey, Fiona, why don't you try imagining it? Picture yourself in uniform, walking through the capital with your friends, enjoying some street food together. Wouldn't I get in trouble for making detours?" "Nah, that's not against the rules at my academy. As long as you don't cause trouble for others or act in a way that would disgrace the academy, it's fine." Hearing that, Fiona gazed at the uniform on the mannequin and let her imagination wander. "Think about something fun, Fiona. There's no need to be afraid just yet." She pictured herself dressed in that uniform, walking through a corner of the vast imperial capital with friends, a dream that had once felt impossible. Without realizing it, Fiona closed her eyes. In the vision behind her eyelids, she saw herself walking alongside a boy whose face and build were unknown to her. His features were blurred as if shrouded in mist, but for some reason, she had the vague impression that he was Ren. Realizing what she was imagining, or rather, fantasizing, Fiona turned bright red from her neck to her cheeks and shook her head vigorously. What's wrong? It's nothing. Don't mind me. The fact that she had unconsciously placed her savior into the fantasy and imagined herself strolling through the imperial capital in uniform with him filled Fiona with a deep sense of embarrassment. Imagining an unknown benefactor on my own, how embarrassing. That night, Fiona would once again dream of the mysterious benefactor. And in the future, she would find herself dreaming of him from time to time, eventually realizing that she was more like an ordinary girl her age than she had thought. Meanwhile, Cronoa glanced at her wristwatch. It's about time for me to go. Can I check on you one last time like before? With a gentle smile, she reached out her hand to Fiona. Of course. Please do. Receiving Fiona's consent, Cronoa placed her hand lightly against Fiona's chest and closed her eyes, sharpening her focus on the sensations at her fingertips. The warmth that emanated from her touch, different from simple body heat, felt comforting to Fiona. This should be fine now. You won't need any more medicine. Your body has grown stronger, so what happened before won't happen again. You can rest easy. Cronoa gently patted Fiona's head, then raised a finger and added, but be wary of people's ill intentions. Someone might try to force your special power to run wild. Is that even possible? Probably. Seeing Fiona panic, Cronoa gave her a relaxed smile. She hadn't spoken with certainty, her warning was merely precautionary. Honestly, don't scare me like that. But you shouldn't let your guard down, okay? It's been a long time since the Demon King was defeated, but someone just like him could appear again. If that happens, they might use methods beyond our imagination to do something terrible. In that case, wouldn't it be a problem for everyone, not just me? Yeah, you're absolutely right. After all, it was just a precautionary warning. But Cronoa's words held great weight for Fiona. Even while exchanging light-hearted banter, Fiona took the warning to heart, determined to remain vigilant. I'll be sure to stay focused for the upcoming final exam as well. Oh, the final exam is coming up soon, isn't it? Yes, the long special scholarship entrance exam is finally coming to an end, and I feel a little relieved just thinking about it. Unlike ordinary schools, the entrance process for the Imperial Officer Academy's special scholarship class was divided into multiple phases. It was a long journey that stretched from the end of spring all the way to the start of the new year. Fiona, despite being the daughter of a marquis, had chosen to enroll in the academy to earn prestige through graduation and to receive the advanced education offered under Cronoa's leadership. Well then, Cronoa's gaze drifted toward the pendant at Fiona's chest. Make sure you never take off that necklace I gave you, okay? I think your body is fine now, but we always need to be prepared for the worst. Because someone like the Demon King might appear again. Exactly, so I'll be cheering you on for the final exam, though let's keep that between us. I am the headmistress, after all. Scratching her cheek with a somewhat awkward expression, Cronoa turned away. Fiona had wanted to see her off, but Cronoa had declined, leaving Fiona looking a little dissatisfied. Instead, she simply repeated her thanks over and over as Cronoa departed. As Cronoa and Edgar stepped out of the mansion, they found Marquis Ignat waiting outside. As they walked through the vast garden toward the exit, Cronoa spoke up. Oh, by the way, I went to the Balder Mountains. That's quite intriguing. May I ask what for? One of the exam sites we had prepared became unusable. The Balder Mountains were brought up as a potential alternative, so I checked them out along with a few other candidates. Cronoa continued, casually adding, but it turns out the Balder Mountains weren't suitable. Just out of curiosity, may I ask why you thought so? There were too many sheer cliffs, and I also heard that this winter is going to be especially harsh. I just had a feeling it'd be too dangerous for the examinees. Marquis Ignat nodded in understanding. I see. So, have you informed the board of directors? Yep, I've been checking out different locations all winter. Now, it's just a matter of final selection. You might as well leave that entirely to the board. Haha, but the board members are all caught up in factional disputes. That is a rather painful truth. This conversation arose because every noble on the board of directors was naturally affiliated with one faction or another. Even so, the board maintained fairness in the selection process for the special honors class. For that reason, Cronoa neither complained nor took sides. With the exam sites being confidential information, I imagine it must be quite the headache. Graduating from the Imperial Officer Academy's Special Honors class was practically a guaranteed path to a prestigious future. To maintain fairness, the final exam site was kept secret from all but a select few. Aside from the crew of the airship used for transportation, only the Lord of the chosen site was privy to the location. Not even the examinee's parents, other nobles, or even the imperial family were informed. By the way, was it really all right for you to share this information with me? Don't worry. It's not something to announce publicly, but it's just a site we won't be using. Just before reaching the front gate, Cronoa stopped and turned to Ulysses. I'll be leaving Liamel before the year's end, so I'm glad I got to check on Fiona one last time. Oh, and where will you be heading? For work to the Holy Land. And I'll be there for over a year. I was going to turn them down when they asked, but given the nature of the request. The Holy Land was located near the center of the Elfin continent. It served as the sacred headquarters for the worship of the primordial god, Elfin, attracting devout followers from around the world. They're rebuilding part of the Silver Sanctum. The main temple that serves as the heart of every shrine across the world. Given its age, that makes sense. However, Cronoa was neither a mason nor a sculptor. The reason she was summoned was tied to the numerous sacred relics housed within the Silver Sanctum. The temple was safeguarded by countless seals and wards, which couldn't be tampered with lightly. Cronoa had been called upon to assist in their removal and reinstallation. Since other nations are also sending personnel, Liamel can't exactly sit this one out. Though the Holy Land was neutral, the fact that so many countries were dispatching representatives gave the entire situation a political undertone. Still, given the large number of elfin worshippers in Liamel, ignoring the matter wasn't an option. So, while I'm gone, I suppose the board of directors will act as the Academy's highest authority. That's excellent news. From an outsider's perspective, seeing the board members burdened with more responsibilities in the midst of their factional disputes is quite satisfying. You should take this opportunity to enjoy yourself. I wonder about that. Cronoa hesitated at Marquis Ignat's suggestion, but then glanced at her watch. Oh well, thanks for today. Of course, when you return to Liamel, please visit again. With that, Cronoa departed from the Marquis's mansion. Naturally, to avoid drawing attention, she donned her ceremonial robes and pulled the hood deep over her head. She spent over an hour walking through the city. Since she had the chance, she took her time appreciating the picturesque streets of Ufheim on her way to the airship terminal. Once there, she inserted money into a magic-powered ticketing machine and purchased a ticket for the next airship to the Imperial capital, set to depart in an hour. Cronoa splurged on a private cabin and gazed out the window, taking in the cityscape beloved by Imperial nobles. As she did, she reflected on her trip. Ren was adorable. It would have been so much easier if we could have used the Baldur Mountains as a test site. Not only did she find Ren's demeanor charming, but she also recalled his features. However, back at the Marquis's mansion, Ren's appearance had never once been mentioned. Marquis Ignat and the others had wanted to know what he looked like, but Cronoa's sudden arrival and unexpected revelations had left them too preoccupied to ask. As for Cronoa, she had assumed they already knew and never brought it up. Unaware of all this, she stretched and then flopped onto the large sofa. Taking advantage of her solitude, she hugged a cushion and kicked her feet in the air. I can't take it anymore. I'm sleeping," she declared to no one in particular. Her eyelids grew heavy, and after rubbing them, she forced herself up and headed for the bed. Before lying down, she changed clothes and made sure to check her planner. It was packed with schedules, filling every available space until the morning of her departure from Liamel. For her, this trip back to the Imperial capital was the only real break she'd get. Grrr. It was a meaningless act of defiance, but she growled at her overstuffed planner. What am I even doing? Finding herself ridiculous, she collapsed onto the bed and shut her eyes. Exhausted from the long trip, she quickly drifted into sleep. Chapter 8. A request for a nomination, received in winter. One morning, Ren made his way to the Adventurers Guild. As soon as he arrived, the receptionist, who had become familiar with him, inquired, "I take it you've read the letter?" Ren nodded and replied, "I was surprised when the messenger arrived at the estate, but I read the letter immediately." It mentioned a designated request for me. What's the job about? I was informed by Sir Kai that it involves escorting a group of merchants. Kai? Oh, he's someone you've spoken about multiple times. Do you not know him? Unfortunately, Ren had no recollection of the name. In fact, he couldn't recall anyone ever introducing themselves by name at the Adventurers Guild. That be me, hero. A voice called out from behind him. Ren turned around and found a young man standing there. He immediately recognized him as the man who had first spoken to him when he visited the Adventurers Guild. So you're Kai, then? That's right. Well, it's no wonder you didn't know. I never introduced myself. Anyway, hey, lady, I'll take it from here. The receptionist nodded, and Ren was led to a table in the guild's dining area. There, a werewolf, Kai's companion, was already waiting. I heard the conversation. My apologies, hero. I completely forgot to introduce myself. Don't worry about it. As Ren took a seat, Kai sat down across from him and promptly pulled out a map. The job I want you for, as you heard, is an escort mission. The client is a merchant company favored by some noble. Apparently, it was founded by one of those so-called purveyors to the nobility, and their representative was sent here to hire adventurers. So we're escorting this representative. Exactly. And word is they have ties to noble supporters of the hero. At that, Ren's expression immediately twisted in dismay. Kai, fully understanding why, grinned. I get that it's complicated, but they really want your help. The whole trip will take about a month round trip. What do you think? A month was quite a long time. Ren frowned. That's a long time. Considering his current circumstances, being allowed to stay in the old colossal estate and serving as its caretaker. Being away for an entire month was too much. The pay seemed decent, but that alone wasn't enough to sway him. However, Kai wasn't ready to give up. He hastily tried to negotiate. Then just the way there is fine. You don't have to do the round trip. Just coming along for the outbound journey would help a lot. Ren felt bad about rejecting someone who was this desperate. It was also an honor to have his skills recognized. Even so, he still shook his head. Even if it was only one way, it would still take about 2.5 weeks. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't a job he could take on given his current responsibilities. You're being too vague. Of course the hero won't agree without a proper explanation. You should give more details. This time, the werewolf spoke up, supporting Ren's hesitation with a perfectly reasonable statement. With a smirk that showed his sharp canines, the werewolf elbowed Kai in the ribs. I keep telling him, he always leaves out important details when explaining things. Hey, you didn't have to say that out loud. Kai scowled, resting his cheek on one hand atop the table. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he let out a sigh. Maida's is right, I guess. Ren tilted his head at the unfamiliar name. The werewolf chuckled. That's my name. I never expected us to introduce ourselves to you in this roundabout way. With a wry smile, Maida's extended his hand for a handshake, which Ren returned. Then, he nudged Kai again. This guy always explains things poorly or barely at all. I keep warning him about it. Come on, no need to say it twice. Kai grumbled, his dissatisfaction evident. Maida's let out a resigned laugh and turned back to Ren. Forget about his rambling. Let's get back to the job. We're planning to take this route. He slid his finger across the map they had prepared. Ren recognized the route. It was the exact same path he had recently traveled with Lysia, Weiss, and the knights as they visited various villages. However, Maida's finger didn't stop there. It continued northward, crossing through the Baldur mountain range. Ren's eyebrows twitched slightly. We don't need much extra strength until we reach the Baldur mountains. But once we're in, the terrain gets rough and the number of monsters increases. We want you as backup for when we get there. Ren immediately felt validated in his decision to not accept the job on the spot. Yeah, this is even more of a no-go. The idea of the treasure, hidden in a secret part of the mountains, was admittedly tempting. And there was also the guaranteed encounter with a steel-eater gargoyle, which piqued his interest. But even that wasn't enough to make him accept the job. By the way, I heard this year's winter is supposed to be particularly harsh. Are you sure it's safe? Why are you taking this route now, of all times? I know, right? I think it's nuts too, but the merchants insisted. They have to meet a strict deadline. Apparently, they've acquired some monster materials that they want a renowned blacksmith to work on. Since they've already secured a slot in the blacksmith's schedule, they need to deliver the materials on time. The monster materials hadn't been procured in Colossal. Rather, Colossal was merely a stop along the route. What happens if they miss the deadline? Well, renowned blacksmiths often have their schedules booked years in advance. If they miss this chance, they might have to wait several more years for the next opportunity. The nobles won't be happy about that, so if the merchant fails to deliver on time, his standing as a purveyor to the nobility could be in jeopardy. Sounds like things are more urgent than I thought. They're even offering more than double the usual rate, so it's not a bad deal. Plus, there's a bonus for successfully completing the job. The merchant was clearly desperate to maintain his relationship with the nobility. Even so, I'm afraid I have to decline. Kai slumped his shoulders in resignation. Yeah, figured as much. It was worth a shot, though, wasn't it? Yeah, Maida's here also couldn't join due to another job, so I really wanted to bring along someone I could trust. I'll just have to ask around and find someone else. Apparently, it wasn't uncommon for Kai and Maida's to take on separate requests. I'm really sorry, after you went out of your way to invite me. Don't worry about it. The job doesn't start for another 2 weeks, so I'm sure I'll find someone soon enough. Oh, that's quite a bit of free time. Well, it depends on the merchant's schedule. This year's winter was expected to be particularly harsh, with snowstorms likely to rage. The Baldur Mountains were expected to face one of the harshest winters in history, but Kai was well aware of that. Just this past summer, his partner Maida's had traveled between villages, delivering magic tools in preparation for winter. He must have heard plenty of warnings about the severity of this year's cold. Well, since you came all the way to the guild, let me treat you to a drink. How about some booze? I'm still a kid, so I'll take juice instead. Oh, right. In Liamel, adulthood started at 14. As he sipped the juice that had been brought to him, Ren murmured to himself, I've really grown up, haven't I? Several days had passed since Ren turned down the request. He had considered going hunting in the winter, but there wasn't much opportunity to leave the mansion. As the caretaker of the old estate, he was busy with various winter-related tasks. There were days when he ventured into the forest outside town, but while he could check on the state of the monsters, he hadn't actually done any hunting. Then, one morning, Ren found himself dealing with an unexpected crisis. The old mansion's roof had collapsed under the weight of the snow. The heat from inside must have transferred to the roof after the boy moved in. The snow melted, refroze, and with the added weight of more snowfall, it must have given way, Weiss commented, having rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Looking up at the ceiling from the entrance hall, Ren could see a massive hole, large enough to glimpse the sky beyond. I made sure to clear the snow off regularly, but, last night was especially cold, so it can't be helped. Still, that's quite the hole. A magnificent one, even. This isn't a laughing matter. Fair point, regardless, we'll have to get it repaired. Are we calling a craftsman? We are, but the carpenter responsible for our estate's repairs doesn't live in Colossal. We'll need to send someone to a distant village to fetch them. The thought of leaving the hole exposed until then made Ren's face twitch. But Weiss had no intention of letting the mansion remain in that state. We'll have to make temporary repairs ourselves. Oh right, that makes sense. And so, carpentry work began. Weiss left Ren's side, saying he would explain the situation to Lazard and retrieve the necessary materials from the warehouse. In his place, Lysia appeared, exhaling white puffs of breath in the cold air as she spoke. You're really going to fix the roof? That's right. Otherwise, the inside of the old mansion could end up covered in snow next. Lysia let out a quiet chuckle, the hem of her white coat swaying lightly as she moved. The hair ornament she had worn every day since her summer birthday party also swayed gently, its presence undeniable against her gradually maturing hair. You're going up on the roof, right? Of course. I can't fix it otherwise. Then, no. I haven't even said anything yet. She didn't have to. It was obvious what Lysia was thinking the moment she showed interest. You're not climbing up there. You can watch, but even then, you need permission from Lord Lazard or Lord Weiss. There's a risk of snow or materials falling. You're such a killjoy. A short while later, Weiss returned with Lazard in tow. Oh ho. Lazard commented nonchalantly. Father, can I go up on the roof with Ren? There's no need to ask. The answer is no. Ugh, father, you're just like Ren. I wasn't worried, but it seems Ren has made a perfectly reasonable decision. Lazard let out a chuckle, shaking his head in mild amusement. By midday, the carpentry work was complete. After washing off the sweat with a bath, Ren made his way to the main mansion's dining hall. Lazard had invited him to join him for lunch. Sorry to trouble you. That must have been quite a task. Not at all. It's part of my job, and Lord Weiss helped as well. Still, it had been a while since Ren had done that kind of work. The last time had been just before Yelkwick attacked the village. And before that, he would have to go all the way back to when he was a child, working on carpentry projects with his father, Roy. As Ren spoke about his village, Lazard and Lysia listened with great interest. Do you want to go back to your village? Lysia blurted out the question before she could stop herself. Ren had looked so happy reminiscing about his home. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. But if I don't grow stronger, I might just end up being a burden to them again. Besides, part of me believes this was for the best. I don't know if working away from home is the right way to put it, but by earning money here as an adventurer, I can buy magic tools for the village. If it helped the village prosper, then this path wasn't wrong. As the son of a knight set to inherit his father's role, he was doing his part to support his home. I receive reports from your village regularly, you know. According to them, this winter wasn't as harsh as usual, thanks to Ren. Recently, most of the reward money he had earned from defeating the steel-eating gargoyle had gone toward improving the village's infrastructure. The benefits of magic tools were significant, and the villagers expressed their gratitude to him time and again. The roads have been properly maintained, and the villagers' houses have been transformed. They've even made progress on building the wall around the village. But Ren, Lysia was about to protest, wanting Lazard to consider how Ren must feel about not being able to live in his village. Don't worry about it. Everything was my decision, and I consulted Lord Lazard about it. So he had no regrets. He didn't believe he had made the wrong choice. As long as his parents and the villagers were living happily, that was all that mattered. Lysia, you seem to be misunderstanding something. I didn't bring up the village without reason. What do you mean? I agree that it's time for Ren to visit home. His sudden statement took both Ren and Lysia by surprise. I understand Ren's reasons for living away from the village, and I respect them. But remember the village wall I mentioned? One phase of its construction will take place in the spring. Manpower is short, so I plan to send knights to assist for about 2 weeks. His proposal was simple. Ren could accompany the knights in an official capacity. Even if it's only symbolic, it might be good for him to go as a knight. If it's for a short period, he won't have to worry about the village's concerns weighing on him. Finishing his meal, Lazard stood up and left with a final remark. Think it over. If I visit home and then return to Colossal, that means I'll be away from the old mansion for about a month. I'll need to wrap up my tasks here before leaving. As Ren thought about his village, a small sense of realization struck him. Return to Colossal, huh? Unknowingly, he smiled. Seeing his expression, Lysia spoke up. You're looking forward to going home, aren't you? That too, but there's something else that's interesting. What is it? When she asked, Ren hesitated, then smiled wryly, brushing it off. Chapter 9. His proposal and her secret. One day, a group of boys and girls were gathered in one place. The location was a magical ship dock in a town located a few weeks' journey by horse from the imperial capital. They were all candidates for the final exam of the special class at the Imperial Officer Academy. The prepared magical ship was of the highest quality. Even if they encountered a powerful magical beast in the sky, the ship was designed to ensure the safe delivery of the students to the town, which was its primary purpose. The students would be kept under strict supervision, including the surrounding areas, until just before they reached their destination. As long as they boarded the prepared magical ship, they would be guaranteed sufficient safety, even if it wasn't as secure as the Imperial Castle, which was a symbol of Liamel. The exam venues were divided into several locations, and each was guarded by faculty members from the Academy and knights from the Imperial capital to prepare for any eventuality. The likelihood of any disruptive elements infiltrating was extremely low. Inside the magical ship, once all confirmations were completed, a crew member called out to the captain from the wheelhouse. Captain, all necessary checks and inspections have been completed. Then set sail. The wheelhouse, unlike a regular ship, was a unique space filled with numerous magical devices. This particular magical ship was even more special. Due to the fairness of the exam, the destination could not be confirmed until just before departure. Once the signal to depart was given, the magical route appeared on a glass-like magical tool at the center of the wheelhouse, and the captain was taken aback upon seeing it. What? The captain was stunned, and many of the crew members were left speechless as well. Are you sure there's no mistake? The captain asked one of the nearby crew members. Why, yes. The magical tool craftsmen, the magical ship managers, even the board members of the Imperial Officer Academy confirmed it. The captain checked the report they had received. It detailed over 100 confirmation points, including when and with whom each was verified. As they read through it, several crew members confirmed they had double-checked with the craftsmen and board members, and the designated route was as planned for the exam site. You're sure there's no mistake, right? Why, yes, we've confirmed it many times. When we asked if there might be a mistake in the winter conditions, we were told that it's precisely in such conditions that the ship's true value would be tested. The crew members had initially been surprised, but the board members and the craftsmen all verified that the route was indeed correct and as planned for the exam site. Well then, we will follow the prescribed course and take the examinees there. The captain finally accepted it and signaled the crew to begin the departure. The furnace aboard the magical ship began to operate using magical stones as energy, and the ship rose into the sky, quickly reaching a high altitude far above the magical ship dock. Destination: Baldur Mountain Range. At this command, the magical ship carrying the examinees soared through the sky. Their destination was the last stage of the legendary Seven Heroes' Eye, the place that the Academy head, Cronoa, had explicitly stated could not be used for the exam, yet here they were, heading there. Section. Several days earlier, in the morning, Yun brought a few letters to Lazard's office. Ren and Lysia, who had been assisting Lazard with his work, quietly stayed out of the way so as not to disturb him while he opened the letters. They're from the knights in charge of the villages. I see. I'll check them right away. After hearing the response, Yun left the room, and Lazard opened the seal on the letters. The letters contained requests from villages that had suffered significant snow damage. It seems there's plenty of supplies, but the snow pressure damage is extensive. Lazard wasn't wrong in his winter preparations. According to the letters, another natural disaster had occurred, and they were requesting knights to be sent to help. Lord Lazard, is this similar to the damage that occurred at the old mansion? It seems so. The old houses were damaged by the weight of the snow. It also mentions that many trees in the forest were bent, and roads were blocked by accumulated snow. This is something that can only be confirmed once the snow actually falls. So does this mean we need to choose knights to send out now? Ren asked. Yes, we must act quickly or the villagers will be in trouble. Then, I'll help too. Hearing this made me think back to the village I went to with Lysia. Wait, which village are you talking about? The village where the river had been blocked. If there's been similar damage from the snow, I think it would be helpful for me to go as well. I see, that makes sense. Ren was already skilled enough to single-handedly defeat D-rank magical beasts, and thanks to the benefits of his magic sword summoning, his strength was on par with that of adults. With just a regular sword, Ren could easily cut through large rocks. After thinking for a moment, Lazard said, "To be honest, I'd appreciate it if Ren could help. However, I feel guilty about sending you off on such a long journey, considering the great debt I owe you. Don't worry about it. You know by now that I'm used to helping you with your work." Ren had already taken on the task of surveying the eastern forest, so he wanted Lazard not to worry about it. We Sama should stay in Colossal just in case, and when I think about it, it might be more convenient for me to go. I'm used to traveling long distances and camping. I'm sure my parents aren't forbidding me from helping with such work, right? No. On the contrary, Roy told me that if you ever want to help with work, I should let you. Then I'll gladly help. I'm used to work like this. When I lived in the village, we had similar damage, and I used to help my father with the repairs. Ren wasn't a burden at all. In fact, he surpassed even the knights in terms of stamina, so there was no issue. Lazard looked deeply apologetic as he bowed his head. In that case, I must ask for your help. I suppose this time, I can't insist on going with you, can I? My sword exists for moments like these. So, It's not that I want to be unreasonable. It's just, I'd like to do what I can. Having Lysia around might help encourage the people, but with the heavy snowfall this year, repairing the damage took priority. Naturally, she understood that as well. Father, I can at least help Ren prepare, right? Of course. Lady Lysia, I can handle packing on my own. It's fine, I just want to help. Section. Things took an unexpected turn that evening. As Ren was preparing for the journey in the old mansion, Lazard paid him a visit, looking unusually serious. I wasn't sure whether to tell you, but I decided you should know. With that, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Ren took the paper and scanned its contents. It was about a designated request. A designated request. It was the same one he had turned down before, but this time, the situation was more dire. The historic blizzard that had led to Ren traveling with the knights to various villages had also caused incidents in the particularly snow-laden Baldur Mountains. A distress signal was sent from a fortress in the Baldur Mountains. It was believed that the signal was likely sent by adventurers, including Kai. In short, this designated request came from the werewolf Maetas. There's an old fortress midway up the Baldur Mountains that adventurers sometimes use. In emergencies like this, they hole up there and send up a signal for rescue. That was what was written in the request letter. But that fortress, Ren was familiar with the place. Fortunately, it had food supplies, and it wasn't impossible to stay warm. They could melt snow for water, and if there were monsters suitable for consumption, they wouldn't go hungry. However, since it was an old fortress, it didn't have ample resources. If they lost their ability to stay warm, they would freeze to death in no time. They should have just stayed put. Ren thought this, but quickly dismissed the notion. Maetas helped me with the platinum feather incident. Still, heading into the Baldur Mountains in this weather is no joke. While adventurers knew the risks, this wasn't the time to hesitate when lives were at stake. Besides, there's a reason I can't ignore this. Ren recalled a particular piece of information, and his hesitation vanished in an instant. Lord Lazard, one of the adventurers waiting for rescue, is someone I know. Before he left, he mentioned that the client was an envoy for a merchant serving a noble from the hero faction. Lazard let out a long, deep sigh. He looked up at the ceiling of the old mansion and sighed again. What a troublesome situation. Given how recently they had dealt with Viscount Given, it was best to tread carefully. While they now had a friendly relationship with Marquis Ignat, they couldn't afford to ignore this. If House Colossal fails to make an effort in the rescue, people might claim it's retaliation for what happened in the spring. Ren and Lazard exchanged wry smiles at how much consideration they had to give to a mere envoy of a merchant. Still, given how recent the spring incident was, they couldn't afford to ignore the situation. I apologize. I should have reported it when I first turned down the designated request. No, even if you had reported it, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Because, if they're associated with a merchant close to the heroic faction, I doubt they would have heeded my advice, given my history with them. If their employer's reputation was at stake, the envoy likely wouldn't have listened either. Lazard wasn't just trying to console Ren. Even if they had warned the envoy about the harsh conditions in the Baldur Mountains and advised against going, stopping them outright would have been difficult. Had they detained or monitored the merchant's envoy, it would have been seen as an act of hostility. In any case, knights have already been dispatched. Since their route will take them near the Baldur Mountains while visiting villages, we can allocate some forces to head there. This was primarily for the sake of the villages affected by the blizzard. Technically, adventurers were responsible for their own safety, but there could be other survivors in the fortress. This rescue mission was about saving lives, protecting the people, and ensuring House Colossal didn't get entangled in more noble conflicts. Given the situation, there's no time to hesitate. Ren made up his mind. He had to set aside his concerns about the Baldur Mountains. Please let me join the team heading to the Baldur Mountains. I knew you'd say that. Ren was already taking on the responsibility of traveling between villages to support the people. Adding a trip to the Baldur Mountains would extend his workload by over a month. Lazard didn't want to put Ren through that much trouble. It's just a small detour, so please let me protect my home as well. Ren scratched his cheek. Besides, if I do nothing, I'll probably keep seeing Lady Lysia's pained expression in my mind. You mean from when you two were fleeing from Yelkwek? Yes. I don't want her to feel that way ever again. Though this situation was unlikely to turn into a major conflict, considering the troubles in the spring, they couldn't be careless. Ren also wanted to grow stronger so he could stand up against the unfair power of nobles. Avoiding the rescue mission wasn't an option for him. If you can take down D-rank monsters solo with ease, the Baldur Mountains shouldn't be too daunting for you, but still. Lord Weiss should remain in Clausel, so please allow me to go. After a long moment of thought, Lazard proposed a compromise. I won't allow you to accept the designated request. However, I will permit you to accompany the knights to the fortress. What's the difference? If you go as an adventurer, you bear full responsibility for the request. But if you go under my orders, it's different. If the search extends beyond the fortress, you won't be obligated to continue. Among the routes in the Baldur Mountains, the path from Clausel territory to the fortress was considered relatively safe. It had fewer monsters, stable terrain, and minimal risk of avalanches, at least along the mountain path. If Ren ever found himself in a troublesome situation, Lazard wanted to ensure that he could return without being bound by the obligations of an adventurer. Now that I think about it, Ren does have a skill, doesn't he? Lazard spoke as if recalling something. I imagine that skill would be useful in a situation like this. Of course, I don't doubt your courage, but I assumed that was also part of why you volunteered to help. Well, don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you to tell me the details of your skill. Ren had indeed considered that his wooden magic sword's natural magic might be useful in the Baldur Mountains. The ability to create paths artificially could serve as a life-saving measure in an emergency. However, he had never disclosed anything about summoning magic swords to anyone. Lysia had witnessed it due to the circumstances, but since Ren never spoke about it, she refrained from asking for details, and even her father, Lazard, remained uninformed. As a child, Ren had instinctively kept it to himself, recalling the game's scenario and choosing to stay silent. Recently, however, he had also realized that keeping it a secret was necessary for his own protection. If you were a saint like Lysia, that would be a different story. But otherwise, you should continue keeping it to yourself. Strength, when spoken of, can also reveal weaknesses. Ren deeply appreciated Lazard's consideration. Section. Winter nights fell early, and before long, the world outside the window was shrouded in dusk. After helping Ren with his travel preparations, Lysia sat in her room. That should be everything, right? I made sure he had all the necessities. Recalling the contents of Ren's luggage, she sat by her desk near the window, reviewing a memo. All that remained was to jot down instructions on how to use the magic tools she had prepared for him. As she picked up her pen, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. I'll be fine, it's just a memo this time, it's not like last time. She was referring to something that had happened quite some time ago. Back then, she had written a letter to bring Ren to Clausel. She had prepared the letter in the Ashton estate before it was burned down, and when Weiss commented, "This is practically a love letter," she had hastily tucked it into her pocket to dispose of it outside. Somehow, she had lost it along the way, and by sheer chance it ended up in Ren's hands. Remembering this, Lysia's cheeks turned bright red. But this time, it was just a memo. There was nothing to worry about. However, after writing out the instructions for the magic tools, she found herself adding a faint, barely visible note with the tip of her inkless pen. If you take too long to return, I'm coming after you. She pressed just hard enough to leave a slight indentation, one that was difficult to read even upon close inspection. She didn't want him to notice, yet at the same time she hoped he would. It was a mischievous yet heartfelt message, carrying a trace of a maiden sentiment. The following morning, as Ren prepared to depart from the estate, it happened just outside the gate. "Ren, give me your hand." Snow continued to fall gently around them, but Lysia paid it no mind as she spoke. Ren complied, extending his hand. Lysia took it in hers, and a warm light emanated from her fingertips. A surge of vitality filled Ren's body, and he felt a renewed sense of energy. Holy magic. Yes, but don't misunderstand, I'm not telling you to push yourself. This is just a small spell to help ease your fatigue and keep your body light. It wasn't meant to give him boundless strength, only to alleviate the exhaustion that had built up. A minor assistance that would likely fade after just a few hours on the road. Thank you. This will help me give my best effort. Ren then glanced at the dagger strapped to his waist. And besides, I have the charm you gave me, so there's nothing to worry about. Lysia giggled softly. In that case, promise me one thing. She tightened her grip on his hand. When she looked up at him, her eyes gleamed with breathtaking intensity. You absolutely must not push yourself too hard, understand. With the presence of a saint and the earnestness of a young girl, she was both mystical and breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 10, The Girl Dancing in the Silver. The knights of the Colossal family and the adventurers, forming a group for the winter march, felt a reassuring strength that came from their lack of concern about monsters. Especially this time, perhaps because Ren was accompanying them, a lot of magical tools for camping were brought along. However, the journey to the Balder Mountains took a few extra days than usual due to the snow. We've really come here. Before them stood the towering silver-white peaks. The snow that had previously clung to the mountains had now turned into a complete blanket of white. It was almost dusk, so the peaks were faintly tinted with a reddish hue. The sharp, sword-like ridges remained the same, but the natural fury of the mountains had only grown. It was a completely different sight from what Ren had seen during his escape with Lysia, and the grandeur of the scene rivaled the final stage of a game. It's certainly an enormous amount of snow, one of the knights from the Colossal family remarked. Ren replied, It seems none of the villages we passed through had this much snow. The group hadn't neglected their rescue efforts. Winter marches were harsher than summer ones, and they had taken a few extra days. They had stopped at several villages along the way, fulfilling their duties as planned. A few knights had split off along the way, staying in the villages where help was most needed. Ren, along with the most elite knights, had dedicated themselves to assisting the people along the road to the Balder Mountains. Originally, this had been the purpose of their journey, so nothing was left to chance. Hiro-sama. From a distance, Ren heard a voice calling out from a group of adventurers. The adventurers had been accompanying them from the town of Colossal to this point. Yes. What's the matter? As Ren approached, Maidas, one of the adventurers, looked up at the Balder Mountains and said, The mountain path has more snow than I expected. In some places, even the trees are completely buried. It looks like it will be tough. Even with magical tools and magic to deal with the snow, we have to be careful. If we're not, we might trigger an avalanche. As Hiro-sama says, if we do that, an avalanche could occur. In the end, we'll have no choice but to avoid the snow as we progress. Of course, if we had wings like the winged people, that'd be a different story. It was pointless to wish for something they didn't have. Thinking practically, one of the knights spoke up. Adventurers, we should propose setting up a base camp first. Maidas responded, Then, let's depart tomorrow. It's already late, and by the time we finish setting up the base camp, the sun will have set. Neither the knights nor the adventurers were particularly happy with this decision. The group had seen the smoke rising from a fortress in the middle of the Balder Mountains just yesterday, confirming that those inside were still alive. That's why they were all eager to move quickly toward the rescue. But Ren, still unsure, had something on his mind. There should be multiple adventurers assigned to protect the merchant client. Ren knew this for certain, as he had heard it directly from Kai when he received the commission. So, how could they be unable to move despite the severe snowfall? In this world, unlike in his previous life, adventurers were physically strong. Ren doubted whether professional adventurers could be cornered this much, especially if the monsters weren't particularly strong. He decided to ask a knight about his suspicions. From what I can see, the snow is severe, but is it really enough to prevent adventurers from moving? There are difficult cases, the knight replied. With armor made from monster materials and magical tools, they should be able to descend. But since they have a client to protect, the knight continued. Of course, it's not impossible even with a client. Adventurers who plan to pass through the winter Balder Mountains are likely to be very experienced. So, it's not strange if they can descend then. Yes, it's possible they decided to wait for help instead of risking it, or maybe there were injuries that prevented them from moving. So, there could be unforeseen circumstances that we don't know about. That possibility can't be ruled out. We should proceed with caution. Ren nodded and, with that thought in mind, looked up at the vast Balder Mountains that stretched out before him. After preparing camp, everyone gathered around the campfire to eat dinner. The path to the fortress is as we shared earlier. Expect to arrive in 2 to 3 days, as we will need to push through the troublesome snow. Medes, representing the adventurers, spoke, and a knight followed up. We need to decide who will carry the supplies and clear the snow. Also, we need to select personnel to deal with possible monster appearances. Medes Dono, we will leave the adventurer's side to you. Leave it to me. Now, we need to plan the formation. We'd prefer to stay close to Hiro-kun. That's right, I'd rather stay with a cute boy than a messy man. Meida's voice was interrupted by laughter from the female adventurers. Hey, you don't want to stay with us? Of course not. The group lightened the mood with jokes, trying to stay cheerful. That night, they rested, praying for the safety of the people at the fortress, while gathering strength for the journey ahead. Section. The next morning, they set out with the sunrise, pushing through the snow until just before evening, much like the previous day. On the third day, as they were nearing the fortress, they reached a long suspension bridge set across a canyon. The blizzard struck their faces, making visibility poor, and the height of the bridge was so great that the bottom couldn't be seen. The area beneath us is part of a dormant volcano. In the past, lava flowed here, the knight beside Ren said as they swayed on the bridge. Ren nodded, remembering that he already knew this information. Looking down at the canyon, he recalled something from the game. In the game, the area beneath the canyon had been influenced by the magic of Asvar, with streams of lava flowing through it. Where there was no lava, many undead roamed, and the area was filled with toxic fumes. Toxic fumes were a gas created when the magic density of dead monsters' remains seeped out, intensifying the surrounding air. Its true nature was a gas poisonous to the human body. Countless monster corpses lay beneath the suspension bridge, giving the area an ominous atmosphere befitting the final stage of I. By the time they had passed the suspension bridge and another 30 minutes had passed, they had drawn even closer to their target, the fortress. Everyone, let's go. With Medes' spirited command, the group's pace quickened. They trudged through deep snow that easily buried their knees, pressing forward as fast as possible toward the fortress. Almost there. Recalling the fortress he had glimpsed earlier, Ren wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Just then, the adventurers ahead came to a sudden stop. Medes, who was leading at the front, raised one hand to draw everyone's attention. Monsters. However, they weren't close by. Medes immediately pointed into the distance, his dog-like ears twitching slightly. The fortress might be under attack, hurry. Medes took off running, and the adventurers followed suit. Ren exchanged glances with the knight beside him. A cacophony of monster cries filled the air, interwoven with the sounds of battle. The snowstorm had picked up again, further obscuring their vision. Sir Ren, please don't overexert yourself. I understand, I'll be careful. After exchanging words with the knight, Ren turned his attention to the monsters around them. Some were creatures he had become accustomed to seeing since arriving in this world, while others were completely new to him. A vast horde of monsters swarmed around the fortress. Ren felt relieved, assuming that the adventurers protecting the merchants had made it safely. What? But then, amidst the swirling snow, he saw something unexpected. The ones fighting near the fortress weren't familiar adventurers. Instead, they were a group of a dozen or so boys and girls. Who are they? I don't know, but stay on guard. The young fighters panicked when they noticed the adventurers approaching. We don't fully understand the situation either, but we'll fight alongside you. Medes reassured them, easing their anxiety. Seeing the adventurers and knights engaging the monsters, the young fighters turned their focus back to the battle. Several among them wielded magic. Some unleashed fireballs, while others conjured winds stronger than the blizzard, slicing through monster hides. Magic in this world could only be used by those born with the appropriate skills, making it a rare and valuable power. Yet, every one of these young fighters displayed remarkable proficiency with it. At this rate, they won't need much help. Just as Ren was thinking that, the blizzard grew even fiercer. He noticed someone fighting alone in the distance, surrounded by a large number of monsters. I'm going to assist that person. Understood. Once again, I urge you, please don't overdo it. Got it. You all stay safe too. With that, Ren broke away from the main battle and raced toward the lone fighter. The snow here wasn't as deep as before, it no longer buried his knees. but it still reached his ankles, forcing him to rely on his physical abilities to sprint like the wind. Beyond the snowstorm, a lone girl was fighting. Ren swung his iron magic sword, cutting down the monster that had been lunging at her back. The girl turned to face him. "Who are you?" "I'm here to rescue you all." Despite being in the midst of battle, her voice was astonishingly clear, effortlessly reaching his ears. However, the raging blizzard made it impossible to discern her facial features. Instead, what caught Ren's attention was her. Her black hair fluttered in the wind as she unleashed magic from both hands. She, too, was surprised. This person's magic is incredible. His sword is incredible. Without voicing their thoughts, they continued to cut down the oncoming monsters. Struggling was out of the question. Their overwhelming prowess made short work of their foes. With fighters this skilled, why are they here in the Balder Mountains? Ren's swordplay, refined under Weiss's rigorous training, left no opening for the monsters. Before long, the two had naturally begun fighting back to back. Ren controlled the space within his sword's reach. From slightly behind him, the girl's ice blades pierced through monster flesh. Their seamless coordination resembled a scene from a grand performance, elegant and precise. This feels strangely natural. Why does it feel like he knows me better than I know myself? By the time they noticed, only one monster remained. Ren's sword and the girl's magic struck simultaneously, piercing the last foe. As she watched the fresh snow turn crimson with monster blood, the girl realized the battle was over. Her entire body went slack. "It's over." Right beside Ren, she collapsed onto the snow, sitting down with a soft thud. "Are you all right?" "I am sorry. I've never fought so many monsters before. The moment it ended, my strength just left me." Her voice was as pure as a flowing stream, carrying an earnest tone. Having fought with their backs against each other, Ren finally turned to face her properly. He reached out his hand to help her up. By then, the blizzard had ceased. With the snowstorm gone, Ren finally saw her clearly for the first time. "Ah, thank you." "No need to thank me." Her presence alone transformed the grim battlefield into something ethereal. Her obsidian-like hair, her features polished like a precious gem. In this frozen landscape, she seemed like a spirit of the snow itself. Even for Ren, who had seen Lysia up close, she possessed an undeniable air of mystique. She glanced at Ren's outstretched hand. The moment their hands met. What?" A flash of violet light seemed to flicker from the necklace around her neck. It had been so brief, so fleeting, that they both merely tilted their heads slightly in curiosity, dismissing it as nothing more than their imagination. As Ren's gaze drifted toward the necklace, a quiet doubt took root in his mind. That's a bane-crushing necklace. It was a type of magic tool that had even appeared in the legends of the 7 heroes, a piece of equipable gear. The fact that it looked exactly as it had in the game made it unlikely he was mistaken. Why is she wearing such a worthless item? The bane-crushing necklace was a magic tool crafted by one of the 7 heroes, a rare artifact of which only a handful existed in the entire world. However, its rarity didn't equate to high performance. On top of that, the necklace had no effect that would cause it to discharge purple lightning. It must have been a trick of the eye. With that thought, Ren let go of the girl's hand just as she stood up. "Good, it looks like you're both unharmed." Madas approached, brushing the snow off his cold-weather gear. Stopping beside them, he immediately addressed the girl. "I've already spoken with the others. They told me that you're the one keeping everyone together." The girl seemed as if she wanted to ask about Madas and Ren's identities. However, since Madas continued speaking, she chose to simply listen. "I'll get straight to the point. Why are a group of children like you traveling through such a dangerous place?" "Before I answer that, may I ask something first?" The girl shifted her gaze to the knights of House Colossal, who had arrived a step later. She spoke with a tone of certainty. "Am I correct in assuming that those knights are from House Colossal?" She had likely recognized the emblem engraved on their armor. "We have been sent here under orders from our lord to rescue the adventurers in this region." Hearing the knight's composed response, the girl believed him. A faint, relieved smile graced her lips as she softly whispered, "Thank goodness. It seems best to leave this matter to them," Madas murmured before stepping back and trusting the conversation to the knights. Understanding his intent, one of the knights turned to the girl. "Pardon me, but may I ask your name?" "I apologize for not introducing myself sooner." Realizing her lapse, the girl quickly turned to the knight and straightened her posture. She then executed a bow so elegant and refined that, had they been at a noble soiree, she would have effortlessly captivated every man in attendance. "My name is." The moment she spoke her next words, everyone was struck speechless by shock. Even if Ren were the wisest sage to ever live, he could never have foreseen this encounter. "My name is Fiona. I am the only daughter of Ulisses Ignat, the Lord of Ufheim." From her delicate lips, those words carried a weight that sent ripples of astonishment across everyone's faces. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 11, Lost Candidates and Fallen Adventurers. The gray, rugged cobblestones, along with the walls and ceiling made of the same material, welcomed everyone. As fingers slid along the wall, they could feel a damp, gritty texture. The windows were small, and even during the day, the light from torches spaced evenly along the walls was the only thing keeping the place from being too dim. The sound of everyone's footsteps echoed through the fortress, devoid of any decoration. "I am Maida's. Excluding the knights of the colossal family, I am commanding the adventurers during this rescue mission." Maida's lightly introduced himself as he led the group, walking next to Fiona. At this moment, Fiona mistook Ren for an adventurer. Given Maida's words, it wasn't difficult to see why she would mistake Ren, who wasn't dressed as a knight, for an adventurer. "Why are children like you here in the Baldur mountain range?" Ren asked as Fiona continued walking without stopping. "We're students preparing for exams. We've been taking refuge here in the fortress for the past few days." "Students?" "Yes, this place is the final exam site for the special class of the Imperial Officer Academy." This explanation shocked Maida's. Ren and the knights also looked surprised. "I didn't expect it, but is this really the special class of that prestigious academy?" Maida's asked in disbelief. "Haha, hey Maida's, watch your manners." A nearby adventurer teased Midas. "W8, I know, but forgive me, I'm not used to speaking with nobles, and besides, you guys need to introduce yourselves." Maida's urged the other adventurers. However, the adventurers hesitated. "I'll pass. Last time I took a bodyguard job for a noble, they complained about my attitude," one adventurer said. "I'd prefer to pass as well. For a rural adventurer like me, meeting with those academy students is too much of an honor," another added. "If we got involved with someone from a noble family, we'd get into all sorts of trouble. If something goes wrong, they might blame us for the mishap, and that's the last thing I need," a third adventurer chimed in. Adventurers had their own reasons for avoiding introductions, even when dealing with nobles. "But I won't ignore it. If the students don't interfere with us, I'll protect them," one adventurer declared. "We'll keep to ourselves then. If you do that, we'll guarantee their safety. Keeping out of each other's way is the reward," another adventurer agreed. As someone had previously said, they might receive a sizable reward from the students' parents. However, the adventurers knew well the strength of the powerful figures behind them. If they were to get blamed for something, it could be disastrous. In other words, they wanted to keep their identities hidden for self-protection. Especially, the presence of Fiona Ignat likely influenced their caution. "Understood. We'll do it that way," Fiona said, nodding, as if she had some experience with the unreasonable nature of nobility. As they continued walking, Maida's apologized, but Fiona smiled brightly in response. "However, if you're students from the special class, wouldn't this snowstorm not be much of a challenge for you?" Maida's asked, still skeptical. The Imperial Officer Academy was the most prestigious in the Liamal Empire, and only a select few could enter the special class. Students aiming for that class were likely to be more skilled than rural adventurers. Ren, too, was thinking along the same lines. "We can't win against adults in terms of physical strength," Fiona replied, explaining why they had chosen to take refuge. "If it had only been a few days, we might have been fine, but when we decided to evacuate, we had already walked for more than a week through the mountains. For someone of their age, a winter march was incredibly difficult. Even if they were stronger than the rural adventurers around Colossal, the strain of camping out for extended periods was overwhelming. And on top of that, an unusually large number of monsters appeared, forcing us to expend more energy than necessary," Fiona continued. Maida's immediately responded. "It might have been easier to target a group of young ones like you." But the knight added, "The path we marched had fewer monsters. Perhaps they were gathered on your side of the mountain. Meanwhile, Ren was quietly pondering. The special class exam is certainly difficult. The final exam is a symbol of that, but it was a test held in a designated area, where students were expected to follow a set route. The exam tested physical strength, endurance, quick thinking, and cooperation within groups. There must have been examiners present, but they're not here, though. This is still an exam, so they wouldn't push them too hard. If even seasoned adventurers were calling for help due to the extreme weather, it was hard to believe that the examiners would leave them to their fate, no matter how prestigious the academy. The students included noble children and others connected to high-ranking families, and if something happened, it could lead to a major issue. So, where were the examiners? Did you notice? One of the adventurers walking beside Ren muttered with self-deprecation. This situation isn't normal. Someone with power must be behind this, someone who could easily wipe us out. The students are related to nobles from all factions, so if someone were to harm them, it'd be a huge mess. That's why you all acted so differently, didn't you? Ren said, understanding. Exactly. I know it's rude, but we all look out for ourselves, the adventurer admitted. While the two conversed, Fiona suddenly stopped walking. She stood before a door leading to a large hall at the back of the fortress. We were relieved to find out there were others already here when we arrived, she said, though her expression remained grim. When the door opened, everyone immediately understood why. Inside the hall, simple bedding was laid out, with adventurers like Kai and some merchants who were likely the ones they were supposed to protect, lying on the ground. They were all struggling to breathe in pain. Kai made his rush to his companion's side. Other adventurers who had come to assist followed him closely. As you can see, the people in this fortress are all in no condition to walk, Fiona explained, confirming their worst fears. The knights, who shared Ren's suspicions, remained calm and asked Fiona, "Miss Ignat, if there's anything else you know, please share it with us. We came from Colossal after seeing the smoke signal, but we're still trying to understand what's happening here." Fiona nodded solemnly. "One of the other students with me knows some healing magic. According to them, the people here have an abnormally high amount of magic circulating in their bodies," she explained, her face shadowed. Her lips trembled slightly as she spoke. "It appears to be a symptom similar to a broken vessel." At this, the knight gasped in surprise. When an individual carries an amount of magic power that exceeds their body's capacity, it turns toxic and begins to damage the body. This condition was usually seen in children born with excessive magic. But why would adults, like the adventurers, be affected? It's unfortunate, but I don't know the reason behind it. However, Kiwake is a disease where the higher the amount of magic power one is born with, the higher the death rate. However, those individuals over there are said to be out of immediate danger. The symptoms of Kiwake are similar but not identical to the disease Lysia once suffered from. Ren, who lacks knowledge in medicine, couldn't fully comprehend the explanation, but roughly speaking, it involves whether or not it is directly life-threatening. Also, since Kiwake usually manifests immediately after birth, this is one of the differences in symptoms. The one who examined the adventurers said that the abnormal amount of magic power tormenting their bodies is gradually stabilizing, and they should regain their strength after a while. That's why the recent signals were raised by us, Fiona said with a sorrowful smile, then tilted her head. The knight crossed his arms and began thinking, but bowed to Fiona before heading toward the fallen adventurers. "There are many things we need to consider, but first, we will check on the adventurer's condition. After that, we would like to consult with you regarding your descent from the mountain." With that, the knight turned and walked away, while Fiona secretly thought, "So once again, the Colossal family will lend me their strength." She then stepped into the hall as well. At that moment, an event occurred that instantly dispelled the tension in the air. "What a hassle. If they don't increase our reward later, this just won't be worth it," said one of the female adventurers accompanying Ren, sighing. She exchanged glances with another female adventurer before turning her gaze toward Ren. "We're staying here for the night anyway, so let's at least decide on our rooms already." "Yeah, we can leave the rest to the men." With that, the two leaned suggestively against Ren. "How about sharing a room with us?" Ren was momentarily stunned by surprise, but he quickly responded in an irritated tone. Please don't mess around at a time like this." Far from being swayed by their seductiveness, he found their lack of awareness in this situation to be more of a nuisance and dismissed them with a sigh. Stretching out both arms, he peeled the two women off of him. They laughed at his indifferent response and walked away. Ren let out a frustrated sigh, but then suddenly froze. At some point, Fiona, who had entered the hall earlier, was now standing by the doorway, watching him with a wry smile. Just so we're clear, I wasn't entertaining those two, or anything like that, okay? Don't worry. I saw everything. It was an incredibly unfortunate moment. Luckily, Fiona had not misunderstood the situation, but the air between them remained awkwardly heavy. This is bad. Now it's even harder to introduce myself. For Fiona, Ren was nothing short of a lifesaver, but this was hardly the ideal first meeting. He had no particular desire for a grand introduction, but even so, this encounter was undeniably awkward. In this critical situation, the last thing he wanted was to confuse Fiona any further. Clearly, I should talk to everyone and find a better opportunity. Fiona still thought Ren was just another adventurer. And there was also the agreement between adventurers and examinees to not interfere with each other. For now, he decided to postpone introducing himself. The only issue was how to act in this tense atmosphere. Ignat-sama, I have something I'd like to discuss. An unexpected lifeline appeared. A female examinee approached, taking Fiona's hand as she spoke. Judging by her expression and the way she occasionally glanced at Ren, her concern seemed rather complicated. I'll take my leave here, Ren said, turning his back to Fiona. Adventurer, truly, thank you for your assistance. She deeply bowed to his retreating figure, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Section. Not long ago, that same examinee had been troubled by one particular concern: the final exam results. For the examinees, this exam determined their future. But now, having to take refuge in this fortress and receiving aid from adventurers and colossal knights had left many of them deeply unsettled. Wasn't that against the rules? That evening, Ren pondered this as he ate an early dinner of grilled meat in the fortress dining hall. Sitting beside him, a knight continued the explanation. Examinees must prove their worth through their own strength. However, I can't help but feel something is off. Something off? Yes. If I recall correctly, the exam location for the special scholarship class is always reported to the local lord. At that time, the region is sealed off to prevent any outside interference. Yet this time, there was no sign of such a restriction. In fact, adventurers had been present even before the exam began. It's practically impossible for this to be an accident. It does seem incredibly suspicious, but how can you be so sure? Because the security measures for the special scholarship exam are that strict. The more likely explanation is that an outside force intentionally interfered. Wait a minute. If the security is that tight, yet outside interference is still possible, doesn't that mean there are plenty of nobles with enough authority to override the rules, regardless of faction? The knight gave a complicated smile. Another knight chimed in, or maybe even royalty. Even though Ignat Marquis' daughter is here, for what purpose? The idea that royalty would be involved is ridiculous, and it's hard to imagine the hero faction making a move either. Picking a fight with Marquis Ignat seems unlikely. Even if they wanted to frame the colossal family, the risk is far too great. Ren maintained a composed smile, despite the unsettling discussion. I heard the academy principal left Liamel. If someone exploited that opening, it's not entirely out of the question. Ren had never heard about Cronoa leaving Liamel before, but he dismissed it, assuming it had nothing to do with him. In any case, our duty to protect remains unchanged, the knight explaining the situation concluded. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot ignore the examinees. If we fail, it will only cause trouble for our lord. Even if some examinees refuse assistance, we should force them to descend the mountain for their safety. With Fiona Ignat present, they had to proceed with the utmost caution. Everyone steeled themselves with a sense of tension and duty. One knight, however, turned to Ren with a wry smile. Still, I must say, Rendono, I was quite surprised. Are you talking about Lady Ignat? Yes. Oh, I was surprised too. Same here. She probably never imagined she would meet the person who saved her life in a place like this. That was certainly true, and Ren could only smile wryly as he took another bite of his meat. She also happened to see you getting entangled with those female adventurers. What do you all think about that? Rendon, this meat is quite delicious as well. I personally recommend this one. You should give it a try. Even without saying it outright, they were clearly trying to console him, and Ren felt a little touched. At the very least, no one misunderstood the situation and thought he had been flirting with those women. However, because of that incident, he had missed an important opportunity. I was planning to introduce myself, but that threw everything off. Perhaps it would be better to do so after descending the mountain. That way, both of you will be able to speak more calmly. So you think so too. Fortunately, Lady Ignat still believes you to be just another adventurer. The attitude of those adventurers was certainly disgraceful, but because of that, she likely won't think to ask for your name. Ah well, there is that unspoken wall between adventurers and examinees. Thanks to that, he would likely remain uninvolved for the time being. He had asked the knights to refrain from mentioning his name or referring to him as a hero. The last thing he wanted was to startle Fiona in this situation. If it could lead to unnecessary confusion, it was best to avoid introducing himself for now. Besides, Ren himself wasn't quite mentally prepared yet. If I don't introduce myself now, there's a chance I'll get scolded by Marquis Ignat later. I don't think Marquis Ignat would be angry over something like that, though it may sound a bit presumptuous. Since Lady Ignat was saved by your strength, Rendono, it would be best to tell her that you prioritized a calm descent from the Baldur Mountains. However, if any of them asked for your name, we won't be able to remain silent, though the possibility of that happening seemed extremely low. In any case, they decided to observe the situation for now, and one of the knights shared their plans going forward. As for tomorrow's schedule, we'll need to consult with the adventurers. Some of them will have to descend. Because many of the refugees are still in the fortress, we'll be calling for reinforcements, right? Everything was aimed at ensuring that Fiona and the other examinees would be safely brought down the mountain. That's correct. Otherwise, we won't be able to safely escort the fallen adventurers or the examinees down the mountain. We'll also be bringing along plenty of magical tools to help with that. It would be best for Rendono to accompany us as well. Indeed. Rendono, you'll need to descend first thing tomorrow. If you were to get injured, Miss Lysia would be heartbroken waiting for you back at Colossal. The knight who said this did so with a hint of jest. However, Ren shook his head. I'll remain behind. I'm still useful as a combatant, and I'll stay by the side of Lady Ignat and the other examinees to protect them. Some of the knights expressed reluctance, but Ren's words were reasonable. In the end, it was decided that Ren would stay. Tomorrow morning, a few knights and several adventurers would descend ahead to bring back the supplies and magical tools left at the foot of the mountains. They would also use signal fires again to ensure quick communication with those at the base of the mountain. Most of the forces would remain at the fortress, so there was no need to worry about that. There were too many people in need of rescue, so without this arrangement, we wouldn't have enough hands. Thus, the decision was made to avoid dividing the group into first and second squads, and to instead prepare for a flawless operation. When Ren and Fiona eventually descend, they would be able to do so with the utmost care. Among the examinees stranded in the mountains, many were young nobles, both domestic and foreign, so it was important to treat everyone with respect, not just Fiona. There were several seriously injured among the fallen. We'll need to be careful when descending together. No, it seems things should settle down in a few days. But until then, it's better not to force anyone to move. I've heard that it's difficult to even take them out into this extreme cold, and if we're not careful, they could lose their lives. Ren became curious about the knight's conversation. So, how are they treating the injured now? They're using Lady Ignat's skills to care for them. There was no one else capable of treating them, and it wasn't a condition that could be handled with potions. As Ren wondered what kind of skill that was, another knight spoke up. We plan to inform Lady Ignat of our plans shortly. Ren don't know. What will you do? Ren couldn't exactly say he was heading to Fiona. I think I'll rest now to prepare for tomorrow. With that, Ren left the knights and made his way to his room within the fortress. Once in his room, he opened his bag and took out a magical tool that emitted light. However, not knowing how to use it, he was troubled and quickly unfolded the note that Lysia had prepared for him. Ah, I see. Ren muttered, holding the note up to the light of the fireplace. when he suddenly noticed what seemed to be the shadow of some writing. The shadow he found was the message Lysia had secretly left for him. "If you take too long to return, I'm coming after you." The faintly glowing text made Ren smile as he read it. Did I really need to find this? Though it was true that Lysia had hidden the message, he wasn't sure what to think. After some hesitation, Ren remembered the time when Lysia had failed to properly deal with a love letter-like letter, and he smiled again. If this was a mistake, maybe Lady Lysia really has some strange connection to letters. Ren said, dimming the light from the magical tool and lying down on the bed. As he stared at the soft glow, he thought of Lysia back at Colossal and felt an unexpectedly warm sensation in his heart. Section: In the garden of the Colossal mansion, Lysia was gazing up at the frosty sky. With a sigh, the breath she exhaled turned white, and her pale skin, peeking out from her shawl, felt a little cold. The warmth of the bath she had just taken was slowly being stolen by the winter chill. Lysia continued to stare at the sky, reluctant to look away, when Yun, seeing this, called out to her. "It will be bad for your health." However, Lysia continued to gaze up at the sky. "I'm fine. It's cool and actually feels nice." "I see." Yuno stood beside Lysia. When she looked at Lysia's profile, she saw the same delicate and well-defined features as always. Her expression wasn't exactly downcast, but the usual dignified air seemed to have faded. However, there was no sign of worry for Ren on her face. Yuno placed a hand on her cheek. "Oh, that's surprising. Something wrong? I just assumed you came outside because you were worried about Lord Ren." "I'm worried about Ren. Why would I be?" "Well, the Baldur Mountains are dangerous right now. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried, but I don't think about it as much as everyone assumes." Her tone made it sound like the most natural thing in the world. When Yuno pressed further, asking, "Why is that?" Lysia simply smiled. "Isn't it obvious? No one in the world knows how strong Ren is better than I do. How much experience must one have to speak with such conviction and composure at her age?" Yuno found herself at a loss for words in front of Lysia's unwavering confidence. "I see. That was a foolish question, wasn't it?" "Yes, it was." Lysia spoke with a small smile as snow began to fall gently from the sky. Realizing that they shouldn't stay outside much longer, Yuno draped the coat she had brought over Lysia's shoulders. "We should head back inside." However, she still didn't understand why Lysia seemed less lively than usual. As Lysia began walking ahead, Yuno crossed her arms and pondered in silence. If she wasn't overly worried about Ren, then there must be another reason for her lack of energy. Oh, something occurred to her, but she decided against saying it aloud. For Lysia's dignity, of course. "Did you say something?" Unfortunately, Lysia had heard her. Yuno quickly shook her head, but Lysia stopped walking and turned back. "You don't have to hide it." "What is it?" "And no, it's nothing. I just thought, rather than being worried about Lord Ren, maybe you were feeling lonely without him." Lysia's face froze. She immediately forced a dry chuckle, but it was obvious Yuno had hit the mark. Her cheeks gradually flushed red as she maintained her forced smile. Meanwhile, Yuno broke into a nervous smile, cold sweat forming. "I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again?" "I was just saying that perhaps a cup of tea before bed would be nice." "Thank you, I'd love some." And just like that, the conversation was dismissed. The two maintained their composed facades as they made their way to Lysia's room. Once inside, as promised, Yuno began preparing tea. It was then that she noticed something. Despite it being winter, there was a pure white dress laid out on Lysia's bed. Yuno recognized it. It was the dress Ren had given her in early summer. She must have taken it out to ease her loneliness. If she had been holding it close, seeking comfort, what an adorably endearing thought. Realizing that Yuno had noticed, Lysia's carefully maintained composure shattered completely. She could no longer keep up the act, or rather, she understood there was no use in trying. Keep this a secret, okay?" Her face turned bright red as she murmured in embarrassment. Section: The next morning, as planned, a group set off down the mountain to call for reinforcements. "Hero, thanks to you, we're saved." As they were departing, Maidas called out to him. "Please about my name, and calling me Hero." "Oh, my apologies. I don't know the reason, but since it's your request, of all people, I should have remembered." Maidas, carrying his partner Kai on his back, smiled with deep relief as he descended the mountain. Originally, only a small group was supposed to go for reinforcements. However, Maidas insisted on bringing his injured partner. Kai's condition was especially bad, so it was understandable why he was worried. Even so, it wasn't the time for reckless decisions, and carrying Kai would slow them down. The others tried to dissuade him, but Maidas refused to back down. What a fool. Do whatever you want. If your partner dies, that's on you. Even when his fellow adventurers threw cold words at him, Maidas remained unfazed and carried Kai down the mountain. Ren furrowed his brows at Maidas's actions. Still, he earnestly hoped the group would return soon with reinforcements. When Ren returned to the fortress past noon after an early morning spent hunting, the knights who had remained behind greeted him. "Oh, this is incredible. With this, we have enough to last a month. We won't have to worry about food anymore." Welcomed by their cheers, Ren lowered the magical beasts he had been carrying just outside the fortress entrance. "How's the treatment for the merchant's envoy going?" There had been reports that Fiona was using her skill to heal the injured. Among those requiring treatment was the envoy of the aforementioned merchant. According to Lady Ignat, it's going well. Hearing that, Ren nodded. "That's good to hear. We'll take care of the butchering," one of the knights volunteered. Leaving the remaining work to them, Ren entered the fortress and washed off the sweat in the simple bathing area. As he walked through the fortress, a towel draped around his neck, he happened to pass by the hall where the adventurers were resting. Just then, the door swung open. A visibly exhausted Fiona stumbled out and collided with Ren. This time, however, the anti-curse necklace did not react as it had before. Ren found that strange but had no way to confirm why. Sorry. No, it's my fault. I should have been more careful." They apologized to each other, then fell silent, both awkwardly averting their gazes. After several long seconds, unable to endure the silence any longer, Ren opened his mouth to explain the previous incident. Their voices overlapped. Their eyes met at the same time, locking in an awkward stare. "Please, go ahead," Ren urged, forcing out his voice. Fiona hesitated for a moment before taking half a step back and cautiously speaking. "I heard that you came from Colossal." But then she hastily clamped her mouth shut. I'm sorry, we agreed not to pry into each other's affairs. Please don't worry about it. But why are you asking about where I live?" Ren's question made Fiona hesitate again. However, after a moment's resolve, she continued. "There's someone in Colossal who once saved us. When I heard you and your group came from there, I thought you might have met them." She did not say, "the person who saved my life." Her father, Ulysses, had hidden the truth about her past condition, and Fiona did not want to expose it. "I wanted to ask the knights as well, but they all seemed so busy. And you seem to be around the same age as my benefactor." With her hands clasped at her chest as if in prayer, Fiona lowered her gaze. Ren reconsidered whether he should reveal his identity. However, "Never mind, please forget I said anything." Fiona suddenly bowed deeply, as if regretting her words. She must have felt that prying into an adventurer's past broke their agreement not to interfere in each other's matters. "I'm sorry, that was out of line." No, don't worry. I was the one who asked you to clarify." Ren offered a reassuring smile. Fiona bowed several more times before retreating down the hallway. "You should get some rest." That night, Fiona lay down on the hard bed in her room within the fortress. Her body, weighed down by exhaustion, quickly succumbed to sleep. Even on such an uncomfortable bed, she found herself dreaming of something pleasant. In her dream, she stood in the imperial capital beneath a perfectly clear sky. Long ago, when Cronoa had visited the Upheim estate, she had asked Fiona to imagine her life as a student. This dream, however, was different. A young man stood beside her, and unlike before, his face was not blurred. "It's warm today," he said. "Yes, it makes me want to take a detour," Fiona replied. His voice was unmistakably familiar. The morning sun streamed through a small window, stirring Fiona awake. As she sat up, she found herself reflecting on the dream. Why? She forced her still drowsy mind to recall the details while they remained vivid. It wasn't the first time she had dreamed of the person who saved her life. Back at the Upheim estate, she had experienced similar dreams, but in those, his face had always been indistinct. She had never heard his voice before, either. And yet this time, both had been perfectly clear. More than that. Why did I see the adventurer's face? The person she met in the dream, the one who had saved her life, had inexplicably taken on the face of that adventurer? Was it because her recent conversation with him had left a strong impression? Had she unknowingly replaced her true savior with someone else? The thought made her feel as though she had been disrespectful to the person who had saved her. Unaware that her dream was not simply a misunderstanding, Fiona chastised herself for her foolishness. 2 days after Fiona saw the adventurer in her dream, just before midnight. Time for the shift change, Ren. Got it. A knight came to relieve Ren from his night watch outside the fortress. Ren returned inside and headed toward the fireplace near the entrance to warm his cold hands. Guess I'll grab something hot to drink. With that thought, he made his way to the kitchen. Since arriving at the fortress, he had visited the kitchen several times. Walking down a poorly insulated, freezing corridor, he reached for the wooden door at the end of the hall. A low, grating creak that sent shivers down the spine echoed through the air as the door opened, and he stepped forward. Ren and Fiona locked eyes, both letting out a breathless murmur. Inside, standing at the sink in the kitchen, Fiona was washing dishes alone. After exchanging a brief nod with her, Ren picked up a copper saucepan, intending to boil some water. As he approached the old-fashioned stove, he noticed that a fire was already burning. Adventurer. Since their brief exchange 2 days ago, Ren and Fiona hadn't spoken again. It wasn't that they had been avoiding each other, there simply hadn't been time for casual conversation given the situation. Fiona observed Ren carefully, as if trying to gauge something. It really is you, adventurer. Is something the matter? And no, it's nothing. I had something on my mind, that's all. Her voice trailed off into an incoherent mumble, making it difficult for Ren to catch what she was saying. Still shaken from the dream she'd had, Fiona lowered her head, clasping her hands together as if in prayer, trying to collect her thoughts. 2 days ago, yesterday, it's just like in my dreams, why does the adventurer keep appearing in them? Her whispered words didn't reach Ren's ears. Seeing her suddenly fall silent, Ren could only offer a troubled smile. Just as he was wondering how long this awkward moment would last, Fiona looked up and spoke. Sorry for going quiet all of a sudden. Do you need to use this as well? She approached, holding a saucepan identical to his. If you don't mind, yes. I thought I'd have a warm drink before bed. Me too. I was planning to make some tea after finishing the dishes. So that's why the fire was already going. Would you mind if we boiled the water together? Not at all. Grateful for her offer, Ren scooped up some melted snow from a water jug and placed his saucepan over the stove. The crackling of burning logs filled the silence. This is awkward. Standing side by side in silence made him feel restless. Yet Fiona, adhering to the agreement of non-interference with the adventurers, did not initiate any further conversation. Naturally, Ren didn't push the conversation either. He didn't have anything to talk about. Still, they moved almost simultaneously, heading toward the cupboard. Each picked up a small jar of tea leaves, sniffing them to find a scent they liked. They even brought this along. Apparently, supplies, including emergency rations, had been stocked in advance under the Crozzle family's orders. Adventurers and knights were sent in to prepare for situations like this, ensuring at least a decent cup of tea could be enjoyed. Just as Ren reached for a jar of tea leaves. Oh, sorry about that. And no, it's fine. I reached for it at the same time. Their fingertips brushed against each other. Both were surprised to have chosen the exact same tea. If you'd like, I can make the tea, Ren offered, unable to endure the lingering awkwardness. Fiona hesitated, then responded softly, Are you sure? Ren nodded. I can't guarantee it'll be good, but it's cold here. Let's move to the fireplace. Not wanting Fiona to be chilled, Ren suggested moving to a warmer place. Leaving the kitchen, they settled down in front of the fireplace in the adjacent hall. Pouring the tea into cups that were anything but luxurious, made from tea leaves of dubious freshness, they watched as the steam curled upward. A fruity aroma wafted through the air. It's delicious. Fiona exhaled softly, wisps of steam escaping from her lips. I'm really surprised. You're much better at this than I am. I'm still learning, but oh. Do you make tea yourself, Lady Ignat? I used to be quite sickly until recently, so one of the maids who kept me company taught me how. But, I was terribly clumsy at it. She let out a self-deprecating chuckle, lowering her gaze slightly in embarrassment. I needed tea for my medicine, so I tried to learn. Moving around was good for me when I could, so I did my best, but well, the tea I made was hardly drinkable. Tea is surprisingly tricky to get right, but medicine. Yes, the medicine I took was more effective when swallowed with tea instead of water. Ren nodded. So potions made from monster materials work differently. That's what they told me. Honestly, I have no idea how it works. Ren recalled how his mother, Myril, had always taught him to take medicine with water. She had explained that different drinks could alter the effects of medicine. Not all medicine was like that, of course, but it was a general rule. But if you can take it with tea, at least it helps mask the bitterness. Foo-foo, exactly. It made it much easier to drink. As they chatted, their teacups gradually emptied. Noticing this, Fiona spoke up. I'll take care of the cleanup. No, I can't possibly let a noble lady do that. But you made the tea, so please don't worry about it. At least let me do this. Her voice was gentle, yet firm. Seeing that she wouldn't back down, Ren relented and left. As Fiona made her way to the kitchen, she reflected on their conversation. How strange, why is he so easy to talk to? She washed the cups while mulling over how naturally their conversation had flowed. Then, suddenly, she noticed something. Wait, I never mentioned that my medicine was made from monster materials. She turned off the water and tilted her head in thought. As she left the kitchen, she pondered the oddity of it all. And then, there are those dreams I keep having of him. A thought one too absurd to believe flashed through her mind. No, that's impossible. Lady Ignat. A knight patrolling the fortress called out to her from a few steps away. It would be best if you got some rest soon. We'll be leaving early tomorrow. Realizing that staying up late would only be a burden, Fiona started to return to her room. But then, excuse me. A determined look crossed her face as she raised her voice. Section. A few days later, the examinees had grown accustomed to the presence of the adventurers. Still, there was little interaction between them, as both groups upheld the agreement of non-interference made on the first day. But then, the uneasy days of forced cohabitation came to an end. That evening, the knights and adventurers returned to the fortress. Though clearly exhausted, they pushed through the fatigue, determined to escort those remaining in the fortress down the mountain. Reinforcements had arrived at the base, bringing additional equipment and magic tools to aid in the descent. Excuse me, do you know where Matas is? Ren asked a knight who had just entered the fortress. The knight replied that Matas had left a message on parchment before departing the base. The reason given was that Kai was still not feeling well. This happened while the knights and adventurers were resting, and before anyone could stop them, the two had vanished like mist. What a pathetic man. He pushed himself too hard just to carry his partner down the mountain, and now he's nothing but trash. Those guys have no sense of duty. No matter how much they care about themselves, turning their backs on the heroes is just disgraceful. Exactly. We shouldn't work with them anymore. I don't even want to see their faces. The adventurers who had been listening began condemning Matas and his group. You knights must think the same, right? Given the situation, you've been looking after us adventurers as well. And yet, that guy just left without a shred of gratitude. We're not in a position to say anything. The truth is, we've also relied on your help. Well, if we start down that road, it'll just go in circles. Yeah, we've always had a give-and-take relationship, so there's no point in bringing it up now. Anyway, hero. One of the adventurers placed a hand on Ren's shoulder. With no examinees like Fiona nearby, he freely addressed Ren as hero. We'll stick with you until the end. You saved our young ones from that steel-eating gargoyle after all. Ren felt reassured by those words. Section. At dawn, right after breakfast, everyone stood outside the fortress, gazing at the morning glow. Rendono, it's finally time. A knight spoke to Ren, who shared the same sentiment and replied, It is. Since their representative, Matas, was absent, the knights had taken on the role of leading the adventurers as well. Then let's move out. At the knight's command, every last person remaining in the fortress stepped onto the snow-covered path. The examinees were all exceptional talents who had made it to the final test of the prestigious Imperial Officer Academy's special class. Even so, the difference in stamina between them and the adults was undeniable. While the knights and adventurers had already made a round trip down the mountain and back, they led the group through the deep snow without showing any signs of exhaustion. Observing them, Ren exhaled. Finally, Due to unexpected events, their stay had been much longer than planned, but he could finally feel the weight lifting from his shoulders. Still, he reminded himself to stay vigilant until they made it safely down the mountain. A faint sensation brushed against his cheek, making him stop. It felt cold yet strangely warm, like a wind that carried both frost and embers. Curious, he traced his fingers across his cheek, searching for its remnants. Was it just my imagination? Ren furrowed his brows. It felt as though a gust of wind had carried both snow and sparks. Rendon. With Fiona nowhere nearby, the knight addressed him without hesitation. Sorry, I think I let my guard down for a moment. Haha, well, it's finally time to head down. It's understandable to relax a little. Ren lightly slapped his own cheek, snapping himself out of it. Stay sharp. Not until every last examinee was safely down the mountain. He shifted his gaze toward the students walking behind him. We're almost home. Damn it, if only we'd fought monsters alone, this wouldn't have been such a mess. Are we going to fail? Relief, frustration, unease, just as many emotions as there were people. And among them, a thought resurfaced in Ren's mind. In the end, the examiners never showed up. Under normal circumstances, the final test should have been closely monitored, with examiners prepared for emergencies. Given that the test had already exceeded its scheduled duration, their absence was highly suspicious. Regardless, they needed to descend as soon as possible. The student's stamina was one concern, but those suffering from symptoms resembling shattering, though not life-threatening, had clearly been weakened. Some time after leaving the fortress, they spotted a suspension bridge. The examinees, seeing it for the first time, visibly tensed. At this altitude in the Balder Mountains, with strong winds and heavy snowfall, even just looking at the bridge was enough to inspire fear. The knights and we adventurers should lead the examinees across. Agreed. As several adventurers and knights took the lead, the examinees accepted help from the adults. Let's go. Hold onto the railing or grab onto my coat, an adventurer said gruffly to a boy examinee who smirked at the wind. No need. Who do you think we are? Oh, my bad. Guest students of the prestigious special class wouldn't be scared of a little suspension bridge. Obviously, don't underestimate us. But the moment the adventurer stepped onto the bridge, the boy followed, only to falter as the planks swayed unpredictably beneath him. The creaking of the wooden boards echoed ominously, and below them, the valley was obscured by the snowstorm. Even so, he understood well enough that a fall would mean certain death. As instinct halted his steps, the adventurer grabbed his hand. I don't need. Yeah, I get it. But if you fall, that's a problem for us too. Anyone free, help the other students across. Watching the exchange, Ren couldn't help but smile at the adventurer's unexpected kindness. With some adventurers still unable to walk on their own, most of the adults, including the knights, were assisting the examinees. Ren decided to follow suit. The only ones left were Fiona and the girl who had previously consulted her about the final exam results. Everyone else already had someone helping them. Ren hesitated over which of them to assist. Given Fiona's status, it would be more appropriate for a knight to help her. Or so he thought. Could you help me? The girl who had spoken with Fiona before approached a knight and made her request. That left only Ren and Fiona. Their eyes met. Adventurer, may I ask for your help? Are you sure? Didn't Ignat's daughter also want a knight's assistance? No, from the start, I intended to ask you. If you'd prefer an adventurer, I can go find another adult for you. It was a suggestion made with Fiona's safety in mind. Having an adult's help would surely put her at ease. However, when Fiona heard it, she blinked in surprise before breaking into a gentle, endearing smile. That's not what I meant. I want your help. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she reached out with her gloved hand, lightly grasping the hem of Ren's coat. As he took a step forward, the fabric stretched taut, silently telling him that she was right behind him. Ren placed one foot on the wooden planks of the suspension bridge, then both feet. When he took another step, Fiona followed. Creak. Creak, the bridge groaned incessantly beneath them. Is this thing really safe? Behind them, adventurers, knights, and the remaining examinees also began to cross. From ahead and behind, the faint voices of uneasy boys and girls could be heard. But right behind Ren, Fiona, who was holding onto his coat, showed no such signs of fear. Until recently, she had been frail and sickly. Surely she had never experienced something like this before. Is something the matter? Noticing his glance, Fiona turned to him, her expression unchanged from before she had stepped onto the bridge. Forgive me, you don't seem frightened at all, Lady Ignat. I'm perfectly fine. I have an adventurer protecting me right now, after all. And besides, Fiona spoke with a quiet strength in her voice. I once lived not knowing if I would still be alive when I woke up the next day. Compared to those days, there's nothing to be afraid of. As she walked forward, she recalled the painful memories of her past. At some point, the hem of Ren's coat, which had been stretched taut, loosened, a sign that the distance between them had shrunk ever so slightly. By now, some of the examinees had already reached the other side, and in the middle of the bridge, Ren and Fiona suddenly stopped in their tracks. What was that just now? That wind. A gust of wind, freezing enough to chill to the bone, yet carrying with it the heat of lingering embers from a battlefield. Both of them instinctively touched their cheeks, as if looking into a mirror. The strange wind that had brushed against them left behind a lingering sensation, compelling them to rub their cheeks over and over again. And then, Ren noticed something. A crimson light flickered at the bottom of the canyon. A lump formed in his throat. Take my hand. There was no hesitation in Fiona's response to his tense, urgent voice. She nodded without asking why. The moment she placed her hand in his, he grasped it firmly. There was no longer any sign of the violet lightning from before. Run, hurry. Without missing a beat, Ren took off at a sprint. His sudden cry of alarm sent knights and adventurers into a panic. Both those ahead and behind furrowed their brows at his frantic state. But it was precisely because it was Ren, because he was the one panicking, that they did not question it. And so, they all broke into a run. The anomaly struck just as they did. A heat wave. It surged up from the canyon below, colliding with the falling snow before reaching their cheeks. A brilliant crimson glow illuminated the suspension bridge from below. What the hell's going on? You adventurers should know, right? How the hell would we know? If you don't want to die, then shut up and run. The heat wave clashed against the blizzard, enshrouding everything in an instant. The bridge trembled. Not from the wind, something else was causing it. This is part of the final test, right? Tell me it is. Whatever you do, do not stop. Absolutely do not stop. The desperate cries of examinees and knights echoed. There was no one left to fear the swaying bridge or the depths below. They feared only the heat licking at their skin, the crimson light burning their vision, the erratic shaking beneath their feet, and the desperate need to reach the other side. A tornado of flames erupted from the canyon below, writhing through the air like a serpent, scattering embers as it closed in. And then another, and another. If one looked closely, every single one of them was aimed directly at Fiona. What is this? It's like the flames are targeting her. More appeared, all zeroing in on Fiona, not Ren. Buffeted by the violent winds of mingling snow and flame, the two of them ran for their lives. They were almost there. But Ren was forced to stop. What? Fiona's voice trembled with confusion. A force, something strange and invisible, shook the space between them. No, it shook the very world itself. Ren, who had been gripping her hand with all his strength, unwilling to let go for even a second, had not let his guard down. And yet, their hands were wrenched apart. A crimson wind, as if carrying the will of a sentient beast, tore through the space between them. And Fiona was taken. Lifted into the air as if an unseen force had snatched her away, she soared past the bridge's railing. A deafening explosion rang out in the distance. Molten rock burst into the air. No. Ren felt it. Something far more terrifying than the mana eater that Yelkwik had summoned at the end. Lady Ignat. Ah, adventurer. Ren reached out, but he only managed to graze her fingertips. What the hell is going on? Without hesitation, he hurled himself after her. At first, he considered using his wooden magic sword's natural magic to save her. But the tornadoes of fire closing in on her made him abandon the thought. They surrounded her from all sides. Any spell he used would be incinerated before it could reach her. Instead, he summoned his shield sword. Because without it, he would not be able to protect her. This is reckless, but forgive me. Ren wrapped his arms around Fiona midair. A magic shield enveloped them both, shielding them from the searing flames. Please freeze. Fiona cast her spell. Just like before, an icy chill burst forth, weakening the flames, threatening to consume them. But they were still falling, plummeting straight toward the canyon's depths. Ren dono! A knight's voice rang out, but there was nothing they could do. From the corner of Ren's vision, he saw the adventurers guiding the examinees away, leaving only the knights clinging to the remnants of the broken bridge. Ren had no time to concern himself with them, not when his shield was already on the verge of collapse. This heat, just from being near it. It had withstood the steel-eating gargoyles, full-on thrusts time and time again. Yet now, it was barely holding together. Adventurer! Another tornado of fire struck the bridge, reducing what remained to cinders. The knights clung desperately to what little remained. The vines would burn. Then, what about the other bridge, if I can just reach it? It was untouched by the flames. If he could reach it, he could use his magic to save them. Lady Ignat, I swear I'll get you to safety. Please trust me. His desperate plea. Yes. Fiona's immediate answer. I entrust everything to you, ah. Before she could finish, molten rock and tornadoes of fire erupted around them. Ren's spell triggered at the very same moment. Please. As he swung his wooden magic sword, he spared a glance at the girl in his arms. She wasn't trembling. Even now, she simply pressed herself against him, her lips tightly pursed. Chapter 12. On the crimson-covered silvery peaks. Ren and Fiona had returned to the fortress, and were now on the rooftop. If they hadn't clung to the suspension bridge using nature magic, they would have been burned alive in the lava flow filling the bottom of the gorge. There had been no other way to save Fiona. Even knowing they would have to turn back to the fortress, Ren couldn't afford to prioritize anything over her life. I'm sorry, this is my fault. No, Lady Ignat, you're not to blame. Ren tried to console Fiona, but she trembled with frustration. Even though she wasn't at fault, she blamed herself for dragging Ren into the situation and putting him in danger. Ren, moved by her noble spirit, turned his thoughts to what lay ahead. We managed to make it out somehow, but the real problem starts now. Right after escaping the suspension bridge, Ren had searched for a way to descend the mountain from nearby. However, the lava flows surrounding them made it clear that was impossible, forcing them to give up and return to the fortress. The people who crossed the suspension bridge should be safe. I just hope the ones who clung to it are okay too. The knights, adventurers, and examinees who had gone ahead should have a safe path forward. If the lava was flowing the way he knew the terrain dictated, then the route used for climbing should still be intact. However, the paths available for Ren and Fiona's descent were now limited. Only a longer, more roundabout route remained. In the first place, they needed to decide whether their best option was to wait here for rescue. If we just sit here in silence, this place is going to be swallowed up by the lava too. From the rooftop, they had a clear view of how rapidly the mountain range's landscape was changing. There was no sign of the lava's momentum slowing. Sooner or later, lava flows and flames might start erupting from the ground near the fortress as well. Adventurer, Fiona had also realized that simply waiting here wasn't an option. I think our best choice is to find another path down the mountain. I feel the same way. There were still a few possible routes down from the Balder Mountains. Ren pointed in one direction. The closest one is that way. The place he pointed to was the territory of Viscount Given. However, compared to descending toward the colossal domain, it would take considerably more time. If this doesn't work, we'll have to take an even more troublesome route. They could also descend, using the same path the examinees had taken. But that was a last resort. It would take far too long, forcing them to remain in the Balder Mountains amid this catastrophe. With a sigh, Ren muttered, "Too many strange things are happening in succession. Someone must have caused all this for a reason." Fiona tilted her head. Ren continued, "For example, as part of a factional struggle." "Oh, I see." Fiona nodded, understanding his reasoning, but then she quickly shook her head. "It might not be a simple factional struggle. Adventurer, do you remember the boy the adults were paying special attention to before we crossed the suspension bridge? That child is the heir to a high-ranking noble of the hero faction." Ren immediately grasped the implications. With Lady Ignat also here, this situation wouldn't have been caused by a factional struggle, at least not in this manner. Yes, of course, we can't say for certain, but there's no benefit for either side in doing something like this. While there were nobles like Viscount Given, the hero faction would still adhere to certain limits. Likewise, the royal faction wouldn't recklessly cause trouble with Fiona present. Then, who could have done this? Did this happen because the headmaster was away? No, more likely, someone orchestrated this incident because the headmaster was absent. And if Marquis Ignat had been here, no one would have been able to cause such a commotion so easily. It was possible that someone with power, equal to or greater than him, had been involved. But was it the other faction? Perhaps those seeking the Demon King's resurrection had made a move here. But speculating about the culprit wouldn't help them now. First, they needed to focus on protecting themselves and escaping the Balder Mountains. We need to leave the Balder Mountains as soon as possible. Let's get ready and head out immediately. Yes, I'll check our supplies right away. Since it was still early in the afternoon, they had plenty of daylight. With lava flowing everywhere, even nighttime would be somewhat illuminated. They needed to cover as much ground as possible while they could. Just as they were about to head back inside the fortress, Fiona suddenly stopped. She pressed a hand to her chest. For an instant, she felt an inexplicable, powerful pulse. Lady Ignat. And no, it's nothing. But it was only for a moment. She feared her body had returned to how it was before she took the medicine, but there were no signs of that. Fiona quickly patted her cheeks and put on a lovely smile. It was a beauty capable of captivating an entire kingdom, like an angel's. Section. They chose a path that had yet to be consumed by the lava as they descended. The terrain surrounding the Balder Mountains was gradually being eroded. Molten rock poured down the jagged mountain slopes, painting the entire region red. On the morning of the second day, after leaving the fortress, Ren woke up at dawn and was preparing breakfast when, "Good morning, adventurer." "Oh, good morning." Fiona emerged from the tent, her voice still drowsy. Ren turned toward her as he responded, "Breakfast is almost Rhea." "I'm sorry, I woke up late Aga." Both of them fell silent mid-sentence. Ren wasn't sure why Fiona had stopped talking. As for him, the reason was simple. That Ahoj. It was a side of Fiona he never could have imagined from her usual composure. The moment Fiona stepped out of the tent, a single Ahoj stood adorably atop her head, likely sprouting from her cowlick. Should he point it out, that might just end up embarrassing her. Ren forced a casual smile and pretended not to notice. "It's nothing fancy, but here you go." "Oh, not at all. This is more than enough of a feast." Fiona quickly pulled herself together and stepped closer to the campfire, taking a bite of the simple breakfast Ren had prepared. She sat down beside the fire, cradling a cup of soup in both hands. There it goes again. With each sip she took, the Ahoj bounced. It felt rude to keep staring, so Ren quickly looked away. But then he realized Fiona was looking at him. He tilted his head slightly in confusion, only for her to quickly avert her gaze. She curled up slightly as she sat, making herself smaller while quietly sipping her soup. "I'm going to get our things ready. We don't have to rush, so take your time eating." As Ren stood, Fiona hesitated for a moment, as if about to call out to him. Her hand instinctively reached toward his back, but then she hesitated and pulled it back. "Oh, thank you so much." Her voice was tinged with slight surprise. Once inside the tent, Ren began packing up their minimal belongings. He silently nodded to himself as he packed the utensils away. Then, as he stretched his arms, his fingers brushed against his hair. And there it was, a single strand of hair sticking straight up. Guess that makes it a tie. It wasn't a competition, but he stubbornly smoothed it down anyway. From outside, Fiona's shocked voice rang out. "W8, I had one too." She must have noticed after catching a glimpse of her reflection somewhere. Section. Crap. Under a sky full of stars, Ren sat beside the campfire, suddenly jolting awake. He tried to recall what had happened before he fell asleep. They had decided to camp here for the night, packing down the snow and setting up 2 tents. After dinner, he had urged Fiona to get some rest. So he had taken the night watch, only to doze off himself. "It's fine, adventurer." A voice spoke up beside him. "Fiona." He turned to see her sitting by the fire. "Nothing happened while you were asleep. No monsters attacked or anything. I'm sorry. It's my duty to keep watch, and I still ended up falling asleep." Ren bowed his head, but Fiona immediately shook hers. "I should be the one apologizing. You stayed up last night too, didn't you? That's why you seemed a little drowsy today. Don't worry about it, it's part of the job." "No, in a situation like this, I want to help too." She gave him a gentle smile. Bundled up in her warmest clothes, she still hugged her knees for warmth. A steaming wooden cup sat in her hands, releasing a faint aroma of tea. Seemingly struck by an idea, Fiona passed the cup to Ren and reached for a small pot by the fire, brewing another batch. The Ignat family has some servants who once worked in the imperial castle, you know. Wow, that's the Ignat family for you. But even they had to stifle a smile whenever they tasted my tea. Ren wasn't sure how to respond to that. But one thing was certain, he couldn't just refuse to drink it. Fiona smiled sheepishly. If it's too bad, you can pour it out. Ren took the cup with a cool smile and brought it to his lips. That woke him up. The tea was incredibly bitter. It's good. That's a lie, isn't it? I saw your eyebrow twitch just now. That's just a habit of mine. Don't worry about it. I meant it when I said it's good. Well, I'm happy to hear that, but please don't force yourself, okay? If you get an upset stomach, that'd be awful. He didn't find the food unpleasant. As Ren swallowed another bite, then another, Fiona felt both guilty and happy about his actions. Do you think it'll take about 2 more days to get down the mountain? After a brief silence, Fiona spoke and Ren responded. I think so. We should be able to reach Viscount Given's territory by then, but now that I think about it, is it even right to call it Viscount Given's territory anymore? He voiced the question because the Viscount was no longer around. There was no doubt that he had fouled Ren from power after the incident, but more importantly, he had taken his own life before that could happen. Since it's under imperial custody now, probably not. For the sake of simplicity, let's just call it Viscount Given's territory this time. Ren scratched his cheek, and Fiona let out a small chuckle, her eyes narrowing. There was no trace of sorrow in her expression. She looked up at the night sky, filled with countless twinkling stars, exhaling a white breath as the firelight illuminated her face. You're a strong person, Lady Ignat. Where did that come from all of a sudden? Apologies if I'm mistaken, but even back at the suspension bridge, you never once showed fear. If that's what you mean, it's for the same reason I told you before. Her smile was resolute, and her voice betrayed no trace of fear, confirming that Ren's impression of her strength wasn't just his imagination. I mentioned before that the people at the fortress displayed symptoms similar to vessel breakage, didn't I? It felt like the topic had changed, but Ren quickly nodded. However, it hadn't changed at all. This conversation had a purpose. I had vessel breakage too. Mine was so severe that healers, apothecaries, and even magic tool artisans declared it impossible to cure. It was said to be an unprecedented case. So that's why she had that necklace. The anti-magic necklace was for that very reason. Originally, it had been crafted by one of the 7 heroes to conceal the presence of their comrades. By suppressing their overwhelming magic, they were able to confuse enemies, including the Demon King. By utilizing its magic-suppressing effect, they must have hoped to alleviate Fiona's condition, even if only slightly. My father provided me with a magical healing device and potions. A bookshelf filled with books I could only read on days when I felt well. A chair I couldn't sit in without assistance. And a small patch of sky visible from my window. That was my entire world. Moving on her own had been nearly impossible without help. Even on good days, all she could manage was sitting up in bed, drinking, or eating by herself, and even that was rare. The sky she saw was limited to the view from her window. If the Fiona of a year ago had seen the scenery before her now, she would have dismissed it as nothing more than a dream. But one day, my father and the servants started acting differently. Acting differently? Yes. They suddenly became distant, as if no one wanted to meet my eyes. Fiona misunderstood, thinking she had been diagnosed with only a short time left to live. That night, without her knowledge, a certain drug was secretly administered to her. Marquis Ignat had arranged for it to be given to her in secret to avoid giving her false hope. The change in his and the servants' demeanor was simply because they were praying for the medicine to work. That drug, was it made from she-wolfen materials? Fiona didn't explicitly say it, but Ren was convinced. When I opened my eyes, I was relieved to be alive. I wondered if, with assistance, I could stand today. If I could sit up on my own, how many more times I could feed myself. I prayed for small miracles like that, but I quickly realized something was different about my body. When she awoke, her body felt strangely light. Everything in her vision shimmered, vivid, and dazzling. My body didn't hurt, that alone felt so strange that I tried to stand from my bed without assistance, only to collapse onto the floor. I hit my head and got a bump. I bruised my cheek and it swelled up. But that was all. All I did was crawl on the carpet pathetically, and yet, for the first time in my life, I cried tears of joy. Fiona turned her face away from the sky and looked at Ren. Her eyes shone with such mystical brilliance that the stars overhead seemed like mere specks of dust in comparison. Had Ren not been Ren, Fiona would have died as she was fated to. Seeing her fighting so desperately to live in the present made her seem all the more precious. And now, he fully understood why she feared nothing. That's why I'm not afraid of anything now. Compared to those days, this is nothing. She repeated herself as if to reaffirm her own words. And besides, I can keep going if I think about what comes after we make it down the mountain. She whispered something under her breath, though she left it unsaid. But whatever it was, she held deep meaning in those words. It was what drove her forward. Ren didn't hear her murmur, but that was fine. We're going to make it down safely. I swear I'll get you beyond the Balder Mountains, no matter what. The words came naturally from Ren's mouth, his determined gaze piercing through Fiona. Honestly, they were right about you. You really are such a kind person. She whispered those words so quietly that Ren couldn't hear them, chuckling softly to herself. Then, she suddenly placed a hand over her chest. She took a deep breath, and Ren sensed something was off. Are you okay? Is something wrong? And no, I'm fine. Fiona hastily denied it, but her expression was calm enough to be convincing. She looked so composed that Ren almost believed he had imagined the moment of unease. Get some more sleep, I'll be fine on my own. He had dozed off earlier, but he could stay awake a little longer. When he showed concern for her, Fiona hesitated for a moment before apologizing. Then, I'll take you up on that offer and rest first. She stood up, apologized once more, and then walked away from the fire where Ren sat. She returned to the tent she was using and closed the entrance. At the same time, she dropped to her knees with force. Lying down on the spot, she extended her arms across her chest and lowered her gaze. While enduring the intense pain coursing through her body, she muttered, "Why suddenly?" In order to ensure that Ren wouldn't notice, she suppressed even her breathing, holding it in as much as possible. The voice she couldn't fully suppress was desperately muffled by her hands over her mouth. Section. The two of them left the campsite as soon as the night broke. Compared to a few days ago, the surrounding snow had greatly diminished. Although the effects of the heavy snowfall were still visible, the lava flow had melted much of the snow with its heat. Thanks to this, the descent seemed to be progressing smoothly, but this is the worst. The path leading to Viscount Given's territory was blocked right in front of Ren. The steep slope below was covered with lava, and the lava splashed and hissed as it bubbled up. When Marquis Ignat tried to revive Asvar, it wasn't nearly this bad. It wasn't right to mix the game with reality, but the situation was undeniably severe. Along the way, Ren had tried using his wooden magic sword's natural magic to clear the path. Fiona had also tried to stop the lava flow with her ice magic. But of course, the tree roots and vines were burned away. It seems the magical concentration of the lava flow is increasing. As Fiona had said, the lava flow was imbued with magic. Even when Fiona froze it with her magic, the lava quickly regained its fury after only a few seconds. It was as if the lava flow itself were alive, resisting the ice magic as it raged. In that case, this doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon. I agree. This situation feels as though it's deliberately cornering us, like someone's pushing us into a trap. Just like with the incident at the suspension bridge, it was hard to believe this was a natural event. At this point, it felt like turning back to search for another route would be an unwise move. The road to the fortress was either already gone or would be soon. There's no way out from here. Well, no, it's not that there's absolutely no way. There was no time to be picky about the descent. No, perhaps there never was. I remember one other path. Another path, can we still descend from there? Yes, without a doubt. It was a hidden map that Ren knew about. The problem was whether that location even existed in this world. Also, there was the ever-present threat of the steel-eating gargoyle and the surrounding environment of the hidden map, which had made Ren avoid using that route in the past. It's a dangerous path, as it has D-rank monsters. If we can't reach that path, it might be better to stay at the fortress and wait. No, Fiona gave a bittersweet smile. You should understand, adventurer, we can no longer expect help from the outside. Even if the people who had parted ways at the suspension bridge were alive and had safely made it back, they'd likely have already finished descending the mountain by now. Afterward, they might seek reinforcements, or perhaps knights and adventurers who had just descended might be on their way to help Ren and Fiona. But that was impossible. If they didn't pass through the suspension bridge, the only way to reach the fortress was to go through the canyon. But going through that deep canyon wasn't realistic, and the lava flows continued to intensify. That said, we can't rely on help coming from another path either. If help were going to come from those routes, Ren and Fiona would have already descended by themselves. Given that, waiting for help would only lead to the lava flow claiming their lives. We should go. Even if it's dangerous, the only way for us to survive is by taking the path you know. If they were to be swallowed by the lava flow by waiting, they had no choice but to move forward, even knowing the danger. Chapter 13, Silver and Crimson. The next morning, seriously, what in the world is going on? Since leaving the fortress, Ren had thought about it countless times. Who, and for what purpose, could have created this situation? The flames on the suspension bridge were targeting Miss Ignat, at least, that's what I think. If that's the case, then it seems that the whole disturbance with this final exam might have been aimed at her. In that case, the cracks must have formed before the examinees arrived in this area. At the very least, someone had schemed this before the magic ship arrived. The principal, Cronoa Highland, would have been targeted during his absence, and those with enough power and wisdom to target such a prestigious institution must have been involved. However, Ren had no knowledge of this disturbance in his mind. If such a commotion had occurred, he should have been able to gather information about it in the game. Wait, the premise is different. It was only natural that he didn't know about this situation. In the story of the game, Fiona had already passed away, and there was no event to save her. It was necessary to approach this from a different angle. For example, yes, by taking Fiona Ignat's life, there are those who would benefit. Ren recalled the people he had thought of recently, those wishing for the resurrection of the Demon King. Perhaps they were the ones who intended to kill Fiona and cause a disturbance to make Marquis Ignat distrust Liamel. What I don't understand is, even if they were involved, it's strange that they could create the current situation in the Baldur mountain range. The harsh environment of the current Baldur mountain range was unlike anything in the game. Within a few days, the white-silver peaks would be completely covered by red-black lava. However, if they could create that situation, they should have done the same in the game. Marquis Ignat should have done that as well. That way, the interference from the heroes in the Legend of the Seven Heroes wouldn't have happened. Marquis Ignat would have revived Asvar and shown his fangs toward Liamel. Still, it seemed that Fiona's existence was somehow related to all of this. Ren looked back at Fiona, who was walking half a step behind him. Miss Ignat, there's something I'd like to ask. Yes. What is it? Though she was fatigued, Fiona smiled and answered Ren. You were attending to the fallen people at the fort, right? What kind of skill were you using at that time? Ren noticed that Fiona hesitated, and he suddenly realized. I'm sorry, it must be difficult to tell me about your skills. He regretted asking out of curiosity. I'm really sorry, my father told me not to teach anyone about them. Though Fiona showed some reluctance, she seemed to feel guilty about not answering Ren. However, she prefaced her words and then said, besides the ice magic I showed, I also have the ability to interfere with others' magical power. What Fiona shared was a skill Ren had never heard of. So, you were healing the adventurer's broken vessels with that. That's correct. I only wish I could suppress my own vessel breaking with it, but it didn't work on my own body. Ren nodded, intrigued, and as they continued walking, he pondered. Fiona possessed a special power, and it was possible that it was connected to this disturbance. But the Mastermind couldn't possibly have known about Miss Ignat's skill, or at least it feels wrong. For example, if the fallen adventurers had been part of the Mastermind's scheme and were meant to play an important role in targeting Fiona, having her nurse them would allow them to stay in the Baldur mountain range longer. This could be part of the Mastermind's plan, but something about it didn't sit right. They could lure the examinees to the fort, but if their goal was just to kill them, they wouldn't go through all this trouble. Miss Ignat remaining at the fort to heal wouldn't have been cert. That was something Fiona had chosen herself. It wasn't something someone had forced or asked her to do. Given that, the meaning of slandering the adventurers who were protecting the merchant was unclear. If the adventurers and examinees hadn't met, it would have been completely pointless. Considering how the adventurers had ended up in such a state, it seemed like the Mastermind thought it was necessary. They might have had some purpose, planning to kill them after arriving at the fort, or maybe they had intended to kill them before reaching the fort but were prevented from doing so for some reason. If that wasn't the case, everything would seem mismatched. But then Ren suddenly had a thought. He was impressed with his own sharp thinking and looked up at the sky with a wry smile. He too had been led here, just like the others. The small inconsistencies seemed to connect, and he had arrived at a possible truth. I've just realized something I'd like to share. Ren turned to Fiona and called out to her. Section. After advancing for a few more minutes, Fiona stopped and lowered her head. She placed her hand on her neck and chest, trying to catch her breath. Ren couldn't understand what was happening, but she looked terribly out of sorts, breathing heavily. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I might just be a little tired. She forced a smile, but large beads of sweat were visible on her forehead. In fact, she herself thought that the change in her physical condition was just due to fatigue, and she couldn't offer any further explanation. Just as she tried to gather herself and continue walking. Both of you, I've been worried. From behind a tree covered with snow, the werewolf Matas appeared. I knew it. Matas approached Ren and Fiona with a genuinely relieved expression. However, as soon as he took a step forward, Ren took a step back. Ren kept his eyes on Matas while stepping back, making sure to protect Fiona. Just as the adventurer said, make sure you don't leave my side. And leave the response to me. He had told her this morning, I have something I need to talk about, and shared his concerns about the current situation. On the other hand, Matas opened his mouth in surprise. What happened? Do I need to explain the reason for you to understand? What are you talking about? Could it be that you have some concerns because the rescue was delayed? If so, I truly apologize. Before Matas could finish his sentence, Ren cut him off. You really managed to gather some conveniently obedient merchants. Ren readied his iron magic sword and adopted a battle-ready stance. Seeing this, Matas came to a stop, looking resigned. He still maintained his gentle demeanor. As expected, you seem to be sharper than I imagined. A lecherous grin appeared on Emritas's face, which had previously been calm. Both Ren and Fiona felt disgust and clear hostility toward that expression, and they tensed, focusing all their energy into their stances. Are your collaborators also behind these obedient merchants? Matas showed his white canine teeth and replied with a cheery tone. Of course. I thought as much. The steel-eating gargoyle moved its lair because it ran out of food, didn't it? You set that up too, didn't you? Ren continued, you wanted to test how much I could fight, didn't you? Half correct, Matas replied. The truth is, if you had died, that would have been fine too. If you had died, I could have immediately used your death to stir up the commotion regarding the given Viscount. Weren't you thinking of attacking me from behind while I was fighting? At that time, there was a woman dressed in a robe, right? I mistook her for your bodyguard, someone sent by Marquis Ignat, so I decided not to act. In the end, I couldn't figure out who she really was, but if she wasn't, I should have acted then. It seemed he had been waiting for an opportunity to strike when Ren was distracted, biding his time for the right moment to kill him. It was the right decision to take my time until now. Thanks to that, I was able to involve you as well. Though Ren found this irksome, he couldn't help but think in his mind. Everything is starting to make sense. If Ren had died fighting the steel-eating gargoyle, his corpse would have been used. Since only Matas and a few young, inexperienced adventurers knew Ren was fighting there, it worked out perfectly. They probably planned to kill all the young adventurers too, and say that I was kidnapped and murdered by some noble or their subordinate. Matas would have used Ren's death to resurrect the given Viscount's conflict. And if rumors spread that Ren had died as part of a revenge plot by the hero faction, it could have easily escalated into bloody factional infighting involving both the Colossal and Ignat families. Perhaps even Lysia, despite being a saint, could have been driven by revenge. And if Fiona's life had been taken in the Baldur Mountains, it would have inevitably caused a massive split in the Liamal Empire. So, You intentionally lured me into the Baldur Mountains because you planned to kill me there. That's right, originally. Your partner was supposed to deal with Miss Ignat first, then kill us both after cutting off the bridge, right? If I had taken the initial request, it would have just happened in a different order. Maidas's eyebrows twitched slightly as he listened. But that didn't happen. Your partner collapsed for some reason, so you had to change plans. You really are sharp. You didn't plan for what happened on the bridge, did you? Then was it you, or was it the girl you're protecting? How did you do it that made it so difficult to find you? Well, who knows? Ren was now certain that Maidas hadn't known about Fiona's power. His main goal had always been to take Ren and Fiona's lives. It seemed that Maidas didn't have the power to influence the Baldur Mountains' dormant volcano or create the deadly pillars of fire. There was something else in the Baldur Mountains. This was now proven. What happened to your partner? Is he still lying there? Ren asked, and from behind the trees, Kai appeared. Thanks for worrying. Ren noticed him and shifted his body to protect Fiona. I also have something to say to that woman over there. I can't forgive her for making my body act up because she got too close. But thanks to her care, I became interested in her power. Ren only knew that Fiona's power could affect others' magic. Kai's words implied that her presence was the cause of his strange symptoms. Of course, the other adventurers and the obedient merchants had experienced the same. She was about to have us kill the examinees, but that girl... Kai continued in an irritated tone. I still remember it. When I saw that girl, I was overwhelmed by pain I'd never felt before. Because of that, I had no choice but to return to the fortress. Maida sighed as he spoke. Kai and I were supposed to kill you, but when we arrived at the bridge, Kai hadn't shown up. I was really surprised when I got back to the fortress and found him collapsed. Thanks to that, I had to rethink the plan and wait for my partner to recover. What a hassle, everything's been ruined. Kai had been supposed to light the signal fire to lure Ren, but ironically, it had become a distress signal. As a result, the plan to lure Ren remained unchanged, but Maida's was left quite surprised. The obedient merchants and their agents were really just being used. Before leaving Colossal, Ren had already confirmed whether the merchants truly existed and if their agents were genuine. If they were fake, it would have been strange. Lysia had mentioned that the owner of the store she frequented had a familiar face, so it was likely true. This meant that there were powerful people involved in Kai and Maidas's scheme. Well then, having learned so much, Ren silently confirmed in his mind. The fact that Maidas and Kai were involved in schemes that touched not only factions, but the entire nation left Ren with no other options. From the corner of his vision, Kai carelessly drew his sword. And so, there's been a change of plans. We need to confirm the power of Fiona Ignat. Maidas also drew a sword with one hand and a staff with the other. However, both stopped their movements the instant Ren spoke. Somewhere on your bodies, the mark of the Demon King cult must be engraved, right? Suddenly, the two of them froze, as if their entire bodies had turned to ice. Watching them, Ren continued. The power connected to the Demon King ran wild due to Miss Ignat's influence. The one who first caused this runaway power was Kai, and it spread to those around him. That's the result. Both Kai and Maidas lost their words at the same time. So Maidas didn't show any signs of change, because his gear had magical defenses, huh? Ren guessed that the reason Kai was fine now was due to his change in equipment. Then again, this is the first time Ren said this out loud. Until now, Ren had avoided direct references, usually alluding to the resurrection of the Demon King or similar matters. He likely avoided saying it because, consciously or unconsciously, he didn't want to strengthen the connection. But when Ren finally said, Demon King cult, a single bead of sweat traced down his cheek. Adventurer. The Demon King cult. I only knew rumors, but it seems that's the case. Literally, they're people who align with the Demon King. Honestly, Ren had hesitated to say that. If it were just to show off his knowledge and enjoy the surprised reaction, he would have avoided it. But for Ren, it was crucial to understand who or what had caused this chaos, to investigate their motives. After all, it was all for figuring out how he should behave moving forward. It was also a form of retaliation to stir up the other party's confusion. It's not just women. We'll need to bring both of you back. If you know, don't kill them, Kai. Leave it to me, here I go. Kai charged forward, swinging his sword high toward Ren. Just by watching, it was clear that Kai held a different kind of strength compared to the other adventurers from Colossal. Ren, wielding his iron magic sword, instantly understood the situation and stood in the way to protect Fiona. At that moment, an overwhelming sound filled the air. Lava flows surged with intensity and seemingly affected by it. Fiona, who had been hiding behind Ren, trembled violently, suddenly collapsing to the ground. She hugged her upper body with both arms, breathing rapidly in an irregular pattern. As the lava increased in intensity, it seemed that Fiona's condition was worsening as well. Why now? Fiona finally collapsed, struggling to breathe in pain. Could it be her vessel cracked? Since she had participated in the final exam, Ren had assumed her illness was either fully cured or nearly so, but it seemed it had relapsed. Ren looked at Fiona with concern, but before he could act, "Sorry, in this situation I can't hold back. We'll also have to ask you about that mysterious power later. How strong were these two closing in on them?" Ren didn't have time to think about it, focusing solely on defending with his shield and magic sword. Ren's magical shield, which he had created, was shattered almost instantly. The force from the duo was that strong. Even though there were two of them, their power was more than enough to surpass that of the steel-eating gargoyle. It wasn't looking good for Ren, but he didn't give up and kept fighting. While maintaining his defense with the newly created shield, Ren swung his iron magic sword, unleashing multiple sword slashes. Damn, what a troublesome skill. Hehe, but it won't last long. Of course, it can't be used repeatedly. As they said, Ren's magic would eventually run out if the battle continued. Kai, finish it. Maida's roared. Kai, a bit further from Ren, raised his sword, smirking. Ever seen my swordsmanship, hero? Kai's sword began to glow with a white light. At the moment Maida's shattered Ren's shield, Kai's sword struck toward Ren. This. Ren quickly braced his iron sword sideways to defend, but the magical power enhancing Kai's sword sliced through his own abilities, draining Ren's physical strength. Ren's stance faltered. Ha ha. Ren struggled to catch his breath, his hands trembling with fatigue. You, a follower of the Demon King cult, and you know holy sword techniques. Huh, what's so boring about that? You knew. Of course, Ren thought, grinning defiantly. Holy sword techniques, Lightfall. It was a technique that wrapped magical power around a sword, weakening the enemy's magical defenses and dealing damage. It was handy, and Ren remembered using it several times during the game days. So he's at least a sword master. A sword master ranked just below a sword saint. Lightfall could only be used by a sword master, so Kai was clearly a swordsman of that caliber. No wonder he was so strong, Ren thought, wiping the sweat from his cheek. They were planning to carry out their mission with just the two of them. They were strong after all. Maida's, one more time. The situation was clearly worsening. Ren knew that if he continued using his shield, it would eventually be shattered again, and it wouldn't be long before that strategy ran out. He needed to come up with another way to use the wooden or plunderer's magic swords if he was to protect Fiona. Just as Ren was lost in thought. He felt an unusually sharp heat on his cheek and immediately looked around. Are you looking away, hero? If you're giving up, just say it. That way you won't get hurt. As the two of them closed in once again, the burning heat intensified. Ren, though pushed to defend, remained alert to the strange energy. Time's up now, go take a nice nap. As Kai roared, a violent wind swept through, a flame-colored gust. The lava's intensity increased, but in addition, a sudden flame wind blew Kai's body away, sending him crashing to the snowy ground. What was that? He muttered angrily, trying to stand, but his footing faltered. From beneath his feet, a fire pillar surged upwards with an intensity that seemed to pierce the sky. What is this? Before Kai could finish speaking, his figure vanished from sight. Literally, he disappeared from this world. Consumed by the flames, nothing remained at the spot where the fire pillar had been. Kai, where did he go? Maida stood stunned beside Ren, but Ren paid him no mind as he quickly lifted Fiona. They couldn't stay here. In the midst of the rapidly changing situation, Ren remained calm as he protected Fiona, quickly distancing himself from Maida's. The earth around them erupted with magma, and fire pillars sprang up, striking at Midas. This flame, no way. Maida's realized something and looked at Ren's retreating figure, trying to follow, but the path ahead was blocked by flames. All directions were now filled with searing heat. It was the prelude to the appearance of an overwhelming presence. Medes, realizing just how insignificant he and Kai were, couldn't help but mock himself. As the flames began to engulf him, he thought about what it meant to be someone who had no choice but to be a mere pawn, even as a follower of the Demon King. For example, those who were destined to leave a legendary name, those beings who were simply beyond his reach. Everything vanished in an instant, as though it was all just mist. His mind cleared in his final moments, and Medes chuckled bitterly as he understood Fiona's power. That's why she attracted monsters and threw everyone's magic into chaos. The last thing he saw before he perished was an endless expanse of crimson. So she had legendary power, after all. As the blinding crimson engulfed his vision, he died without feeling pain or heat. The fire pillar was the crystallization of heat beyond human comprehension. Chapter 14. Fallen Flame Emperor. Fiona remained unconscious, her unsteady breathing growing worse with each passing moment. Along the way, Ren had tried pouring a potion into her mouth, but there was no sign of improvement. Under normal circumstances, he would have stopped to check on her condition, but the raging flames and flowing lava left him no such option. It was as if the fire and molten rock were deliberately targeting Fiona, whom Ren was carrying. Though his steps faltered at times, Ren gritted his teeth and kept running, desperately thinking. There's no choice, I have to go there. He hesitated. Was it really safe to head for the hidden map he had originally planned to reach? It was located within the mountain range itself. If the flames and lava reached it, both he and Fiona would perish. Even so, there was no time to waver. The relentless inferno left him with no other escape route. He could only pray that the hidden map hadn't already been consumed by fire and molten rock. Fortunately, it wasn't far. Drawing on every last ounce of strength, Ren strained his burning legs, forcing them to move as he scanned the transformed landscape for the path ahead. "Adventurer," Fiona called out to him in a faint, rasping voice. Struggling to catch his breath, Ren forced himself to answer. "We'll be out of the mountains soon." "I'm sorry." Fiona repeated her apology weakly, again and again. Her murmured words soon faded into silence as she lost consciousness once more. Ren swore to himself that he would save her, no matter what. But then, a searing pain shot through his skull, and a voice, someone's voice, resonated inside his mind. In the next instant, the protective charm around Fiona's neck shattered. With its power broken, the enormous magic she had kept suppressed was now beginning to take form behind him. The voice was neither male nor female. Its words were impossible to decipher. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Ren kept his arms tightly around Fiona as he forced himself forward. The voice rang out again, and this time, the headache was beyond anything he had ever experienced. It was as if the release of Fiona's true power was something to be celebrated. Then, a crimson wind swept over Fiona's body, lifting her into the air. The wind was soon engulfed in flames, which wrapped around her and carried her forward, deeper into the mountain. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ren reached out desperately, but his hands grasped nothing but empty air. His headache gradually subsided as Fiona was pulled farther away, and just before the approaching lava reached his feet, he started moving again. With every ounce of strength he had left, he sprinted after her. This path leads to... Ren was now running along the very route that led to the hidden map he had set as his destination. After some distance, he found the path ahead changed. A massive boulder that should have been blocking the way had been completely destroyed. Beyond it lay the entrance to the hidden map. In the game, examining that boulder had been the key to progressing. At the time, a message had appeared on screen. There's something beyond here, destroy it, yes, no. Players had instinctively chosen, yes. And on the other side, they had been greeted with a breathtaking, expansive chamber. The fire went this way, Ren muttered as he took in the familiar sight before him. At the heart of the massive underground space was an ancient stone staircase leading downward. It was wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side, with handrails lining either side. Beyond those rails, however, there was nothing but empty space, an abyss that stretched into the darkness below. Or at least that's how it should have been. Now the cavern was alive with flame. From the lowest depths, fires swirled like archways, slithered like serpents, and danced through the air. Lava cascaded down distant walls, glowing ominously as it flowed. Even so, Ren did not hesitate. Not for a second did he consider abandoning Fiona and running away. "I'm coming." With that declaration, he hurled himself down the stairs. He would escape this treacherous Baldur mountain range together with her. Before long, the cavern path opened up, and Ren was greeted by an otherworldly sight. Despite the fires raging elsewhere, this place was untouched by flames or lava. It remained just as he remembered. As his footsteps echoed through the vast chamber, the walls shimmered, their mineral surfaces rippling like water. Light occasionally flitted away, like shooting stars vanishing into the distance. Brilliant hues of sapphire, violet, and deep crimson sparkled all around him, illuminating the path forward. This place was known as the Stellar Agate Underground Path, a cave of breathtaking beauty where striped agate formations and star-like radiance filled every corner. If only this wasn't a game, making money here would have been easy. Stellar agate wasn't imbued with any special power, but its sheer beauty made it incredibly valuable. It was so rare that scholars dedicated entire studies to understanding its formation. And yet here, the walls, floors, and ceilings were covered in it. Ren did not stop, not even for a second. There was no time to search for hidden treasures. The only thing on his mind was saving Fiona. Beyond the star agate underground path lay an even more massive cavern, dwarfing the stairway passage that led here. It was vast enough to swallow an entire village like the one Ren had grown up in. When he looked up, the ceiling stretched to a height at least twice that of the massive fissure in the eastern forest. Like the passage before, the cavern's floor and walls were covered entirely in shimmering star agate. But with the sheer size of the space, it felt as if he had stepped into the cosmos itself. Unlike the underground path he had rushed through earlier, something in this cavern was undeniably out of place. What the hell is going on? At the very center of the lowest level stood something Ren did not recognize. A massive cluster of deep crimson crystals loomed before him, so enormous that stacking both his and Fiona's heights several times over would barely reach the top. And within that crystal formation, Fiona lay unconscious. The star agate flooring beneath the cluster pulsed with a red glow, which bathed the cavern in an eerie radiance. It was a sight unlike any Ren had ever seen. The flames that had been raging outside were now pouring down from the cavern's ceiling, cascading like a fiery waterfall. The flames are striking the star agate floor, turning it red. The glow that radiated from the floor was steadily drawn into the cluster, fueling its ominous brilliance. And with each pulse of light absorbed, Fiona's face twisted in agony. The only silver lining was that, at least visually, her body bore no burns or injuries. At this point, Ren could no longer ignore the possibility of a certain legendary entity's involvement. He cursed himself for not considering it sooner. Crew. A faint cry sounded from Ren's right, a monster's cry. Ren immediately recalled the Steeliter gargoyle, a creature that always appeared in this hidden map. The voice belonged to one. It was smaller than the one he had fought before, likely a younger specimen. But something was clearly wrong. Its metallic skin appeared charred and melted, and the creature lay collapsed on the ground, barely mustering the strength to glare at Ren. It must have been suffering from the flames pouring into this cavern. Crew, Araru. Its feeble growl, meant to be a warning, only made Ren's heart ache. The creature's body was in tatters. Its voice trembled with weakness. When Ren looked closer, he saw that its body fluids were seeping onto the ground, forming darkened puddles. Ren said nothing as he raised his iron sword of magic. The gargoyle let out a final, defiant screech, "Gah," before its eyes briefly flickered with fear. "I know, you're scared, aren't you?" The moment Ren's gentle voice reached it, the gargoyle lowered its gaze in resignation. "Name: Ren Ashton. Job: heir of the Ashton family, eldest son. Magic sword summoning. LV 10/0. Magic sword summoning art. LV 31899/2000. Skill: gaining proficiency by using the summoned magic sword. Level 1, able to summon one magic sword. Level 2, while the bracelet is summoned, gains a small boost to physical abilities. Level 3, can summon 2 magic swords. Level 4, Gain the effect of physical ability up, medium while summoning the bracelet. Level 5, unknown. Acquired magic swords. Wooden magic sword. LV 2 1000/1000. Allows for attacks equivalent to basic level natural magic. The level increases, the attack's effective range expands. Iron magic sword. LV 2 1652/2500. The sharpness increases as the level increases. Plunderer magic sword. LV 10/3. There is a certain chance that an item will be randomly stolen from the target. Shield magic sword new. LV 20/2. Deploys a magic barrier. Improves durability and expands the area of effect with level. The creature's ragged breaths turned white in the cold, as if surrendering to fate. No, as if hoping to finally be freed from the pain consuming its body. I'm sorry. Ren had no way to save the Steeliter gargoyle. Yet, he couldn't just turn away from a creature suffering on the verge of death. The moment his iron sword of magic pierced the gargoyle's chest, its breath hitched, then stopped. In its final moments, its eyes reflected neither fear nor pain, but relief and gratitude. Only after delivering the finishing blow and placing a hand on its lifeless body did Ren notice the change. The monster's magic stone transferred its accumulated experience to his bracelet, causing his shield sword to level up. But the sensation brought him no joy. No matter how many times he reminded himself it was a monster, he couldn't shake the image of its final moments from his mind. Even so, he pushed the thoughts aside and took a step forward. I'm coming, I'll save you. Forcing his aching legs to move, Ren turned toward the massive crimson crystal where Fiona lay. He took a step, then another. But just as he was about to reach it, I have been waiting, a voice echoed. It came from the crystal. The cluster pulsed in response, glowing red. A crushing force filled the underground chamber, weighing down on Ren's body as if nailing him to the floor. His body trembled involuntarily, sweat pouring down his face. I'm going to die. A deep, instinctual fear seized him. The voice did not stop, hammering into his mind, disrupting his breathing. The black-haired girl who awakened my power, I have called to her many times. Ren immediately realized whose voice this was. After everything, what happened on the suspension bridge, the final moments of Kai and Maida's, it would have been stranger if he hadn't figured it out. Listening to the voice, feeling his own helplessness, he clenched his fists. I remember nothing else. Not why I am here, nor who I am, not any of it. Ren had never seen Asvar in the game. But recalling the flames outside, there was no other conclusion to be made. That crimson crystal, it had to be a magic stone. It must have always been here. The Marquis of Ignat must have discovered the star agate underground path and extracted Asvar's magic stone from this place. The only mystery left was Fiona's power. There had been no resurrection ritual, and yet a single girl had managed to influence a legendary dragon. A unique skill, there was no doubt about it. Ren steeled himself. To rescue her. To escape these mountains. You are the Crimson Dragon Asvar, a proud dragon. Yes, I am Asvar, proud leader of the Fire Dragons. A warrior who thirsts for battle. His voice resonated through the cavern. Each time it reverberated through the air, Ren's heartbeat pounded harder in his chest. It all connects. The disturbance on the suspension bridge had triggered Asvar's magic to spread across the Balder Mountains. The resulting flames had reawakened the dormant volcano, completely altering the landscape. And at the heart of it all was Fiona. Her strange bouts of illness, now, he understood. It had all been caused by Asvar's power. For Kai and Maida's, this unforeseen interference had shattered their entire plan. I must fight. I must slay the wicked Demon King and seek out even stronger foes. The moment his tone shifted, the surroundings changed. The star agate underground path trembled. Blinding red light surged within the crystal cluster. With a heavy rumbling, the formation began to rise into the air. The flames that had poured from the cavern ceiling were now fully absorbed into the magic stone, vanishing completely. Wait, the Demon King is already dead. The hero Ruin, the one who defeated you, also vanquished the Demon King. Do not speak nonsense, I am not dead. My very presence here is proof of that. Perhaps due to the unusual circumstances, Asvar was unwilling to listen. He was being forced into existence by Fiona's unknown, overwhelming power. Red light seeped from the magic stone. Ren reached out, but the brilliance was blinding. A primal fear welled up inside him, but he refused to back down. Before Asvar could fully revive, he had to shatter the magic stone. Tearing his feet from the ground, he propelled himself forward with all his strength. But the crimson wind and light repelled him, slamming him hard against the cavern wall. Week 1. If you dare stand in my way, do not forget this moment. Within the blinding light, a silhouette emerged, and it was real. Asvar took shape, his 4 powerful limbs materializing as if in a graceful dance. His long neck and tail swayed with the joy of rebirth. The jaws at the end of his raised head parted, and from within, an inferno erupted. The searing flames struck the star agate walls and floor, melting them in an instant. It was as if they stood within a massive volcano-turned battlefield. The melting agate turned the floor into a sea of lava, swallowing what little footing remained. Molten rock cascaded down the walls, spilling endlessly like waterfalls of fire. When the blinding radiance faded, Asvar's twin crimson eyes locked onto Ren. Before you stands the King of Flames. Know that unless you wield a greater fire, you will be reduced to ash. He stood there, more majestic than a lion upon the open plains. A divine presence, bathed in crimson light, but his body. His deep red scales were peeling away, revealing rotting flesh beneath. One of his piercing eyes had lost its color, crushed and sightless. His tail was severed partway, jagged and incomplete. His massive wings, once formidable, were riddled with holes in their membranes. There was no doubt about it. Asvar had returned to the world as an undead. No ritual, no elaborate summoning. Only Fiona's presence, her very existence, had brought him back incomplete, yet undeniably real. And at the center of Asvar's chest, within a barely exposed portion of the magic stone, Fiona lay curled in a fetal position. Ren took a deep breath. I am Ren Ashton, son of a knight who serves the lord of this land. Please hear my words. At this point, it was foolish to expect Asvar to listen. Yet, the dragon abruptly stilled his wings. Ashton. His voice, laced with fire, carried a hint of something else. Confusion. Why, that name, it stirs something within me, something familiar. What? You know my family name. I remember nothing, but... For some reason, Asvar was overcome with fury. Even without recalling much, he gathered flames within his mouth, shaking the world. Supporting his massive body on 4 legs, he arched his long neck high. 2 horns jutted from his head, one was broken and remained unresponsive, but the other gleamed with a crimson glow. I don't take kindly to weaklings like you uttering that name. He twisted his neck and unleashed a torrent of fire. In this space that resembled the heart of a volcano, flames that transcended human understanding slithered through the air, radiating heat far beyond even this infernal environment. The blazing inferno fanned out, surging toward Ren in an instant. Wah! It felt as if the world had frozen in place. Yet, surprisingly, Ren remained calm. As the flames rushed toward him, he took a deep breath and... Snap out of it already, Red Dragon. Raising his wooden magic sword high, he kicked off the ground using vines that sprouted from the walls. Sparks flared from Asvar's body, and a wave of searing heat accelerated toward Ren. Even among magical phenomena, this was beyond the realm of the supernatural. Everything about Asvar's colossal form was the stuff of legend. Mimicking an insect, how ridiculous. And which one of us is more ridiculous? You turned into a magic stone, and yet, even after all that, you're still clinging to battle, dragging a girl into this. Between you and me, who's the real fool here? The air before Ren wavered. The overwhelming heat closed in, threatening to incinerate him. I don't have the luxury of picking my methods against you. Call it cowardly if you want, I don't care. As Ren thrust out his hand, the power of the shield magic sword manifested. The fire that shook the sky roared toward him, a wave of destruction. At the last moment before the flames met his shield, Ren swallowed hard, tension gripping him. Just hold out for a moment. That's all I need, just a moment. The flames reached the barrier, created by the shield magic sword. As if heeding his wish, the magical wall did not shatter instantly. Still airborne, Ren used vines and roots embedded in the wall as footholds, dashing forward to close the distance between himself and Asvar. I can still reach now. Whether due to his massive size or his grogginess after just awakening, Asvar's movements were sluggish. Ren had intended to leap onto his head and drive his iron magic sword into him. However, seeing the sheer heat radiating from Asvar, he clicked his tongue in frustration. Instead, he poured all his strength into throwing the iron magic sword. The sword bypassed the impenetrable scales and lodged deep into the rotten flesh beneath a peeled-away section. It was a single, small blade against Asvar's enormous body. Yet Ren had thrown it with all his might, embedding it deep and sending a shockwave through the surrounding flesh and scales. "You dare insult me, insect." Renk knew that undead were typically weaker than they had been in life. But that alone wouldn't be enough to explain away Asvar's legendary strength. Based on his own theory, whoever brought Asvar back doesn't have enough power to fully restore him. The current Asvar was undeniably powerful. Yet, the true strength recorded in legend was something Ren should never have been able to stand against. After throwing the iron magic sword, Ren kept his distance and thought through the situation. One possibility was that the legends of Asvar had been exaggerated. The other was that Asvar had been revived as an incomplete undead. Ren believed it was the latter. Deep within the exposed magic stone in Asvar's chest, a crimson light flickered repeatedly. Each time it pulsed, Fiona clutched her upper body in pain, trembling. Her power, her magic, was being drained by Asvar. "There's no time." Asvar spread his wings wide. The tattered membrane was full of holes, yet the deep crimson glow that shone from them was awe-inspiring. His powerful frame quivered then, with a mighty flap of his wings. It was overwhelming. It was almost laughable how utterly overpowering he was. Asvar's wind pressure alone sent Ren flying despite his efforts to keep his distance. Turned to ash. He gathered an explosion of flames in his mouth, lowering his head as he prepared to unleash destruction. Sorry, but I'm not ready to die just yet." Even as he was blown away, Ren summoned his iron magic sword once more and hurled it again. He cursed his own lack of creativity, but still, he aimed straight for Asvar's eye. A voiceless roar erupted as the flames burst forth, consuming everything in their path. The fire surrounding Asvar intensified, and just before the iron magic sword could reach him, it melted away completely. Ren crashed hard against the star onyx wall, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped at the summoned vines. Asvar let out a deep, satisfied laugh. "Not bad. There's something almost endearing about watching a weakling struggle." To an outsider, it might have seemed like Ren was putting up a fight. To others, it might have seemed baffling that Asvar was considered a legendary being at all. However, Asvar had only just awakened. As time passed, he would surely regain his senses. And Fiona alone wasn't nearly enough to supply the magic that made Asvar who he was. That was why she was writhing in agony within the magic stone. He was forcibly draining even more power from her. Even so, there was still a glimmer of hope. Asvar, who had been stealing Fiona's power, suddenly staggered. The scales covering his massive body began to fall off one by one. The rotting flesh beneath them was liquefying slightly, tainting the remaining dragon scales. His body can't withstand its own power. Asvar was said to have been slain by the 7 heroes. Ordinarily, he was a legendary being so far beyond Ren's reach that he wouldn't even be able to stand in his shadow. Yet Ren was holding his own in this fight. That was solely because Asvar was incomplete. Ren still didn't fully understand what kind of power Fiona had or what effect it had on Asvar to create this situation. He barely has any memories, and yet he's rampaging. Yeah, he's definitely incomplete. Ren took deep, steady breaths as he clung to that faint hope. He still couldn't afford to stall for time. Fiona was in danger, and Ren would collapse before she did. "My body won't move the way I command, gah." Rather than spewing fire, Asvar suddenly vomited a spray of pitch-black blood. But he wouldn't stop. Having lost much of his memory and even the pride he held in life, the red dragon had nearly lost his mind. He would fight until his body was completely destroyed. "You, a mere page, dare to claim the name of Ashton, and you persist in displaying such shameless arrogance. Say whatever you want. No matter what I have to do, I will take her back. And if that means fighting you, then so be it." Ren finished steadying his breath and locked eyes with Asvar, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "I can't stand to see you disgrace your own past any further." He was surprised that Asvar knew of Ashton, but he had no intention of asking about it. What mattered was how to take down this monster. Getting too close would mean being burned alive, making it difficult to strike with his iron magic sword. But he also had no way of attacking from a distance. I do not dislike reckless fools, such as you, weakling. The world fell silent. Dense, oppressive magic filled the underground chamber, warping everything in sight. Yet Asvar, seated in the heart of the flames, remained the only clear, unshaken presence. The lava dripping from above froze midair, reversing its flow and rising back up. And then, Ren's breath caught as he saw it. On Asvar's head, a single unbroken horn gleamed with an even stronger presence than before. The crimson light surrounding it burned brighter, incomparable to what it had been moments ago. That horn might be the source of Asvar's flames and heat. If he could break it, he might be able to dispel the inferno surrounding the massive dragon, giving him a chance to reach the magic stone where Fiona was trapped. As Ren pondered his next move, Asvar sneered. Sleep and perish. Sound returned. The oppressive magic that had warped the air erupted into a deep crimson blaze. A violent storm of fire and wind radiated outward from Asvar, spreading across the entire underground chamber. There was no escape. Ren doubted even his shield magic sword could block it. Now that Asvar had regained his senses and drawn power from Fiona, his might was truly legendary. Even as an undead, vastly weaker than he had been in life, his flames made a mana eater's fire look like nothing more than a flickering matchstick. But something had changed. The air around Ren suddenly froze, and dazzling azure ice formed around him. The crimson wall of fire was blocked. What is this? As the ice finally melted, it should have released scalding steam. Yet the air remained cool, the heat immediately erased by another burst of cold. Shocked, Ren turned his gaze toward Asvar's magic stone, toward Fiona, who was sealed inside. Run away. For a brief moment, he thought he saw her eyes open. It was as if her gaze was pleading with him. Ren's resolve burned stronger, but that was all she could manage before she curled up again, trembling in pain. I'm not leaving you behind. And Asvar, what is happening? The massive dragon grimaced and shook violently. His scales, half destroyed and rotting, scattered around him as he roared in agony. Ren climbed along the wall to close the distance, then leaped down to the ground, dodging the molten rock as he sprinted forward once more. Fiona was still conscious, even after being absorbed. She was fighting back with everything she had, knowing that Ren was more determined than ever to save her. But how? He racked his brain for a way to strike. At first, he considered using his plunderer's magic sword to steal Fiona away. But its ability worked on probability. It wasn't a guaranteed success. Besides, trying to steal something from Asvar now, his magic stone, or Fiona, was essentially like trying to rip out one of his organs. The nature of the plunderer's magic sword made it unlikely to work. Then, my only option is to go for that horn. Most likely, that horn was far tougher than he expected. It was radiating power so intensely that just swinging an iron magic sword at it felt like it would be pointless. If he wanted to break it, he needed something that could suppress Asvar's power, something that would actually be effective against him. But there's no way I have something that convenient. Ren's mind raced, then all at once his eyes widened. I do. Because Asvar, a legendary dragon, had foul Reninto undeath. There was one power Ren possessed that could definitely work. Asvar raised his massive arm and brought it down upon Ren's path, closing the distance between them. The dragon's horn still shone brilliantly. The battlefield, surrounded by molten lava, trembled as the lava surged like crashing waves. Ren evaded with nimble footwork, but Asvar's merciless breath attack was already upon him, spewing from the raised head of the red dragon. The scorching blast tore through even the flowing lava, bearing down on Ren with unstoppable force. Ren caught sight of the incoming attack and conjured vines using natural magic, grabbing hold of them to execute a swift aerial rotation. With remarkable dexterity, he shifted direction midair, attempting to evade the searing breath. A gust of scorching heat grazed his cheek. Even so, the pain was sharp and undeniable, contorting Ren's expression. This time, instead of simply striking downward, Asvar swept his claws across the ground, scattering streams of molten lava. Every drop that flew through the air was a burning crystal, capable of melting flesh on contact. Weaving through the rain of molten rock, Ren pushed forward with sheer determination despite the intense heat. A crimson flash burst forth from Asvar's outstretched wings. The red dragon unleashed the attack without care, sending streaks of searing light surging through the underground chamber in every direction. GRH. The heat wave and lava thrown up by the crimson flares blocked Ren's path, while the overflowing lava behind him pressed in closer. For a moment, he hesitated. That brief hesitation allowed the dragon's encroaching flames to narrow his footing. Fighting against the oppressive heat, Ren took a deep breath. His lungs screamed in protest, burning from the heat, but he forced himself to fill them with oxygen. Swallowing hard, he steeled himself. What can a doomed fool like you possibly do? Ren tightened his grip on his iron magic sword. This. He swung with all his might. Mirroring Asvar's own brutal attack, he brought his weapon down with sheer force. The pressure from the swing blasted away the heat wave, and when his sword struck the ground, the impact split the molten river apart. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren threw himself into the newly carved path. He pulled out a potion, the one he had saved for a moment like this, and downed it in one swift gulp. Tossing the empty bottle aside, he watched as it melted into the lava. From all around, swirling flames surged forward in waves. A single touch would be enough to reduce him to ashes, but Ren never slowed. He bet everything on the brief window created by his shield magic sword. Asvar flapped his wings once and lifted his head. Crawl upon the earth and burn to nothingness. Not even your shadow shall remain. Above Ren, Asvar's head loomed high, releasing a fan-shaped blast of hellfire. Ren didn't retreat. He didn't evade. Instead, he accelerated straight toward Asvar. How utterly foolish. Do you know nothing but to charge forward? You call this reckless. Sorry, but I'm giving this everything I've got. There was no escape. Retreat meant being burned away completely. If nothing remained of him no matter what he did, then there was only one choice: press forward and take the gamble. With his shield magic sword, he blocked. With his iron magic sword, he generated shockwaves. No reckless expenditure of magic, every move was made for the crucial moment to come. Accept your end, weakling. Ren smirked fearlessly. I can see it now, you're protecting your body, aren't you? Ren had already seen through Asvar's weakness. The dragon never moved from its spot. Not once. Another breath attack bore down on Ren, a heat so intense it could vaporize everything in an instant, intent on erasing him from existence. You're the one who'll be sleeping, Asvar. And this time for good. Ren poured his remaining magic into his shield magic sword, pushing it beyond its limits. Even after all that effort, he barely gained a fraction of a second. The roaring flames consumed his shield. Touching them even briefly turned the magic into light particles, obliterating everything in its path. But Ren's desperate gamble was faster than the shifting angle of Asvar's breath. Kicking off the ground, he sprinted up Asvar's massive body, leaping high into the air. And then, the intense heat surrounding Asvar's head wavered. A sudden chill stole the heat away. Fiona had acted. She had thrown herself into the inferno without hesitation, determined to see her will through. The heat was suffocating, enough to steal consciousness away. But Fiona's power shielded Ren, allowing him to endure. At last, he reached Asvar's head. If you're undead, then the power of the Holy Maiden should work on you. From his waist, he drew a dagger, a protective charm from Lysia, and he drove it straight into Asvar's horn. A cry unlike any before echoed through the cavern, one of agony. The holy magic infused into the dagger-seared Asvar's corrupted body. Ren's gamble had paid off. As he suspected, the horn was a crucial organ. It was the source of Asvar's power. Now, with the sacred magic of the Holy Maiden Lysia piercing it, GRHH, how could such a dull blade wound my horn? Asvar thrashed in agony, swinging his head wildly. The crimson winds that once radiated from his body weakened, and the mighty red scales covering his massive form began crumbling away. Asvar flailed, his tail whipping violently, his entire body smashing into the cavern walls. Fragments of star onyx scattered through the air. Each shard could have been fatal if it struck Ren, but he didn't stop. If he missed this opportunity, there might not be another chance to save Fiona. Just a little more. Using the embedded dagger as leverage, he forced his exhausted muscles to keep going. Fiona's chill had already faded, but Asvar's flames were now noticeably weaker. Even so, the searing heat against his skin was unbearable, but he wasn't dead. As long as he could fight, that was all that mattered. Asvar trembled violently, stretching his arm toward Ren in desperation. But he couldn't reach. Was it because he was undead? Because his power was failing? Or was it simply because the dagger held the Holy Maiden's magic? Ren gritted his teeth and tightened his grip. Each time he carved deeper into the horn, Asvar let out an anguished wail. Zaewa. A monstrous roar filled the cavern. From Asvar's horn, thick, dark-red liquid gushed forth. The dragon threw his head downward, aiming to hurl Ren into the lava below. I'm almost there. The scythe-like head swung wildly, bending like a whip. The lava flow surged forward. The heat pressed in, threatening to engulf Ren in flames. But then, the crack in the horn finally. With a guttural roar, Ren's battered body convulsed as fissures spread across the horn, spilling crimson light along with fresh blood. Rather than being severed, the base of the horn had been shattered. Fragments and blood poured from the jagged stump. Dazzled by the scarlet flash, Ren's body was flung into the air along with the massive horn that had detached from his head. At the same time, the magic infused in the dagger by Lysia was completely drained. Ga-uo. A massive tremor echoed through the ground as Asvar collapsed, overwhelmed by the pain and shock that coursed through his entire body from the point where his horn had once been. Scattered fragments of scales and dark mist-laced fluids splattered across the cavern, hissing as they vaporized. With a hoarse, rage-filled cry of "You!", Asvar forced his colossal frame upright. And standing before him, closing in on the now exposed magic stone, was Ren, the boy he had scorned as weak. Before Asvar could fully rise, Ren reached the barely visible core and summoned his iron magic sword. I'm not done yet. Commanding his body, which creaked like rusted gears, Ren slammed the iron magic sword into the magic stone imprisoning Fiona. Asvar threw back his head and roared, unleashing a breath attack in a blind rage. But Ren didn't stop. He struck Asvar's magic stone over and over again. The second strike focusing solely on shattering the stone. The third, relief flooding his chest as he saw Fiona was still alive within it. The fourth delivered with unwavering caution, even as Asvar screamed in agony. On the fifth strike, the iron magic sword shattered, and with it, Asvar's magic stone. Asvar's roar shook the underground chamber. The lava flow surged violently, and the tremors reached an unprecedented intensity, sending a deluge of rocks crashing down from above, their numbers and size escalating into a deadly threat. A stray wisp of magic, once sealed within the magic stone, brushed against Ren's cheek. With nowhere else to go, the stray energy coiled around his bracelet, then seeped into his arm itself. Damn it, at the very end of all times. Agonizing heat seared his arm, burning his flesh until it turned a charred, blackened red. A sharp pain shot through him whenever he attempted to move it. As he cradled his injured arm with his unscathed one, his bracelet began to glow on its own. Letters formed within the crystal adorning the band. Flame Magic Sword Level 1. 1-1. A new magic sword gained at the cost of one arm. Forcing himself to move, Ren lifted Fiona into his arms, freeing her from Asvar's grasp. Slowly, her eyelids fluttered open, and she gazed up at him. Her eyes were still hazy, her consciousness not fully returned, but without a doubt she was looking at Ren. Adventurer. Sorry I'm late. Sweat dripped from Ren's forehead as he tried to maintain a strong front, carrying Fiona away from Asvar's motionless body. The silence was almost eerie. With his neck stretched rigidly upward, Asvar looked as if he had died. But he hadn't. Ren's instincts screamed of danger. The moment he secured Fiona, he had already made up his mind. He had to run. I'm sorry. Tears welled up in Fiona's eyes as she clung to Ren's chest. I really. You don't need to apologize. None of this is your fault. No one could have foreseen this. And besides, you protected me over and over again. So don't say you're sorry. His gentle voice softened her heart, and fresh tears streamed down Fiona's cheeks. Determined to ease even a fraction of Ren's pain, she placed her hands on his burned arm, channeling what little magic remained within her. A soothing coolness wrapped around his wounds. Ren whispered a quiet thanks before shifting his gaze toward a different path, the one leading outside. We'll make it out somehow. With his horn shattered and his magic stone destroyed, Asvar's power had weakened drastically. Even the once raging lava had begun to settle. Escape was possible. But Asvar was still there. With both his horn and magic stone destroyed, he had lost the last remnants of his intelligence. His massive body had begun decaying at an accelerated rate. His eyes glowed a solid blue, and from his mouth, instead of fire, came a stream of miasma. Every step he took sent a wave of rot and filth rising from the ground. Even as an undead, losing his magic stone should have meant death. And yet, he still moved. His relentless, unyielding persistence was a haunting testament to the strength he had wielded in life. We just have to get outside. Ren's mind fixated on one thing, escaping. Then, beside him, Fiona managed to stand on her own. Straining her body, she began to walk, pressing close against Ren, offering him her shoulder for support. "I'm sorry for showing such a pathetic sight," Ren muttered. "No, I've never known anyone braver than you." Fiona was still weak, but she could move better than Ren. Perhaps because all her suffering had stemmed from Asvar, her strength seemed to return as he weakened. "GHH. Adventurer-san." Ren's foot faltered as he stepped forward, causing him to stumble. Fiona, who had been supporting him with all her strength, quickly caught him before he could fall completely. His vision was darkening, and his consciousness was fading. In a faint whisper, Ren urged, "Run, please." But Fiona refused to nod in agreement. Though her pace was slower than when she had been leaning on Ren, she kept moving forward with determined steps. She glanced back for a brief moment. What she saw was Asvar, closing in on them. The decayed body, exuding miasma as it crawled forward on all fours, was a horrific sight, yet even fallen, the legend remained fearsome. "Stay back." Fiona summoned a wall of ice, but Asvar paid it no mind. The massive creature surged forward, tearing through the ice as if it had never existed. "Ooh." He struck the ground repeatedly with his powerful arms, shaking the very earth beneath them. The shattered Starmane stones turned into deadly shrapnel, raining down upon Ren and Fiona. Fiona conjured more ice walls to shield them, but in the brief moment of protection, Asvar had already closed the distance. Just as Asvar's massive arm was about to strike, Fiona once again encased them both in a thick, crystal-like layer of ice. The same spell she had used before to shield Ren from the dragon's breath. The impact of Asvar's blow sent shockwaves through the ice, and Fiona collapsed under the force. Her cheek scraped against the ground, leaving a trail of blood. She was too focused to notice, but the moment her blood touched Ren, its bright red hue darkened into black. "Ren, no, adventurer." She crawled toward Ren, who had collapsed alongside her, whispering repeated apologies. Outside the ice barrier, Asvar continued his relentless assault, slamming his fists down again and again. Although he had lost control, his raw strength was now weaker than before. Even so, Fiona's ice was barely holding. "When the ice shatters, I will shield you again." Tears mixed with blood ran down her cheeks as she gently rested Ren's head on her lap. "I'll stop that dragon, no matter what, so that at least you can return to Colossal." She whispered yet another apology. Then, for the first time, she reached out and touched Ren's cheek. "You promised me, and yet I dragged you into this. I'm so sorry." With trembling fingers, she wiped away the sweat from his face, silently expressing her gratitude for everything he had done for her. A deep fissure spread across the ice. "Back at the fortress, you were so kind to me." There was something she needed to say before the end. "For that 1 year, because of you, I was able to live like a person again, even if it was only for a short while." Fiona turned to look at him one last time, but she didn't want her final words to be spoken with a tear-streaked face. She forced a smile. As long as she could be by his side at the very end, she could find peace in that. "Yes, it's okay now, I can do this." She had to bring this to an end. "Goodbye, Ren-sama." A single tear traced its way down her cheek as she spoke her farewell. Section. When Ren opened his eyes, he found himself walking alone through an unfamiliar corridor. It was a vast space, with a black marble floor stretching endlessly before him. Elegant stained glass windows lined the walls at even intervals, but beyond them lay only darkness, as if it were night outside. Above, an ornate chandelier hung from the high ceiling, illuminating his path. As he walked further, a massive door appeared before him. Intricate carvings adorned its surface. No matter how many times Ren tried to open it, the door refused to budge. Then, "You promised me, and yet I dragged you into this. I'm so sorry." Fiona's voice echoed in his mind. Click, the sound of a lock releasing. The door slowly creaked open on its own, beckoning him inside. Inside was a vast, circular chamber, its walls adorned with even more luxurious stained glass panels. Unlike those in the corridor, these depicted grand, breathtaking scenes, perhaps of war. When Ren stepped in, his footsteps echoed eerily, the sound carrying far into the silent chamber. Then, at the center of the room, he noticed a pedestal. Embedded within it was a jet-black longsword. Dense magic filled the air, distorting his vision. Ren moved forward, drawn to the blade. Behind him, the doors shut with a deep, resounding thud, but he paid no attention. The thoughts of where he was, or why he was here, faded away. All that remained in his mind was the sword before him. "Back at the fortress, you were so kind to me." Fiona's voice whispered from somewhere. It felt both close and impossibly distant. "For that 1 year, because of you, I was able to live like a person again, even if it was only for a short while." Her sorrowful voice reached him, filling him with urgency. He had to get back to her. How could he return? As if guided by instinct, his gaze fell upon the jet-black longsword. Strangely enough, Ren felt as if the sword was speaking to him. "Goodbye, Ren-sama." Hearing Fiona's voice, Ren stepped closer to the jet-black longsword. For a moment, he thought he saw a faint glow emanating from his bracelet, so he turned his gaze toward it. Level 1. 1-1. The notation was the same as the magic sword that had manifested under Lysia's influence when Ren fought Yelkwuk. Then, could this jet-black longsword be something similar? Was it somehow connected to Fiona's hidden power? Did she also have a magic stone within her body? Ren pondered the idea for a moment, but something felt off. Ren recalled the moment when he had heard Fiona's voice, followed by the sound of a lock clicking open. While he couldn't dismiss the possibility that her power had affected him, it didn't seem like the influence had come from a magic stone within her body. That would mean this jet-black longsword had belonged to him from the very beginning. I still don't really get it. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he, too, had a magic stone inside him, but he quickly dismissed the thought as ridiculous and chuckled soundlessly. "It doesn't matter. If you can help me save her, lend me your strength." Grasping the jet-black longsword, Ren felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy pour into his body. Even though he was already on the verge of collapse, the fact that he could still stand and move was inexplicable. But more than that, a sensation of fullness, one he had never experienced before, washed over him. The feeling of being filled to the brim continued for a moment. Then, just as it ended, the jet-black longsword vanished. From behind him, the sound of a door unlocking echoed through the chamber. Beyond the doorway, a dazzling light spilled forth, vastly different from before. Ren instinctively knew this was the way back. As he stepped toward the light, a thought surfaced in his mind. The Flameblade. "Come forth, Flameblade." He commanded it. And then, in the hand that had once grasped the jet-black longsword, the very hand without the bracelet, a straight sword, wreathed in flames, materialized as if it had always been there. Flameblade Level 1. As Ren approached the door, the Flameblade began to change. The fire enveloping its blade shifted in color, and the sword itself elongated, gradually taking the form of a longsword. With every step he took, the hilt and size transformed further. The silver hue that had once covered both the blade and the hilt gave way, becoming a flawless, gleaming gold. Flameblade Level. It felt as though the power he had obtained from the jet-black longsword was being entirely absorbed by the Flameblade. With each echoing step, the transformation progressed, until at last, the Flameblade had grown to the size of a greatsword, as tall as Ren himself. And in the crystal of the bracelet, its name had changed. The Flameblade Asvar. Standing before the radiant doorway, Ren suddenly became aware of his own pain and exhaustion. A headache pounded in his skull, a clear sign that his magic power had nearly been depleted. The burn on his arm, long forgotten, flared up again, grounding him in reality. This was the moment to steel himself for what lay ahead. But he had regained his strength, and in his hand, he now wielded a golden magic sword, even if he still had lingering questions about what had just happened. Well, whatever. If Fiona had played a part in this, he could simply ask her about it later. For now, I'll win this fight. After all, that was all that mattered. Everything else could wait, once he had defeated the rampaging Asvar. Once this battle was over. Then, and only then, would he ask Fiona about her abilities. Ren took a firm step forward into the light. Section. Fiona continued to shield Ren, conjuring ice walls again and again to fend off Asvar's relentless attacks. But she was reaching her limit. Another devastating blow from Asvar came crashing down. She knew this time she wouldn't be able to stop it. This time she would die. And yet, shaking with fear, Fiona suddenly felt herself being pulled close. By Ren. The monstrous arm that had been about to strike her was repelled by the blazing sword he wielded. Asvar was flung back by the impact. Fiona could only stare, wide-eyed. Ren, Sama. Despair turned to disbelief. She looked up at him, her dark eyes still glistening with tears. Her small frame trembled slightly as she waited for his response. And then, "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Ren Ashton." A single tear had been trailing down Fiona's cheek, but as soon as she heard his words, the tears came rushing forth in earnest. She gazed at him, utterly exhausted, and smiled. This feeling was new to her. Fiona could only focus on Ren, who had pulled her close, unable to take her eyes off him. I've known all along. I knew you were Ren Sama, ever since we were at the fortress." How did you know?" Because I never said anything about the medicine being made from monster materials, did I? That night, when Ren had let his guard down while enjoying his tea. That's why I had a feeling, so I asked a passing knight about your name. Haha, I see. Looks like I got careless. And no, thanks to that, I got to know who you really were. And I also heard that you were concerned about me, that you were planning to tell me everything after we left the mountain. Just as the knight had told Ren, they couldn't lie when Fiona had asked. But after hearing the truth, Fiona respected Ren's thoughts and considerations. She had decided, just as he had intended, to wait until they left the mountain to talk about it properly. So she had asked the knight not to tell Ren that she had inquired about him. Ren let out a breath, realizing that while he had been trying to look out for her, she had actually been looking out for him as well. "Before I apologize for everything, let me keep my promise first." "Promise?" "Yes." He turned his head slightly, giving her a small smile, and Fiona found herself captivated by it. "I promise to get you safely out of the Baldur Mountains." Asvar lifted its head, scattering miasma into the air as it took flight. Gih. The miasma itself was being purified by the special flames Ren wielded. But Asvar, its decayed body crumbling, unleashed a fanned-out breath attack from high above. Ren did not dodge, nor did he rely on Fiona's ice magic or the shield-like magic sword to block it. Instead, he swung the flame sword Asvar with all his might, from below to above. The resulting blaze clashed against the breath attack, and from the point of impact, rippling waves of crimson light spread throughout the vast chamber. Fiona was in awe. Faced with the overwhelming power displayed by this younger boy, she forgot all the fear that had gripped her body. He had saved her life not once, but twice. She couldn't take her eyes off the hero standing before her. Amazing. In the end, Ren's flame sword Asvar triumphed. The unleashed flames began to engulf Asvar's withering body in searing heat. Desperate to escape the approaching fire, Asvar flapped its wings wildly in an attempt to flee. Letting out a cry, it soared upward, crashing into the ceiling of the underground cavern and creating a massive hole. A deep crimson glow radiated from the core of its body, the same color gleaming in its vacant eyes. The blinding light illuminated Ren and Fiona. Ren looked up to see Asvar spreading its massive wings, stretching its long neck toward the sky. A crimson sphere of light formed at the tip of its mouth, pulling in the falling snow and the surrounding heat. Even the flames and molten lava were sucked into it. Finally, the entire Baldur mountain range trembled violently, an ominous prelude to an impending catastrophe. Asvar, now an undead devoid of reason, was unleashing its final attack. In life, it had been a legendary force of power. Now, though its revival was incomplete, its body fragile, the last attack it was preparing to unleash was nothing short of divine. An all-or-nothing strike that would bring down the entire Baldur mountain range. And with it, Ren and Fiona's lives. Then, from the very beginning, the path had never changed. There's only one thing left to end this battle. The crimson sphere of light had finished absorbing everything. It had even stow Rensound itself. Then, the sphere of deep red light detached from Asvar and began to descend toward the ground, silently. Ren raised the flame sword Asvar above his head, gripping its hilt with all his remaining strength. With everything he had left, he would end this fight with a single, decisive swing. KH. But his arm trembled, weakened by exhaustion. His body was drained, and he was struggling under the weight of the flame sword Asvar. Just then, a pale hand rested over his own. It was Fiona's hand, grimy from dust and sweat, bearing burns just like his. "I'm sorry, Lady Ignat." When Ren turned to look at her, she gave him a soft smile and nodded. "Fiona, if it's all right with you, please call me that from now on." To do that, all they had to do was win. They had to stop the Crimson Dragon here and now before it brought destruction down upon the land. Oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh- flash of light. The Sto-Ren sound returned in an instant, replaced by an ear-splitting explosion. Yet neither Ren nor Fiona flinched. Ren, especially, was focused only on one thing: putting an end to this battle. You said it yourself, that nothing less than a flame greater than your own could consume you. With Fiona at his side, Ren brought down the flame sword Asvar. Rest now, so deeply that you never awaken again. Golden flames surged around the crimson sphere, spiraling upward toward the hole in the cavern's ceiling. The legendary attack, the Crimson Sphere of Light, was utterly consumed by a fire beyond its own. Section. At some point, Fiona had foul renasleep. When she awoke, she was bewildered to find herself being carried on Ren's back as he walked through the snow-covered path. Ren Sama. Oh, good morning. We've made it pretty far down the mountain already. After defeating Asvar, Fiona had lost consciousness almost immediately. Realizing this, her face flushed with embarrassment at her own helplessness. She quickly insisted on walking on her own, but Ren pointed out that her ankle was badly swollen. Even so, she hesitated. I'll be fine. You must be exhausted too, Ren-sama. Ren gave her a wry smile. At least wait until we meet up with the rescue team. As Fiona's nerves gradually eased, she suddenly noticed something strange. Her body felt lighter than ever before. It really has lessened. Lady Fiona, the black power that was inside me, it's almost gone. Huh? Ren tilted his head, confused. Fiona took a deep breath, then continued with determination. My innate skill, Black Priestess. It was the first time Ren had heard that name. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret. It wasn't something I could easily talk about. That power had been the reason for Asvar's revival, why Ren had been caught up in this battle. Even though her father had forbidden her from speaking about it, she couldn't stay silent any longer. She had carried the burden of secrecy for too long, and now, guilt weighed heavily on her heart. Are you sure you want to tell me? Fiona nodded. Ren-sama, have you ever heard of the Black Priestess skill? No, this is my first time. Then allow me to explain. The Black Priestess was to monsters what a saint was to humans. There had even been individuals in history who possessed this skill and sided with the Demon King. Taking that into account, Marquis Ignat had kept its existence a secret. He knew that if people learned of it, they would scorn Fiona without a second thought. In the kingdom of Liamel, where the 7 heroes were revered, it was easy to imagine how the past of the Black Priestess would be perceived. So, you said your power has weakened. I don't quite understand it myself. It's not like the skill itself has weakened. But it feels like a part of the Black Priestess's power that was inside me has suddenly gone quiet. All those born with the Black Priestess skill possessed immense magical energy. That energy had a special effect. It strengthened monsters. It also greatly increased magical aptitude, granting an innate talent for magic. What Fiona was referring to was that vast reservoir of magic. Until now, the power within her had always been restless, constantly searching for an outlet. It had always throbbed deep inside her, especially within her chest. And that, more than anything else, had been her greatest source of pain. The medicine made from She-Fulfin's materials absorbed the excess magic and expelled it from my body. It couldn't remove it all, but it reduced it enough that I only felt a little pain now and then. Eventually, she no longer felt any pain at all, just a faint presence within her chest. The medicine had prevented her body from being consumed, and thanks to the growth she had undergone over the past year, she had become more resilient against the overwhelming magic that constantly surged within her. Yet now, she couldn't sense that presence in her chest at all. Do you think it has something to do with the necromantic-like power that was used on Asvar? As Ren voiced his thoughts, Fiona shook her head against his back. I don't think so. The Black Priestess doesn't have the ability to raise dead monsters as undead. Hearing that, Ren thought to himself. But Asvar did say he had sensed Fiona's presence early on. I guess he really can't be treated the same as a normal monster. It was just a hypothesis, but Ren suspected that since Asvar was far stronger than ordinary monsters, the Black Priestess's power to strengthen monsters had taken effect, leading to an accidental resurrection. That might explain why his revival had been so incomplete. If that was the case, then it raised an even bigger question. What exactly had caused Fiona's body to change? Thanks to your help, my magic is recovering bit by bit. And yet, I still can't feel anything in my chest. Which means it might not have been because of Asvar. Ren mulled over her words in silence before muttering inwardly. It has to be me then. His thoughts drifted to that strange space he had wandered into right before wielding the power of the Flameblade Asvar. The pitch-black longsword that had been there. If that place had been influenced by Fiona, then things started to make sense. It was similar to the time when Lysia's magic had affected the radiant magic sword. This all started when I thought about how I just wanted you to survive, Ren. Fiona's voice was soft, yet firm. When my blood turned black, that's when it began. You mean, when you stopped feeling anything in your chest? Yes, at first, I thought it was just because Asvar had drained too much of my magic. But at some point, I started to wonder if maybe you had done something for me. Ren furrowed his brows. The Black Priestess had contributed a part of her power to the summoning of the magic sword. That enigmatic world, and the way the Flameblade Asvar had changed, there was no way they were unrelated. If that strange world had been brought about by the Black Priestess's power, then Ren could understand why it happened. It was almost as if the Black Priestess had sworn loyalty to him, sacrificing a part of her strength in the process. And then, there's the anti-demon necklace. Ren recalled how it had reacted strangely when he and Fiona made contact. If the necklace only reacted once, that means the connection between the Black Priestess and the magic sword summoning had already stabilized by then. That's why there was no second reaction, right? He couldn't be certain of anything. But if that was the case, then it would make sense for the necklace, created by the 7 heroes, to react in an unexpected way. The power to summon such an extraordinary magic sword was beyond normal understanding, after all. At any rate, the name of the Flameblade Asvar was no longer displayed on his bracelet, nor was the name of the pitch-black longsword. Only the new name of the magic sword he had obtained remained. It's just like what happened when I was influenced by Lysia's magic stone. If he wanted to manifest that power again, he might need to receive Fiona's strength once more. It was the same conclusion he had reached back when he was thinking about Lysia's magic stone this spring. Pardon me, but Lady Fiona, you don't happen to have a magic stone inside your body, do you? No, I don't, but why do you ask all of a sudden? Oh, I guess I just asked without really thinking. Fiona blinked in surprise, then gave a small smile as she remained on Ren's back. Meanwhile, Ren nodded to himself in secret. Lysia had a magic stone in her body, which allowed her to manifest a magic sword through me, but Fiona is different. In Fiona's case, it felt more like the power of the Black Priestess had drawn out something that had been inside Ren all along. That would explain why a part of her power had gone dormant, because she had given it to him. That explanation tied everything together, and yet there were still many things he couldn't be sure of. Do you think I'll be targeted by the demon cult from now on? I don't think that's likely. Why not? Well, I won't say the chances are 0, but Madas and Kai didn't even know you had the power of the Black Priestess. If they had known, they would have been focused on reviving Asvar from the start. If even those two had been caught off guard, that meant Asvar's resurrection had been unexpected for them as well. That was probably because, unlike in the game, Fiona had survived. In fact, now that they've seen how their plans fell apart, I think they'll find it even harder to make a move. This time, the Marquis Ignat had been caught off guard, but it was hard to imagine he would be deceived so easily again. Their scheme had only succeeded due to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the Imperial Officer Academy's entrance exams. Without a situation that special, their plan likely wouldn't have worked at all. Furthermore, the demon cult probably wouldn't be interested in Fiona's power anymore. If the part of her magic that influenced monsters had truly gone dormant, then even if the cultists learned of her abilities, there was little reason for them to pursue her. That said, her status as the Marquis Ignat's daughter was still unchanged, so they would need to remain as vigilant as ever. A sudden loud noise reached both of their ears. Ren widened his eyes at the unfamiliar sound echoing through the sky above. It's a magic ship. Several magic ships soared leisurely across the sky. They were likely from the imperial capital. That being the case, Lady Fiona. Ren hesitated over how to relay information to Marquis Ignat and the others from the imperial capital. But before that, their farewell approached. Before we part, I have 2 requests. Of course, if it's a request from you, Ren-sama, I'll do anything. Fiona, feeling the sorrow of parting, hid her emotions behind a gentle smile. That means a lot to me. His first request was that his name not be mentioned to Marquis Ignat as the one who saved Fiona during this incident. Ren needed time to think and collect himself. He wanted to take a step back and reconsider if he could continue living as he had after unexpectedly coming into contact with the cult of the Demon King. So could you tell Marquis Ignat that an adventurer saved you? Emmu, calling you that felt so awkward for me, you know. Haha, well, hearing it was a bit awkward for me too. Marquis Ignat would surely figure out who had saved Fiona and why they had said what they did. Still, Ren only needed some breathing room to think things through. It wasn't as if he intended to withhold information. Even if I don't know much. Within the limits of his knowledge, he had no objections to sharing information about the cult of the Demon King. Of course, they would likely be even more elusive from now on, and Ren himself had little information to begin with. Beyond the fact that the cult had a leader, he could offer only the barest scraps of knowledge. In any case, word would reach Marquis Ignat through Lazard. I also need to report about Asvar. Naturally, he had to leave out the Black Priestess's power when reporting to Lazard. The matter of the Black Priestess should be relayed directly from Marquis Ignat to Lazard. That wasn't a lie. The best explanation was that Ren had been caught up in the chaos by chance and fought to save Fiona. And since he couldn't exactly say he'd learned about the cult of the Demon King from a game, he had no choice but to claim Kai and Maida's had told him. I should probably keep quiet about your power too, shouldn't I? I'd appreciate that. Fiona had seen his magic sword multiple times. In exchange, I'll keep your power a secret as well, Lady Fiona. Lady Fiona. Sorry, it's just that. Fiona, who had gone silent on Ren's back, had been dwelling on the fact that they now shared a secret. The idea of having a secret with Ren made her so happy that she momentarily lost her words. Blushing, she pulled herself together and asked Ren a question. So, Ren-sama, what is your second request? It's about how you address me. How I address you. But Ren-sama is Ren-sama. What else should I call you? Well, the sama part feels a bit embarrassing, so I'd prefer if you just called me by my name. That's... Fiona refused. She couldn't possibly be so informal with the person who had saved her life. Ren, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable being addressed so formally by a high-ranking noblewoman, and he pressed the issue. After a bit of back and forth, then how about Renkun? Fiona still seemed unsatisfied, but when Ren said, that works for me, she finally relented. In that case, how about you stop adding lady when addressing me? That's a bit much, so I'll have to decline. Emu. She pouted, but Ren wasn't budging. She was a marquis's daughter, after all. I'll make it up to you with a parting gift, so please let this one go. Ren reached into his pocket and pulled out a fragment of star agate he had picked up. Fiona's eyes widened in surprise as he handed it to her over his shoulder. It's beautiful. Considering all the unpleasant memories, I thought you should at least have one beautiful one to take with you. Indeed, this incident hadn't been full of pleasant memories. But Fiona could say with certainty that it wasn't all bad. This isn't my only beautiful memory. Meeting Ren had been special in its own right, just then. Rendona. Over here. I heard a voice from this direction. The voices of the Knights of House Colossal rang out, sounding strangely nostalgic despite their brief separation. Fiona climbed down from Ren's back and stood on her own 2 feet. Ren, concerned about the rough terrain, offered his hand, but before she could take it, the magic ships above let out another resounding roar. Renkun, you saved me not once but twice. Thank you. She clutched the star agate tightly and spoke. Will we meet again? There was deep emotion in her eyes and voice. Meet and reunite. Before, she had prayed to meet Ren. Now, she truly wished to see him again. Given the distance between them and their differing social statuses, it seemed unlikely they would cross paths so easily. But Ren responded in a warm, reassuring voice. We will. Marquis Ignat has already invited me, after all. He added a hint of humor to lighten the mood. Fiona smiled a little sadly, but soon gasped as if realizing something. Oh, when that time comes, please allow me to host you. I'll practice making tea every day until then. I'll work hard so the maids recognize my skills. I'll keep working hard forever. I'll be looking forward to it, though honestly, I already think your tea is delicious. Ren gave her a bright smile, and Fiona's heart pounded even faster. A storm of emotions churned inside her, impossible to ignore. She gazed directly at him, summoning her courage, and said, That's kind of you to say, but I won't settle for that. I'll keep practicing for the day I can see you again. Then, looking straight into his eyes, she spoke the words from her heart. It's a promise, okay? She wished for that day to come as soon as possible. Chapter 15, Welcome Back, My Hero. Several days had passed, and by the time the commotion in the Baldur Mountains began to be widely discussed even in the imperial capital, it was inevitable that the unprecedented incident, centered around the prestigious Imperial Military Academy, renowned throughout the world, would become a significant issue. Naturally, there were those who sought to hold the Academy's headmaster, Cronoa Highland, accountable, including members of the board of directors. However, Cronoa had left the country by imperial decree before the final examination commenced. Furthermore, the minutes held by the board recorded her explicit statement to exclude the Baldur Mountains from the options, and thus, those pursuing her responsibility gradually dwindled. An interesting story I heard, Edgar, Ulisses Ignat remarked as they stepped out of the grand conference room within the imperial castle. It seems one of the nobles on the board was found dead. You mean the noble who performed the final inspection of Lady Fiona's magic airship, I presume. Exactly. That man apparently drank poison and took his own life. He died before this incident came to light, and thanks to that, knights stormed his estate to gather information. But I doubt they'll find anything, will they? I think the same. It's as if he meticulously planned it from the start with the intent to die, a truly calculated affair. At that, Marquis Ignat paused his steps, leaned against the wall, and crossed his arms. They say the body was quite decomposed, but curiously, his face looked as though he were smiling in death, almost as if he had no fear of dying, wouldn't you say? He was likely pleased. For instance, if he had a lord he served, and this commotion benefited that lord, well, he might have felt joy in dying for their sake. It seems he was a loyal vassal on par with myself. Marquis Ignat chuckled, though his entire being soon radiated an intense emotion akin to murderous intent. Despite the smile lingering on his cheeks, the sheer force of his presence made passers-by involuntarily catch their breath. By the way, what happened to the magic airship that took the examinees to the Baldur Mountains? It seems it crashed in a wasteland somewhere. As a result, those who knew of the Baldur Mountains incident perished, and it took the examiners at the original testing site several days to notice anything amiss. That's also why it took so long for the imperial capital to mobilize. I see. That deceased noble certainly went to elaborate lengths, didn't he? He was a noble serving on the board, after all. He must have staked his life to orchestrate this single incident. The manipulation of that merchant under imperial contract was his doing as well. At that, Marquis Ignat spoke in an exasperated tone. It seems an era has come where even factions can't be trusted. The reason being that the culprit behind this incident targeted an examination involving participants from both the hero faction and the royalist faction indiscriminately. The parents of the examinees from the Imperial Military Academy's elite class, who had taken part in the final exam, shared their outrage regardless of factional divides. The Demon King cult, was it? I hear an adventurer who saved Lady Fiona mentioned it. At Edgar's deliberately theatrical words, Marquis Ignat slightly tempered his anger. I believe it was something he overheard at the guild. Hearing about him from Fiona was a relief. It had been just a few days prior. Fiona, you were saved by an adventurer, and Asvar's end was practically self-destruction, wasn't it? Yes, father, just as you say. And after that, Fiona's powers calmed down a bit. That's correct too, isn't it? When Fiona returned to Marquis Ignat, he had felt immense relief at her survival and their reunion. As a father, he questioned his beloved daughter and arrived at this conclusion. Yet, as a parent, he couldn't shake a sense of unease about her words. Honestly, both my daughter and that adventurer are a bit careless. Father, what did you just say? Nothing, just that I'm glad you're alive, Fiona. That's all I mumbled. Recalling that exchange with his daughter, Marquis Ignat let out a weary sigh. My daughter can be so naive. If I were to make an inquiry with the Colossal family's knights, they'd be obliged to tell me which adventurer was involved. Perhaps Lady Fiona and that adventurer were both too exhausted to think it through. Or maybe that adventurer had no intention of hiding it. Likely the latter. He probably asked Fiona to give him some time to settle down. Marquis Ignat had seen through Ren's scheme, but harbored no ill feelings toward him. He pictured the one who had saved his daughter not once but twice, resolving to honor that individual's words. In due time, word will reach me through Baron Colossal, framed as information observed by their knights. That boy won't misjudge this, I'm sure. Thus, he decided not to rush matters regarding Ren and instead focus on what he could do. I've no further business in the capital. Shall we head back? There's work more important than blaming. Edgar, who had served by his lord's side for years, felt an odd unease at how little Marquis Ignat had acted in the capital. He had half expected him to eliminate a few nobles at the very least. In contrast, the other nobles were far more vocal, hurling dangerous words with fervor. Are you sure about this? Edgar asked. Given it's you, my lord, I thought you'd leave some mark before departing. I have my thoughts on the matter, but this is all just a farce anyway, Marquis Ignat replied. With no information on the Demon King cult at present, any move we make will just turn into a game of passing the blame. It's pointless, utterly meaningless time I'd rather avoid wasting. I'd much rather return to Fiona's side. Having said his piece, Marquis Ignat harbored a certain conviction. Section. In a different corridor from the one where Marquis Ignat and Edgar walked, another pair, a young man and woman, made their way forward. The young man was a silver-haired boy with sharp, dignified features, appearing roughly the same age as Ren. Beside him walked a woman slightly older than him, a half-breed of human and Ketchi, a race resembling cats in humanoid form. And that's the gist of it, Naya, she said. What do you mean, that's the gist? The boy replied with a sigh. Explain it properly from the start, without skipping anything. At the girl's airy tone, the silver-haired boy repeated himself, his refined face tinged with exasperation. The council member who took his own life had a mark on his body, didn't he? Start from there. Reluctantly prompted, the half-breed girl let out a sheepish, Naya-haha laugh. Perhaps because she inherited more human traits, or because her Ketchi heritage showed only in her cat ears and tail. Her well-formed features combined with her demeanor made her undeniably charming. The silver-haired boy lightly pinched her cheek. Why'd you pinch me, Naya? She yelped. Because of your careless attitude, you fool. Besides, it's not like it hurt, did it? Nope, Naya. Still, as expected of your highness. Even your pinches are perfectly measured. You're a genius, Naya. Be quiet. I don't care for praise over something like that. More importantly, aren't you going to tell me the story already? With a small ahem, the girl cleared her throat. Shedding her earlier lax demeanor, she adopted a serious expression and spoke in a firmer tone. The mark on the council member's body emitted the same magical energy once found in the bodies of the Demon King's vassals in the past, Naya. So, it's either remnants of the Demon King's forces or those plotting his revival then. That's what it seems, Naya. That makes things troublesome. If there are people in our nation swayed by the Demon King's power, even factions can't be trusted anymore. So, what will you do, Naya? It's obvious. To root out those aligned with the Demon King, I'll need to gather trustworthy allies. Though he declared it with conviction, the half-breed girl let out a hesitant groan. It feels tough to find people who share your highness's ideals and can act on them, Naya. True, I can't do it alone. Even if I managed to bite the enemy, I'd only end up devoured in the end. But your highness, finding allies is great and all, but you really need to pick your personal knight soon, Naya. I know, but there hasn't been a knight I've clicked with yet, so what can I do? The silver-haired boy sighed once more, turning to the half-breed girl who'd called herself his attendant. Section, with the royalist faction itself no longer trustworthy, what I need now are precious comrades who share my aspirations, Marquis Ignat said. Hearing his lord's words, Edgar, the gentleman in tails, smiled faintly. Ahem. Why the smile, Edgar? Ignat asked. I never imagined I'd hear such words from you, my lord, but I believe your thinking is spot on. Fair enough, Ignat replied with a self-deprecating chuckle before continuing. If the Demon King cult is involved, I'd need someone I can entrust my life to, someone not just intelligent, but with a strong heart as well. Good grief. Even saying it myself, it's a tall order, Marquis Ignat mused, rubbing his temples. Naturally, Cronoa came to mind, but he wanted to consider other possibilities too. For now, Baron Clossel stood out as a reliable figure. Whether the Baron would share Ignat's aspirations remained uncertain, but the Marquis longed for more comrades who could align with his vision. As he voiced this desire, he thought to himself, good grief, if only I could find both the comrades I seek and a personal knight to serve me. From around the corner ahead, a voice rang out. And then, at that very turn, Ignat came face to face with its owner. Oh. Ignat's surprised murmur was followed by a questioning sound from a silver-haired boy. The two locked eyes, gazing into each other's depths as if probing for hidden intentions, sharing a silent moment. Well, if it isn't your Highness Radius, Ignat said. So it's you, Ulysses, the boy replied. After addressing each other by name, they fell silent once more. Both realized their earlier conversations with their respective attendants had likely been overheard, yet they continued to size each other up. Even in the presence of Ulisses Ignat, a grand noble many aristocrats avoided, Radius, as the boy was called, showed no sign of backing down. He stood tall, meeting Ignat's gaze with unwavering dignity. Have you time after this? Radius broke the silence first. I was about to return to Uppeheim, but if it's an invitation from none other than your Highness Radius, this Ulysses will gladly accompany you anywhere, Ignat replied with a warm smile. As Radius walked ahead, he asked over his shoulder, if your daughter had died, what would you have done? Are we speaking of this recent incident, or the time the royal family refused to provide materials, your Highness Radius, third prince? The latter, of course. Edgar, trailing behind, felt his heart pound painfully. He couldn't help but worry what might happen if his lord spoke his next words without restraint. Yet Ignat answered in a casual tone, as if making small talk. If Fiona had lost her life back then, I wouldn't have forgiven Liamel, or the royal family, for that matter. And what would an unforgiving you have done? It's just conjecture, but I'd likely have wished for Liamel's downfall. To that end, I might have taken the life of the third prince, hailed as the next emperor. That sounds like something you'd do, Ulysses. For the record, I'm aware your Highness couldn't intervene in His Majesty's decision. After all, I made my request to His Majesty in secret, so it's only recently that you learned the details, Radius. Even so, I imagine my resentment would have been beyond words. Yes, I understand that too, Radius said, stopping to turn and face Ignat. But Ulysses, don't you think we could join forces for a common goal, even if you harbor hatred toward the royal family? Oh, aren't you worried I might stab you in the back? If my efforts could benefit your daughter as well, I'm certain you'd choose pragmatism over vengeance. Another silence stretched on for minutes. They stood staring into each other's eyes, saying nothing. Their attendants, too, remained wordless, holding their breath, at times forgetting to blink as they watched intently. Ha! You're the first to confront this Ulysses with such boldness? Ignat laughed, extending his hand. Radius took it firmly. In the story Ren knew, these two were fated to be the slayer and the slain. That they had joined hands was something Ren wouldn't learn until later. Section. Ren returned to Clossel by carriage. Letting out a sigh as exhaustion washed over him, he gazed up at the heart of Clossel and thought, finally, I'm back. It had been exactly 3 weeks since parting with Fiona. The reason for the delay tied back to the magic airship that had visited the Baldur Mountains. The vessel had carried numerous knights from the imperial capital. While Ren hadn't been interrogated or questioned, the Colossal Knights had been busy with cleanup, and he'd stayed behind out of caution. The adventurers who'd guarded the examinees were summoned to the capital for voluntary questioning. Still, there was little cause for concern. Some had even caught the favor of noble heirs, who'd invited them to join their households. The colossal knights, meanwhile, had received their briefing from Fiona, not Ren. She'd explained what happened after the suspension bridge collapsed, how Kai and Maetas were deeply involved in the chaos, and the existence of the Demon King cult. On that last point, she'd made it clear that it was thanks to Ren, not just an adventurer. "Lord Ren at last," said a knight riding with him as they passed through the gate into town. "It feels like one of the most intense stretches of my life is finally over. If I may ask, what's the other standout moment?" "Obviously, the time I brought Lady Lysia to Colossal," Ren replied with a grin, a playful jab, nothing more. After sharing a smile with the knight, Ren looked out the window at Colossal. Townsfolk called out to him, welcoming him back after so long. A wave of nostalgia hit him as he took in the sprawling view. As he'd realized before, life in Colossal had quietly become his everyday norm. It felt like his soul was being cleansed, an indescribable comfort. Closing his eyes, perhaps because he hadn't truly rested in so long, Ren felt an odd heaviness settle over his eyelids. Before he knew it, the carriage carrying him had finished climbing the hill and stopped in front of the colossal baron's estate. "Lord Ren, we've arrived," the knight said. "Huh, already?" Ren murmured. "You do seem exhausted." "We'll handle reporting to the lord, so why don't you take some rest?" For once, Ren nearly nodded at the knight's suggestion, but he knew his absence during this ordeal had caused worry. Even if a detailed report could wait until tomorrow, he ought to at least let them know he was safe and had returned. Slapping his cheeks with a sharp smack to wake himself, Ren stepped out of the carriage on his own. It was then that it happened. "Ren!" Lysia's voice called out as she rushed toward the carriage, her expression a swirl of emotions: joy at his return, concern over the tailies of the commotion, shock at what had transpired in the Baldur Mountains, and a desire to let him rest soon. "We received word of the suspension bridge incident in the Baldur Mountains almost immediately and reported it to the Lord," a knight whispered to Ren as he approached the carriage. Upon hearing it, the young lady insisted she'd head to the Baldur Mountains herself, even alone. As the welcoming knight stepped back, Lysia reached Ren's side. From the estate's entrance, Lazard and Weiss emerged, walking toward them. Ahead of the two, Lysia grabbed Ren's hand, steadying her breath. "Ren, welcome ba," she stopped mid-sentence. Noticing the burns on Ren's hand, she instantly deduced that his entire arm must be in a similar state. Ignoring the more visibly injured hand, she firmly took his other one and started walking. "Father, I'll take Ren inside," she called out, not waiting for Lazard's reply as she pulled Ren toward the main residence. Passing Lazard and Weiss, Ren muttered a small sorry. The two smiled warmly, as if to say, "Don't worry about it," offering him their silent support. "I'm ridiculously sleepy." The taut thread of tension snapped, and Ren felt the strength draining from his body. As they stepped into the main residence and past the sofa in the entrance hall, Ren's body swayed unsteadily. Just as he began to collapse onto the sofa, Lysia was caught up in his fall. "Ren," she stammered, sitting on the sofa to catch him, guiding his head onto her lap. He slumped onto the cushions, half conscious on the Saintess's knees. "Sorry," he mumbled, instinctively trying to sit up. "Well done, Ren," Lysia said softly, resting a hand on his shoulder. Was it holy magic? A soothing warmth spread through him, making his eyelids even heavier. "I worked pretty hard, if I do say so myself," Ren said. "I know," Lysia replied, "and I'm really tired." "I know that too, perfectly well." Her hand moved to his burns, enveloping them in a gentle white light. The lingering pain and heat gradually faded. "What did you go through, Ren?" she asked. It's gonna sound unbelievable, but..." Lysia chuckled softly at Ren, who lay with his eyes half closed on her lap, teetering on the edge of sleep. She selfishly wanted to hear his voice just a little longer, reluctant to let go of this moment. Especially since he looked so endearing, resting so openly on her lap. "I fought people trying to revive the Demon King, and then suddenly had to fight a resurrected Asvar," he murmured. "Oh my, that's incredible. But you won, didn't you? You don't doubt me." "Why would I, honestly?" she teased. Though Lysia's demeanor seemed as calm as ever, her heart brimmed with astonishment. Right now, though, most of her focus was on healing him. "Oh, right. There's something I wanted to ask you, Lady Lysia," Ren said. "Me?" she replied, tilting her head cutely. "That hidden message on the memo paper." "W8, no way, you found it," she yelped. "I saw it when I held it up to the light, sorry." But she'd meant it to stay a secret, so learning he'd discovered it embarrassed her. Yet when Ren explained how her words and the dagger she'd given him had saved him, her embarrassment melted into a soft smile. Those words warmed my heart, and thanks to the dagger you gave me, I broke Asval's horn. I'm alive right now because of you, Lady Lysia. Lysia blinked in surprise, but quickly masked it. Hee, my little charm worked its magic, didn't it? Since Ren mentioned Asval's revival, she figured her magic must have been effective against the undead. Of course, she had a mountain of other questions, but she prioritized his weary state over her curiosity. Why don't you just sleep like this? She suggested. Yeah, he agreed. Such an honest good boy. Ren had no energy left to think. Lysia, momentarily taken aback, softened into a tender, loving expression, gently stroking his hair. Good night, then, she said, her voice as warm as her gaze. As she looked down at him, Ren's heavy eyelids began to close, but he suddenly opened them again, gazing up at her. Startled, Lysia asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm home," he said, belatedly responding to her earlier welcome before shutting his eyes. Lysia blinked, then smiled again, brushing a strand of hair from his cheek with her fingertips. He'd already drifted off to the land of dreams. Yes, welcome home, my hero. The hero slept on the Saintess's lap, and the Saintess healed him. When Yun came to check on them, the scene they created struck her as almost divine. The white Saintess she'd watched over since childhood and her hero together painted a picture straight out of a sacred mural. Epilogue. 2 days after Ren returned to Colossal, Lysia made her way to his room in the old mansion that morning. Starting tomorrow, I'll heal your injuries with my holy magic. That was the declaration Lysia made the moment Ren woke up on her lap. For the time being, their mornings would be dedicated to this healing routine. As usual, Lysia took Ren's hand and channeled her holy magic for about 10 minutes. Since she was already there, she suggested they have breakfast together at the main house. In that case, I'll take you up on your offer. Wait, you need to put on your coat properly. The distance wasn't far, but to get to the main house, they had to cross the connecting corridor. Even if it was only for a brief moment, stepping outside meant exposing oneself to the winter air. Lysia was concerned that Ren, who still wasn't fully recovered, might catch a chill. Without waiting for his response, she walked over to the coat rack in the corner of the room and grabbed his coat. Here, put this on. I'm fine. I can put it on myself. Just let me do it. Having never helped someone put on a coat before, Lysia fumbled slightly with the process. Still, once she got it on him, Ren awkwardly thanked her. Hi. Ren's attention shifted to the pocket of his coat. He felt something hard inside. At first, he thought he had forgotten to take out something from his recent trip. However, what he pulled out wasn't a survival tool or anything of the sort. It was a gray stone, something that looked completely ordinary. Where did you pick this up? I don't know, but I don't remember picking up any stones like this. I don't think it's just a regular rock. Look, there's a red glow flickering in the corner. You're right. The discovery only deepened Ren's confusion. As he examined the stone in his hand, Lysia leaned in closer. Let me see it too. Should we take a look in better lighting? That might be a good idea. Momentarily forgetting about breakfast, the two of them moved toward the window. When Ren held the stone up to the morning sunlight, the red glow became more pronounced. Even so, its true nature remained a mystery. Deciding not to dwell on it for now, they turned their attention back to breakfast. However, the moment Ren placed the stone on the desk, something unexpected happened. The azure jewel of Sarakia, which had been sitting in the corner of the desk, suddenly came to life. Azure mist and crackling lightning surged more violently than ever before. At the same time, waves of deep crimson light began pouring out from the so-called stone. The faint cracks that had been present grew larger, accompanied by sharp cracking sounds. Ren, I don't know what's happening, but stay close to me. Startled, Ren quickly pulled Lysia close and backed away from the azure jewel of Sarakia. Inside the room, a violent azure wind spiraled like a raging storm. The overwhelming chill spread across the floor, while streaks of lightning flickered at Ren's feet. Dense magical energy filled the air, distorting their vision with its sheer intensity. A sharp crack echoed once more, the sound of the fractures in the azure jewel of Sarakia widening. Before long, all the raging forces that had filled the room were drawn toward the jewel, as if being sucked inside. And then, With a loud shatter like breaking glass, the jewel split apart. That stone from earlier. Ren's suspicion was confirmed. Right before his eyes, the azure jewel of Sarakia had split cleanly into two. And then, Q. A creature covered in soft, fluffy fur let out a cry. It was an adorable little monster. The moment Ren saw it, his mind raced through his knowledge of the game. If an immense amount of magic power and the horn of a great dragon are offered, it might hatch. Once born, it would swear absolute loyalty to its master. He also recalled details from the setting materials of the legend of the 7 heroes. Before the 7 heroes defeated the Demon King, there was a monster that turned its fangs against him. Wielding absolute power over ice and darkness, it proved to be a formidable foe to the Demon King. That meant the stone from earlier was actually the horn of a great dragon. When Ren shattered Isval's horn, a fragment must have slipped into his coat pocket. With that fragment and the magic power the jewel had been absorbing from Ren, the legendary monster had finally hatched. I can't keep up with any of this. Ren could at least grasp that the great dragon in question referred to Isval, but beyond that, he was utterly lost. This was a development he had never anticipated, and his mind was struggling to process it all. While Ren was caught in his confusion, Lysia fearlessly approached the newborn monster. She picked it up in her arms and smiled. It's adorable. The sight of the elegant and beautiful Lysia, cradling the tiny creature, was something out of a painting. For now, we should take it with us. Take it where? Lysia giggled. Isn't it obvious? Still holding the newborn creature, she took Ren by the hand and headed for the door. The little monster, surprisingly calm, simply looked up at them in turn. Whatever we do next, we need to report this to Father first. Hearing her perfectly reasonable statement, Ren could only nod. Yeah, you're right. Afterward, thank you for reading, Ren's story will continue to unfold. He'll finally make his way to the city, encounter the descendants of the 7 heroes, and struggle to gain new powers. There will also be plenty of events with the heroines. And on top of all that, Ren will come face to face with an utterly unexpected individual. With the story taking an even bigger turn, I hope you'll continue to follow along. I'm excited for you to see how Ren's journey ties into the legend of the 7 heroes, so please stay tuned for more updates. To you, the readers, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Short story. The story of the parents who returned to the village. Having completed their long journey to Colossal, Roy and Myril returned to their village. The scars of Yelkwik's attack were deeply etched into the village, with the Ashton family's mansion in particular reduced to near ruins, barely recognizable. Yet smiles graced the faces of Roy and Myril. It wasn't blind optimism, they were simply relieved to know their son, Ren, was safe. Let's do our best, Myril. Yes, we need to make sure the village is ready for whenever Ren comes back. Thinking of their son, who was healing in far-off Colossal, they resolved to rebuild the village with determination. With the kindness of the Baron, we'll make this village so impressive that Ren will be amazed when he returns. Myril nodded firmly. Section, the reconstruction progressed smoothly. Thanks to Baron Lazard of Colossal, who sent numerous knights and young laborers, the village transformed day by day. Before long, construction began on a new mansion for the Ashton family. The carpenters dispatched by Lazard showcased their remarkable skills, and the new mansion took shape with astonishing speed. Roy worked tirelessly, cutting and hauling timber, contributing not only to the mansion, but to other areas of the village in need of restoration. As spring gave way to early summer, a knight arrived from Colossal, accompanied by a large wagon. That's a mighty big wagon. Doesn't look like construction materials. One morning, as Roy prepared to dive into another day of reconstruction, he greeted the knights and muttered these words while eyeing the wagon. The knights smiled and replied, "This is from Lord Ren." "Ren? Indeed, you say." Hearing about how Ren was faring in Colossal was a source of daily sustenance for Roy and Myril, and they had been eagerly anticipating such news. That's just like Ren. Ren might even be fighting monsters in Colossal. They had already discussed what to do if that happened, so Roy had no complaints. He was merely surprised, astounded, even by the fact that Ren had sent magical tools as a gift to his hometown, far exceeding Roy's expectations. Even the Baron was taken aback, the knight added. "I'll bet. All right, no time to waste. Hey, Myril." Roy called out to his wife in a booming voice and dashed toward the mansion, his face brimming with joy. But an even greater surprise would reach Roy and Myrill's ears not long after. One day, a wagon arrived that was more than twice the usual size. The knights who accompanied it wore wry smiles. Myrill, who had been working alongside Roy since morning, noticed the anomaly. "Dear, aren't there more wagons than usual?" "Well, probably just construction materials, right?" It was hard to believe that everything could be a gift from Ren. However, a knight approached them on horseback, stopping before the couple. "Good morning." "Morning, looks like a lot of cargo this time. Shall we haul it to the storage area?" "About that, those aren't materials." "Not materials. Food supplies then." The knight shook his head, still wearing that wry smile. "Those are all magical tools." "What? Oh my, does that mean they're from Ren?" "Indeed, Lady Myrill. As you surmised, they are all gifts from Lord Ren." The knight gestured toward the wagons trundling down a wider path nearby. "There are smaller magical tools, but this time, many are large. For instance, street lamps and water-purifying magical devices. The latter, when installed at wells, will provide clean water for the villagers, or so Lord Ren believes. Additionally," as the knight continued his detailed explanation, Roy, who had been stunned into silence, finally spoke up. The more he heard, the more he realized the immense funds invested in this delivery. Wait. How much money did this cost? Is Ren okay? He's not pushing himself too hard for our sake, is he?" Myrill shared his concern, but the knight reassured them. He explained how Ren had acquired the funds to purchase so many magical tools and recounted recent events in Colossal. And so, Lord Ren defeated 2 D-rank monsters. Moreover, he had done so almost single-handedly. Roy and Myrill exchanged glances, their laughter tinged with tears as they swelled with pride over their son's accomplishments. "Good grief, what's going on? Our boy's growth knows no bounds." Truly, that child. The two gazed at the distant sky, their faces turned toward Colossal, where Ren lived far away. They thought of him fondly, praying that he would continue to live radiant, fulfilling days. End of Volume 2.